Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
To the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too.
Are we live?
We're live.
Where is everybody?
They hate you, Gene.
There's only like 3 people here, Shab.
You have to wait for people to come, Gene. That's how streams work.
No, there's 4. I don't like waiting. I'm impatient. And it says you got the Dolphin emulator open. Is that currently open on your end, Shab? Are you playing GameCube while you're on stream?
It's open. I just haven't closed it since I started using it or whatever. I don't have a game open. What? Huh?
Why do you play Dolphin Simulator if you already look like one?
Shab looks like a dolphin.
It's always been my dream to be a dolphin. I was thinking of getting surgery.
Did you know dolphins have no nostrils?
Did you know that throughout the day, your nose will change between using your right nostril and your left nostril as your dominant breathing hole? Did you know that? Throughout the day, it'll switch back and forth. Yeah. Sometimes you'll be breathing out of your left most of the day, then it'll switch to your right.
That dolphins get all their fresh water from the fish they eat, from their prey? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that dolphins have their own language?
Yeah.
Like,
dolphins are pretty evil. Well, anyway, maybe I should wait for Dirt to get back before we talk about Rick and Morty. And I want to also, we're going to talk about magic mushrooms. And I know Dirt will have a lot to say about that. And also, he'll have a lot to say about Chucky. So maybe we should just watch the viewer-recommended content. Start with more of the lighthearted stuff.
Hillary in the house.
Yeah, I've seen this. Have we watched this before on the stream?
Hillary! Vote for Hillary!
I've never seen this.
Can you just sing some of the lyrics?
Vote for Hillary!
1.5 speed. Wait, it's up all the way.
Vote for Hillary! Vote for Hillary!
So they haven't gotten to the music video yet, and we're like a 10th through of the way through the video, and it just makes you want to click away.
Yeah.
Like when they were making this video, how did they not think maybe we should reshoot this again? Hillary!
Oh, it's brutal. I know, we've been out here for hours. Nothing's going on. There's got to be something we can do. There's got to be a better way.
Oh, that's when she ran against Obama.
We need a woman in the House. The White House. Hillary Clinton is the one.
God. So, this is out of place. What he's wearing is like some marching band uniform. So he's probably like a band geek.
Hillary. Hillary.
Now, is some good music, like compared to the stuff Shab listens to.
Yeah, this is better.
Played the lyricists, and they got all their kids that they're brainwashing and so forth. Like, and the thing is, even though I'm very left leaning and I'd prefer Hillary over Trump, I still think it's obnoxious. People of any political affiliation, when they try to just cram the politics down their kid's throat instead of teaching their kid to be objective, they teach their kids to do the political football thing. It's like hold up the signs and stuff. And when people do this kind of shit, they're more like obsessed over just the president's election campaign. So they only care about politics every 4 years. And it's just like, it's football to them. And then if you have conversations with them, they don't know about any of the complexities or like how the system works when it comes to our like our government or all the socioeconomics. They just kind of, all they know is, hey, they like Hillary and they're going to wear Hillary t-shirts and yeah, Hillary, yeah, Trump, Obama.
In the White House, Hillary in the house, Hillary in the house, Hillary in the White House. We need a woman in the house, the White House. Hillary Clinton is the one. We need a woman in the house, the White House. Come and join us, everyone. We need a woman in the house, the White House. Her fight has just begun. Hillary in the house, Hillary in the White House, Hillary in the house, Hillary in the White House. We don't need no bling. All we gotta do is sing. We don't need no bling, cause we got the real thing. We got a blind as one.
There's nobody of color in the background, but then they're like, oh, we got this little kid. Nobody stand near it, though.
Oh, gosh.
Thinking of conservatives, not liberals. What's that?
Even though it was the Democratic Party who invented the KKK.
No. That was before the switch. They were the more conservative party back then, and the Republican Party was the more liberal left-leaning party. And then things changed around the turn of the century. So that's why all the northern states were the Republican states and all the southern Confederate states were the Democratic states. And Lincoln was the first Republican, and he's actually the only example of a third party candidate who actually won the election. And
George Washington.
No, George Washington elected or he represented no party, and then John Adams was a Federalist. Then it became the Whig Party and the Democrat Party up until Lincoln, and then he ran as a Republican and he won as a third party candidate. So with John Adams and Washington, they really didn't have an established system yet, and it kind of became a two-party system after the first two presidents. But then once we got to Lincoln, it just because of something as significant as the Civil War, the most deadly war in American history, where more Americans died in that war than any other war, it took something as extreme as that for a third-party candidate to get elected. But in the end, it doesn't matter what the party is. It matters which one actually represents the views that are most rational and reasonable for the time. And currently, it's not the conservatives. So
you're telling me that
there's nuance.
You're telling me that we killed more Americans in the Civil War than what Americans died in any other war?
Yeah. It's the most deadly war in American history.
We're the best at fighting ourselves.
Sort of. It was pretty fucked up war because it was one of the first modern wars. So similar to like how World War I with modern weapons, it really like exponentially increased the kill count. The Civil War, they had automatic weapons, they had repeaters, they had chain guns, more advanced artillery.
And it wasn't like a war where we just get in a line and then just fire at each other. There's actually like strategy and like
there was trench warfare in World War I, and it got pretty fucked up. There was gangrene. There were people getting their legs chopped off. It was. I should do coverage on the Civil War because a lot of people don't know just how gruesome that war was. And people say like shell shock was a term which is what they used to call PTSD. That was a term that was coined in. Now he's triggering my history nerd OCD, but that was a clinical term that was established in World War I. But the Civil War was really one of the first wars where academics, psychologists, psychiatrists were extensively documenting the emotional and mental toll that the war had on people. So it was one of the first wars where there's some really where there are a lot of peer-reviewed studies on the psychological impact on the veterans. So yeah, it's pretty depressing if you look into it. In the lyrics, are they going to include why we should vote for her?
Because she's a woman.
Yeah, she's a woman,
yeah,
Gene.
so far, that's the only thing. They don't talk about her policies that she's like endorsing. Nope, it's just Hillary in the White House. We need a woman in the House. Hillary, vote for Hillary. Hillary.
Hillary in the house. Hillary in the White House. Put a poster in your hand and go home to your man. Hillary in the house. Hillary in the White House. You make yourself look sweet and you go across the street and you make it stand to your neighbor then. Hillary in the house. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the house. Hillary in the White House. Let's get loud. Let's get real.
How much do you bet this guy was bullied in high school? He was a band weenie, and he had he played the trumpet.
Dude, I bet he still gets bullied now. I want to bully him right now. Like, fuck this guy. Drunken Crow, would you? Huh?
I said, what a dork.
Yeah, what a dork. What a doofus.
Let's get loud. Let's get real. Hillary in the White House. Let's get loud. Let's get real.
Yeah. Were you saying something, Crow?
This is cringier than when Hillary was like, Pokemon, go to the polls.
Yeah.
See, like once they're making jokes like that, like whoever's running, it's like, yeah, you're too old to be president. Oh, there we go. There's the band geeks. Is his school's band teacher or something, or he like teaches band at like the Y or some like recreational place. Hillary in the house, yeah. Hillary in the house. We need a woman in the house.
Yeah. Yeah. She has a vagina.
Exactly. Somebody who doesn't have a Y chromosome for once.
Damn. This is crazy.
I think she has a couple chromosomes missing.
What?
Yeah,
him?
Gene. Oh, that guy. Oh. Gene and the guy, right?
No,
Ooh.
Hillary is.
Here's some more chromosomes missions.
And
Hey, guys!
President Trump is a mighty man, running this country the best that he can.
We're fucking doofuses, we're dumb.
If you thought, hey, the previous video couldn't get any more cringe or nothing could surpass it, here you go.
The media swarms and the networks lie, but
the other one's more cringe because there's like more people involved with the other one. Like they were like there's like probably like how many of like 40 people in that last video.
There were mostly stand-ins and so forth. He was the only one really singing or or adding anything.
It's
to
cringy
it.
that there's that big of an event basically around this cringy thing. It adds to the cringiness.
This looks like some mom and daughter doing something.
Couple of doofuses.
What they just said, the media lies. It's like, oh, so what media do you consume? You don't know how to use the internet and you just watch Fox News?
Do you guys think it's funny that like older people now are like saying like, you know, they're buying into the conspiracies and stuff like that that, you know, we've basically kind of like believed since we were like all like teenagers. And it's like, yeah, no shit, like that's how the world's ran. Like, of course, our government has done some shady.
there was too much lead in their drinking water when people who grew up in the 60s, 70s, and so forth.
Doesn't flinch, she's a fearless guy.
Really screwed the boomers over when it came to I don't know, neuro development.
Get out the way, old man Schumer, get out the way. Stubborn Nancy, get out the way. All you haters,
And she's got her Christian cross necklace.
Oh, and it's gonna get greater.
I bet you that was hard.
Mighty man.
I bet on
What's
the back
that?
of those I bet on the back of those they had 1, 2, they had them numbered so that they knew which ones to pull up. I bet that they fucked up a lot of times before they decided to write numbers on the back.
Do you think
Yeah.
Trump actually
Pretty
has a
observant.
chance this next election cycle?
I do. You know why? Because no one thought he was going to win last time, and Biden has kind of shown Biden's a fucking corpse. They're doing the same thing they did when they put Hillary up against him. She was the worst choice out of all the Democrats. They kept going out of their way to impede on Biden making any progress, in the campaign and so forth. So they're doing the same thing where they're gonna put up they're gonna weekend at Bernie's Biden, and then you have all the Trumpites that have created a religion around him. So you're probably gonna get that 1/3 odd or whatever where people are like, yeah, I'm not gonna vote, and he might win just by a few electoral votes again. I mean, I think it's less likely to happen than him losing, but still, I think there's probably good odds, even if it's 1/6, 1/7 chance of him winning. That's still not that astronomically unlikely.
I didn't think
Trump?
I didn't think Trump was going to win until you started playing this video, and now I'm convinced.
Oh God, now
They're
now
gonna win. He's gonna win. He's gonna win.
In the swamp as fast as he can, let's round them up one by one.
And put them in the gas chambers and then have some fun.
Country, get her done. Get out the way, old man Schumer, get out the way. Stubborn Nancy, get out the way. All you haters, Trump's on a roll and it's gonna get greater. President Trump is a mighty man. Maybe you're not his greatest fan, but the economy's strong and his stocks are up. Never have we seen those numbers jump. Get out the way, old man Schumer.
Yeah, that was all Trump.
My mother fucked her cousin. Yeehaw!
What's that?
Said my mother fucked her cousin. Yeehaw!
All you haters, Trump's on a roll and it's gonna get greater.
Yeehaw!
I think that's a very they were off the mark there, that it was going to get greater, because Trump didn't do a good job during the COVID crisis. The economy definitely fucking sank once Trump. I mean, it was going to decline regardless, but still, Trump did a terrible job when it came to regulating it, and it probably if it was addressed better, then the economy wouldn't have been taken as strong of a hit.
Regulate you.
And the evil will fail. All you wranglers better beware. Cause the captain's at the helm and he's getting it done. You're doomed to fail and the good
Variation they have here. They were singing in unison throughout the entire song. Now they're doing this weird kind of semi-duet thing. So yeah.
has won.
Pretty innovative.
Get out the way, old man Schumer, get out the way. Stubborn Nancy, get out the way. All you haters, Trump's on a roll and it's gonna get greater.
Yeehaw!
It's gonna get greater. Let's unite and make America great again.
They were so proud of themselves.
I wonder if
All
this
their
is her
friends.
daughter or if her daughter-in-law. I get the vibe that it's her daughter-in-law or something.
Do you have any critique, Shab?
I think that they're both musical geniuses, and
What do you think of their character outside of the music? If you're gonna guess, what do you think their personalities are like?
that they're dumb.
Do you think they're well read?
I'm sure that if I had some talks with them about some different things, I'm sure they wouldn't be able to like hold their own in a debate and everything.
On how many members there are on the Supreme Court? Like, you asked
Even
them,
with that,
like, hey,
if we started like arguing just on like simple political stuff or whatever, they wouldn't
Well,
be
not
able to
even
hold
that.
their own. they'd have stupid arguments, and it shows. Like
they'd have stupid arguments, but it's also, you would think that when people are that invested, where they won't shut up about it, they're constantly watching Fox News, and same thing, the left and the right, the entire political spectrum. If you talk to people like this, you would think that's because they're so invested in politics, they probably know more, like they'd have more knowledge on the topic. In the same way, if somebody is really into, like, you're really into weed, so you know a lot about weed. If somebody's really into Star Wars, they'll know a lot about Star Wars. You would think that if you ask them, like, hey, how do you ratify an amendment, they wouldn't be able to tell you. It's just stupid shit like that. If you ask them what's a super delegate, they wouldn't be able to tell you. So they don't understand these basic political constructs that you like would be taught in a government 101 class, and yet they're so fucking obsessed with it. And I just like how somebody spends that much time on something, yet they acquire so little insight on the topic. It just astonishes me.
My first question that I ask people who like talk about politics and stuff to see like how much they know, I always ask them, what's the 3 branches of government? And if they can't answer that question, then I just like let them talk however much they want, and I just smile and nod. Like,
what are the 3 branches of government, Shab?
We talked about this before. I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't
Can't
remember.
give it a guess? You're on a podcast every weekend where we talk about politics.
I can tell you what they are, but I won't tell you what the names of them are. The president, the Supreme
that's not
Court,
a branch. That's
yeah, the president is executive, the Supreme Court is judicial, and Congress is legislative.
Yeah.
Oh, Gene, you're not the only smart one. Let's watch next
Gene.
Common knowledge.
About time Gene got told, you bitch, Gene. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you.
President Biden falls.
How old is he?
He's in his 70s.
Yeah, it's just any.
Or no, he's in his 80s. I think he's older than Trump. He's the oldest president ever elected. Let me look it up.
Oh, he tripped. Oh, he tripped again. Oh, he's falling. Oh, he died.
What are these stairs doing here?
He's old.
It's like he's trying to go up them too fast anyways. He's just trying to like run up the stairs instead of walk up them.
I do know Trump was 70 when he ran for his first term, and then Hillary was 68. So that would make him like 76, and then he's older than Trump, so he's at least I think 78 or something.
He's like a year older than Trump or two. A year or two.
See, there definitely
like
needs
that.
to be an age cap for how old somebody can be to run. 65 should be retirement age.
No, Jared told me age is just a number, Gene.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, he's 80 years old. Okay. Trump's 77.
Wasn't Trump the fattest president to get elected?
No, that would be Henry Taft. Taft was a fat fuck. That was the president after Theodore Roosevelt.
I thought Taft I thought he became the fattest, but like whenever he got elected, he wasn't. He did.
No.
I thought Trump weighed more than what he did when he got elected.
Taft was a one-term president, and Taft, they had to make a special bathtub for him.
Bathtub, yeah, he got stuck in the bathtub.
Yeah, let's I spelled Henry wrong.
Wow, what an idiot Gene is.
Well, it was mistyped.
Whatever.
Yeah, I thought whenever he got elected, he wasn't as big, but while he was president.
What is he riding there? Is that a cow?
It's a bull.
Or a bull?
And the bull's just like, well, bulls are cows, but yeah.
Yeah, that's that's weird that he's riding a bull.
And he was the last president to have facial hair, sport a mustache.
Yeah, Trump can't grow facial hair.
Dude, if Trump shaved his head bald and had a goatee, he would win the re-election like no problem.
And then he dyed it orange, the goatee orange. shave
He needs
head.
to shave his head and get a swastika tattooed on his forehead.
He needs to have a black. Imagine him with a black goatee on the orange skin.
Oh,
Chad, message Dirt, because he said he was going to be on, and I got the stuff that I know he'd have a lot of stuff to say about it.
Accompanied by the Director General of the International Labor Organization.
You don't know that.
And to say to President Biden, can you hear me, President Biden? This is a historical moment for Brazil and for the U.S. President Biden, can you hear
Get
me?
off your phone.
You
Not in Brazil, we're in the U.S.
can? Yes, good. And so there's the U.S. delegation that is here with me. I'd like to greet my wife that is also here.
I don't know.
He's
I'd
like
like to
fucking
greet
with
the
something.
Brazilian trade unionists that came to
Mini
my
stroke.
invitation by my labor minister, and also like to
Oh,
greet
it's probably
the
like
US.
his translator thingy device.
Putting his earpiece in so like his representatives who are actually running the country can like ear feed him what to say.
Trade union.
Damn.
No, it's probably like a translator thing.
Yeah, it might
That's
be.
probably what it is. I've been looking into those things for when I move. It's like a little earpiece and it automatically translates what you hear into English.
We're right on the cusp of having something like that where like you could have some AI and maybe inject nanobots and it just automatically translate what the other person is saying in your native tongue, so you don't need to learn to speak a second language. So it's like in Farscape where they inject nanobots into people's blood so you could just automatically understand what all the other aliens were saying. Or in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they'd have this fish, they'd put it in your ear, and it would eat the stuff that they were saying, the cosmic aura of their speech, and then it would poop it out so they could understand what people were saying. We need something like that. The universal translator. Oh my God!
Kick him while he's down. Kick him.
It'd be funny if somebody edited in like a gunshot noise right before he falls.
I think I accidentally exited the playlist.
Wow, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Next vid.
This is definitely the most delicious dick lollipop I've ever had. So, you know, I can confidently say that.
That's phallic.
It's cute.
Amazing. So fun, so unique, like such a different experience. It's so weird coming from Australia to see something like this, but it looks like everyone's having a great time. We had a great time. It's very fun.
Very quirky, and it sums up.
And you see there's no like children around or anything like that. Like that's why it's not a big deal, because people understand like this is an adult event, like this is an adult celebration or whatever. And over here you got people, it's like, yeah, I need to go take my kid to the Pride Fest so they can see all the BDSM shit going on.
I wouldn't go out of my way to try to take a kid to something like this, but if a 12-year-old shows up or something, I think older kids, like, who cares if they see a dick mannequin?
I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here? This ain't for you. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, I don't know. It's like, if you're 12, you already are, like, going online and, like, if you have access to the internet, you're looking at porn if you're that young or if you're that old. So, I don't
That's
know.
why
Just
parents do a better job and moderate what the fuck their kids are doing.
I've never looked at
like,
a porn in my life.
Don't they teach sex ed to kids when they're in like elementary school? I think at that point it's like seeing a picture of a pee-pee. I think it's like whatever. It's kind of uneventful. Now, if people are, I don't know, engaging in certain sexual behavior with kids, that's where it's profoundly unethical. But if a kid goes to a museum and sees like a vagina painting or a dick sculpture,
Museum's different. Museum and art is different than just a big parade of a bunch of dicks and dick lollipops and stuff like that.
But isn't that kind of like just art when it's just a bunch of mannequins and like?
But it's for adults, though. It's not. It's not for kids or whatever.
Never mind. I changed my mind. If I ever have a kid, I'm gonna force them to go to a place like this.
That everyone thinks this much.
Everything that Gene's kid will eat will be phallic shaped.
Well, here's the thing.
You're cutting it, Shabs. You're cutting in and out.
All of these dicks they're showing are circumcised, where's the representation for people who haven't had their like foreskin cut?
Yeah, we need fucked up looking penises.
Honestly, you know, Japan is known for quirky kind of things.
The
And
penises are all pink, and this happens in Japan. Why aren't they yellow?
Oh.
What?
That's inappropriate, bro.
Today's no exception. I have to say, the one or two places.
To be fair, like
No, they're
white
blue
people-
and green, and they're all different
all
colors.
the different colors.
Are those
But
candles?
to be fair,
Those are candles.
if somebody's white, their dick probably is going to be more pink than white.
We can enjoy these kind of
Based
things,
on
not
their
really
actual
care
skin tone.
too much about what people think. So I think it's one of the great things about being Japan and enjoying these festivals. So yeah, today's really kind of that epitome of the Japanese culture and how people are just very easygoing.
Man, that guy's haircut is like, go back to that guy's haircut. That was definitely, you can tell we're living in 2023 with that, dude.
Which
That's
haircut?
like the guy that was talking to the camera. Hit play.
That guy?
Yeah, it's further. No, it's further back. It's further back. It was the last guy that was like talking to the camera. Yeah, right there. His haircut is definitely from the future, dude.
Yeah, like
That's
real
kind of
men
a
aren't supposed to have
dorky
haircuts
haircut.
like this. People, wow, you're so judgmental, Chef. No, everyone needs to have really short hair and so forth. It's not okay for men to have long hair.
He kind of looks like Chris Tucker in The Fifth Element.
Oh yeah, have you seen that film, Shab?
Is that the one with the girl, the chick that's all like weird?
Like,
Yeah,
it's all
It's
weird.
all weird.
Yeah.
Bruce Willis. Is it
Yeah,
Cap
I've
Drop?
seen that. Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's got Bruce Willis in it. And are you talking about the blue chick who sings?
The girl.
No, he's
She's
talking,
got the
he's talking about-
artifacts. What's
he's
that?
talking about The Fifth Element. The chick that
Yeah.
Bruce Willis is
Yeah.
trying to save. He's talking about her,
Yeah.
like how she's all weird.
From the Resident Evil movies.
Yeah, Jovovic or whatever.
Yeah. Well, he said the chick who's weird, so that doesn't really narrow it down much.
You deserve it, you guys. You need it. Don't let her
I
tell you what
love
to do.
that
Don't let her
blue
boss
check
you around.
too.
Put your big boy pants on and you tell her what is what. No woman will control that character.
You know
Don't
that's
control me,
not-
woman.
What's that?
The blue chick in Fifth Element, you know, that's not like audio engineered. Like that's how her real voice. Like it's layered, but it's not like tweaked anyway. Like that lady can just sing opera really well.
So it's kind of like some weird subgenre of opera. It's like Mongolian throat singing.
Yeah.
Hey, beautiful. Your hair looks great today. I just want to say I'm heading out and I love you a ton.
Where are you going?
Surprising him with his first gun.
I was just going to go pick up Lincoln from school, you know, just being a good dad.
That's it, and then you're coming home?
Well, I was thinking about running by the store.
Wait, Lincoln. So he named his son Lincoln because Lincoln was a Republican and he freed the slaves because the Republicans freed the slaves.
Because Republicans are
Can
heroes.
you remember to pick up milk and laundry detergent?
It's actually the gun store.
What? No. No.
No, it's for Lincoln. I was going to get him his first gun for his birthday.
Is that all you're getting? You're not getting anything for yourself, right?
I figured if I was already there, like, what's the harm in just looking around?
So how old is Lincoln? Because in the video or in the thumbnail, he looked pretty young.
No. No.
No, just in case.
No. I said no.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to Demolition Ranch. This is a totally different kind of video than you're used to seeing on this channel. This is sort of going to be a vlog style video. This is the kind of video that we usually have on Off the Ranch. Off the Ranch is my other channel.
I was gonna ask you to slow it down. You speed it up.
Oh, it seems like it's slow motion to me.
But I don't like putting gun videos on Off the Ranch. I like keeping that one gun free just in case anything ever happens with gun videos on the tube. So we're going to put this video here because this video is going to be very centered around guns. Yesterday was a big day in my boy's life. Lincoln.
No, really? It's like a gun in the thumbnail and got my kid his first gun. I couldn't tell by the title that it was going to be about guns. Did you guys predict that it was going to be very gun-centric, this video?
My son, I have 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy. Lincoln, my son, is the youngest and he turned 5 yesterday. I had forgotten.
I don't think a 5-year-old...
5?
Yeah, I think that's stupid. I don't think a 5-year-old should be... What's that?
What about a goat cart that can go like 80 miles per hour?
Nah. I think
I got a goat cart that went 80 whenever I was 5, and I drove that shit all around town.
Well, I don't think that should be a thing.
At the store where I was going to take him to his
Probably
dinner. wasn't open on that day, so kind of messed up. So we're gonna do something for him today. I'm gonna pick up Lincoln from school today, and then I'm gonna take him to the gun store, which Lincoln goes to the gun store with me every once in a while, so that's not unusual. But today we're gonna be shopping for a gun for Lincoln, and I don't plan on telling him.
Guns are safe. I take my kid to the gun store all the time.
Not until we get there. Just got to school. I'm gonna go and grab him, and then I'll just make him appear.
Okay, this is stupid. Yeah, I think 5-year-old is like way too young. I didn't shoot my first gun until I was about 12, and it was.
It's not like he's gonna keep the gun in his room and shit. It's probably just gonna go in the gun safe with the dad's guns. Like, and when they go shooting, he's like, "Okay, get your gun." Like, and when the dad's cleaning his guns, he's probably gonna teach his son like how to clean his own gun and stuff like that. As long as you take the. As long as you're as long as you're responsible, dude.
Well, the problem is a lot of like guns that aren't like really weak pistols and so forth. They have a decent amount of kickback where most small children aren't really going to be able to properly handle it, and it's just something that
a 5-year-old can handle.
I think this is one of those lame kind of things where the parents really need to get their kid to do what they do and they like. Like, oh, I like Pokemon, so my kid has to like Pokemon. I have to get them into Pokemon. I really like guns, so I have to get my 5-year-old into guns. It's like, how about you just let your, I don't know.
You want to brainwash them with your politics so they grow up and support like your like gun politics like you.
Hey, Lincoln. What happened?
Oh, I got 2 rocks got in my shoe.
Ooh, I got one. Got one out. I think I'm going to pocket knife for the other one. Ooh, maybe. Ooh, yep. Don't move. Gotta do surgery with a skiff knife. Got it! Hey, do you want to go do something with me?
Yeah.
Do you want to go to guns with me?
Yeah.
You're just a kid. You can't shoot guns.
I can.
No, you can't.
I can.
I don't think you can.
I have my own guns.
What kind? Wire guns? Nerf guns? You have any real guns?
Yeah.
What kind?
BB gun.
Ooh, you do have a BB gun. That's true.
I can shoot it.
You want to shoot a BB gun sometime?
Maybe today.
Maybe.
I don't know. One thing I've heard a lot of parents say is that if they have real guns, they don't let their kids play with any toy guns because they don't want to ever create that kind of confusion. So it's just, I'm going to get you a bunch of toy guns. You're going to go around and shoot your BB gun for fun outside and so forth. And I'm going to take you to get a rifle.
When do you think you're going to get a real gun?
Maybe.
The only guns I was ever allowed to aim at people was like paintball or Nerf or like laser tag guns. But like if it was like a BB gun or an airsoft gun, like I'd get my ass beat with it if I aimed it at anybody.
Does this guy understand the irony? His son's name is Lincoln, and he's trying to teach him about guns. And
I mentioned that.
Okay. I was in and out. Okay.
Never know. Could happen. What do you like most about guns?
Puppies.
Puppies? You ready, dude? Let's do this. Your socks look amazing. Yeah,
I don't think he really knows much about gun stores or whatever. I don't think he's ready.
There. Ready? Look at all these cool guns. Huh?
What I was going to say previously is there's this video where it was an 8-year-old and they took her to a gun range and they had her holding some kind of like automatic weapon. And there was a guy there who had like the safety goggles and was like helping her arm it and stuff. And then as soon as she hit it, it backfired and she ended up accidentally killing the guy. And that 8-year-old has to live with that image for the rest of her life. I think there is a level of physicality. It's not just a lack of, I guess, mental, emotional development. It's also just the lack of physical development as well. I think a lot of kids, they just, it's a lot of guns have really significant kickback. So it's probably going to be difficult for them to like properly handle it.
You just have one of those? You could pick any gun in here to be yours. Which one would it be? What's the coolest gun in here?
AR-15. Oh my god,
Camouflage Colgate shotgun. I like it. This one's actually mine. They're selling it for me.
Longer than he is tall.
I had 2 of them. I was like, why do I have 2 of these? But I'm selling one. You want to buy mine now? You're net. It's a crazy one, right? It's really neat. Don't knock it over, okay? Pretty. Did you have a birthday yesterday? Yeah, how old did you?
Okay, so if you are literally the same height when the as the gun when it is being like held up vertically, then maybe you're not old enough to handle that gun.
So infants can have a handgun by that logic? Because an infant's taller than a handgun.
Well, I'm saying you shouldn't be able to handle a gun if it's taller than you. I didn't say that if it's shorter than you, you should be able to handle it. unconditionally.
Your turn.
5.
5. Did you get anything for your birthday?
I don't know what you got.
We didn't get you anything, right? Mom and Daddy get you a present? No. This boy did not get a present yesterday, and he did not even ask about it. He didn't complain, he didn't whine, nothing. Do you think you should get a present?
Yeah.
What do you want? What if today Daddy bought you your first gun? Would you want that? Yeah? What do you think about this one? Huh? Is that cool? So it's a little sniper rifle made for kids. A cricket precision rifle.
Can we buy it today?
It's a sniper rifle made for kids.
22.
You want to buy it today? I think we should. You want to do it? You want to go shoot it today? Yeah. Do you like that? It looks like it's the right size. It's heavy. Can you look through the scope? Oh, nice.
That's heavy.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Is that again you were talking about?
Yep. Does this happen where you guys live? Can you just buckle a rifle into a seat like that? In Texas, it's totally...
So, one thing you're supposed to do when it comes to gun safety is always treat the gun like it's loaded. Always treat the gun like the safety is off. They're definitely not doing that here. So he's doing things like, hey, let's just buckle it into the car seat and so forth.
He just said it's perfectly legal to do it in Texas.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's legal; it's still stupid, and it goes against the just basic procedure when it comes to gun safety. So it's irresponsible.
Next to a 5-year-old. He's old enough now. He's a man now, so it's safe. And it's unloaded. All the ammo's up here with me. Your first gun? I'm so pumped.
My first own gun.
So he's not big enough to be in a car without a booster seat.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I think that really when it comes down to it, this guy really likes guns, and he's just kind of rushing into it with his kid. Just wait until the kid's a little older to start getting him a sniper rifle to play with and stuff. I don't know. At this age, I would question giving my kid a BB gun at this age. They're still a fucking baby, Might understand.
I'd say BB gun is okay. Airsoft with the scope's okay. Maybe not a 22.
Yeah, I think it's going too quick. Wait until he's 10 or 15 or somewhere around there to get it, to have him shoot a real gun and give him his own gun, even if you keep it in your safe and stuff. This is just
I'd say 10-year-old. I think that's where I'd be like, okay, I'll get you a BB gun for your birthday if you really want it. And then 12 would be where, okay, I'll take you to a gun range, and with adult supervision, you can fire a gun. Okay, and then when it comes to things like hunting, I'd say probably around 14, 15, if you're with adults. What's
How
that?
many of you guys have actually gone hunting?
I have.
I've went lizard hunting.
No, with okay. So
I don't kill animals. Okay, I ain't a freak like you. All right.
No, I've gone pheasant hunting a couple of times, and we've always pointed the barrel down. We never pour it because, like John said, you're always supposed to treat the gun like it's loaded. So if the gun was loaded and you hit a bump or whatever, and the seatbelt shot or ended up hitting the trigger, it would shoot up, and then the bullet would come down. But if it was down, that's not good gun safety right there. It's not. So point the barrel down, so if it does go off, it'll go through the vehicle and into the ground and not up for a chance to accidentally hurt someone.
And his kid's gonna see this, and his kid is he's being a bad role model, an influence on his kid, because his kid's gonna look at these guns like they're toys. You just you behave in as obnoxious manner as possible, and you don't exercise any sort of due diligence. You can just pick it up and aim it around and so forth. And I think it's highly likely that if a kid who's this young, comes across a gun, maybe the father forgot to lock it up or something, and then they start handling it in this manner, a mishap's likely to happen.
Your own gun.
You never know. This kid could be responsible. He could be a mature 5-year-old.
Maybe, but I mean, the overwhelming majority of 5-year-olds, I just think, aren't ready.
I know. Don't pull the trigger until you're ready, or don't pull the trigger in a building or a house.
That's a good rule.
And don't point it at people.
That is the main rule. I'll teach you all the rules when we get out there, okay?
Don't point it at people.
Okay, we are here with Lincoln's brand new
that's rule 3.
First gun. This is a Cricket precision rifle. That's just a scope cover. Covers that. We're gonna do a couple modifications. So here's the scope. You can see how you can see that right now. And if you go anywhere out of the way, it gets black. And then what you want to do is get here and get closer. So this is like optimal, but if you're over here, black, over here, black. If you're too close, the hole gets really small. Too far, gets really small. So it's hard for little kids to figure out where their eye should be, where their head should be, while they're also trying to learn how to shoot. But a red dot, no matter where you move your eye, you can still see through that scope. So we're gonna put that on there. It looks actually really silly. The scope looks way better, but the scope didn't work. We also had to raise, luckily it says adjustable cheekpiece because this is sitting up for like an AR, so we had to raise it up, the cheekpiece to see that.
In front of it, so that's another thing. He's walking in front of the barrel and always treat it like it's loaded. So don't walk in front of like the barrel of the gun.
But he can look through it, he can see it. So there's one more thing we need to do right here that'll make this thing a little easier for Lincoln to shoot. We needed to put a suppressor on it. The Amtac Fire Ant
He
suppressor.
probably
Excited to go test her out?
Yeah.
It's gonna be good!
What's that?
He probably wasn't even tall enough to like actually walk front because it was upright, so it was like kind of in an upward angle anyways. He was probably walking underneath of it.
Maybe.
Here you go, sir.
Maybe, but when you handle guns, there needs to be like a thing always built into a cautionary, like to take it serious that it could go off and everything. So you should never have people directly in front of it, never point it to yourself and other people, even if you don't have ammo in it or the safety's on. And even if his kid's a little shorter than it, yeah, his kid shouldn't really be walking right in front of the barrel and stuff. There should be this thing that he's building. If he's trying to teach his kid gun safety, he should be building that into his kid. Like, that's danger zone. Don't ever go in that zone
You'd also don't want to scare them too about it because then
you do want to scare them about it.
They need to take it serious. Yeah.
You need to take it serious, but you don't want to freak the kid out because whenever you get like freaked out and paranoid stuff, that's like when you make an accident.
If they're too paranoid for it, then don't have them mess with guns. Then just keep the guns away from them. I mean, like
they're paranoid and don't want to do it, then don't force them to do it.
Yeah,
this kid seems like he's handling it well.
Well, how much do you want to bet that this dad is teaching him how to shoot a gun before he can even fucking ride it?
Before he can ride a bike? Probably.
Straight, we just threw the sight on it. Okay, you ready? Yeah, you need glass on. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, I gotta cock it. There we go. All right, shoot a little bit high.
And I think if you fire, like, if you're handling a gun, like Shab said, if you're aiming it anywhere, the only time you should hold the gun up and actually aim at something is if you're aiming at a target at a firing range, or you're at some kind of like empty field shooting at targets where there aren't any locals or pedestrians nearby, or if you're hunting and you're trying to shoot some kind of livestock. And beyond that, I don't think, like, whenever you're handling a rifle, it should be in a case. It should be in some kind of container. Or if you do have it, like, equipped, it should be pointed to the ground. Or in some kind of holster in your back. You should never pick the gun up, like, when the kid was in the store. So I think there's a lot of negligence going on here.
Why can't you see the bullet?
It was going so fast. Low now.
Yeah, it sounds like that because he put a silencer on it.
What happened to me? I think it's time for you to try it.
It's a light suppressor, not a silencer.
Oh, suppressor,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Nice, dude. Good job. Did you hear it?
I'll do it again.
You want to do it again? Barely missed. Barely missed.
What is that?
The red dot? You see it?
No.
I don't see it.
It makes it sound so much cooler, though.
Thumb goes in this hole. Thumb goes up there in the hole. Okay. See it? Put that center dot wherever you want to shoot. Yeah! Good job.
Okay, I want to do it again.
It's fun, right?
It's so hard because the gun's moving. And it's just getting off.
Ooh, close.
I'm gonna pretend it's that new kid Joey from school. Well, to give him credit, at least he spends time with his kid. I mean, it's something you can credit him for that a lot of, mostly fathers, don't follow through with. Let's see. See, Dirt's still not here.
I go further in the video. I just want to see if the mom reacts like to him getting the gun.
Oh, the mom was actually shot.
It seemed like it was scripted. He's got a daughter too.
Even though it is, and
she's gonna be like, "Daddy, I want a gun." Not until you're older. And she's like 3. She's got to wait another 2 years.
You got to wait until you're 5, and then I'll get you a sniper rifle. Okay. At 10, I get you a grenade launcher. It's gonna be great.
So here we are, the degenerate segment. So here's our old buddy PaxTube, the weeaboo who's all like obsessed with Western culture and masculinity. And this is why the sexual revolution was worse than you thought. Oh, so this is the same dude that said that the Crusades, or he said the Inquisition was actually awesome and was a good thing. And he was the guy that advocated for the Giga Chad, but yet he never shows himself on camera. And it's just the like Giga Chad, which is the body type that a man is supposed to be, is like a steroid-induced fucking like wrestler where nobody naturally has that kind of physique.
Sexual morality is one of the biggest aspects of any civilization. How the family and the relationship between man and woman are understood has major effects that ripple through all of society. For over 1,000 years, Western nations lived by Christian sexual morality. Christianity, especially Catholicism, teaches that sexuality is meant for marriage, and violating this standard is a sin.
And you need, well, here's the thing. If you have a committed relationship with somebody, whether it's marriage or not, and if it's not agreed upon that you're supposed to be having sexual, like sex outside of that relationship, then you are breaking some kind of vow. So I do think that that's kind of scummy. I don't think somebody should burn in hell for that. But I don't think you need religion to come to that conclusion, that breaking some kind of oath or promise to somebody that's unethical. But when it comes to having sex outside of marriage, why is that even bad? Just because this book of fairy tales says it's bad. Why? Because.
Things like pornography, divorce, and homosexuality were treated as bad in the West for most of its recorded history. The supposedly liberal.
Yeah, and that was a good thing because
Yeah. In the West for most of its recorded history.
Yeah, like women didn't really have the option to divorce their husbands. For much of human history, they were pretty much like house slaves. And if they divorced their husband, the husband would pretty much get everything in the divorce. They were fucking screwed. So it was a cardinal sin for women to do that. And there was a lot of sexism applied to it because women were second-class citizens at the time. Pornography, if people can fucking masturbate, then you know what, they're less likely to have sex with other people underage and so forth.
Or force people to have sex with them.
Well, yeah, there's that, but it's also just when it comes to underage pregnancy or people unplanned pregnancies as well, there's plenty of research that shows that it definitely does like reduce the numbers there. And then homosexuality, why is that wrong? Just because it is. It's like, okay, two guys, two women have a relationship with one another. Why is that bad?
Yeah,
because
I love
nothing after the because.
Yeah, I love how this is like, I don't know, is this guy
It's an appeal to tradition.
Is this what is this guy's political like?
Dude, he's the far right.
Well, okay, well that's what I was gonna about this. Well, he's probably the kind of person that believes in that like freedom and shit like that, and then it's like, oh well, yeah, pornography, no. It's like, what? So an adult can't take a picture of themselves naked and give it to another adult? Like that should not be allowed.
Well,
but we live in a free country.
It's cognitive dissonance. That's what a lot of stupid people do, where they'll support some kind of ideology until they don't agree with it, and then they compartmentalize things. And it's the same thing that they do with the Bible and religion. Well, that's just how certain people interpret it. It's just being inconsistent and oscillating between different like ethics, different principles whenever it's convenient for you. And it's not, go ahead.
You know, things that are like not nudity, and you guys know what the definition of pornography is? It's something that has no artistic merit but causes sexual thought.
Well, yeah. And
well, then this stream right now is pornography then to me. Okay? Because I've been thinking of that this whole time.
Aw, thank you. I know you have.
Yeah.
Well, somebody has to be getting off on it. So
I'm getting off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
if somebody has a doorbell fetish and there's just videos of people ringing a doorbell or something and they watch it in a loop, I guess it's pornography at that point.
Yeah.
And that's semantics.
It's funny
attitudes of the Greeks
because
and
the
Romans
most
are wildly
conservative, the most religious states are southern states. And do you know the percentage of, or like the highest percentage of teenage pregnancies are? They're in the South. Do you know the highest?
Oh God, they're censoring him.
Yeah.
But what he was saying was right. It's the South. They do beat out all the other states and like regions when it comes to those numbers. And it's because of abstinence. They don't want to teach kids safe sex because it's blasphemy. Kids, you should never talk about it at all with children. And then it's things where
contraception is such a bad thing.
yeah,
but
it's
really,
treating pornography like it's a sin. And again, if a kid is able to jerk off and so forth, then they're not going to have like all this sexual tension where it's like they're going to be like, and that's the thing, they're able to tame their sexual urges that way. If two 16-year-old kids, a 16-year-old kid who hasn't masturbated their entire life, they're going to be like having wet dreams and everything. And when they come across like a girl that they're sexually attracted to, I mean, they're just gonna naturally what's that?
Erupt.
Yeah.
They're going to grape. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, they're probably not gonna do that.
They're gonna grape. There's no other way around it. That's the only thing they'll do. Those freaks. Okay?
But it's because they don't teach kids about safe sex, and then their parents probably make a big deal about the kids just going on the internet and masturbating to porn because it's such an evil, terrible thing just because it is. And so there you go. And it doesn't work. The data shows that the kind of stuff he's condemning improves or it actually does a good job.
No, we should make homosexuality illegal so when people are gay they have to hide it, and they then people are you know, they're ostracized and all that. That's a way better system, Gene. You're stupid.
Or we need to do what we did in Britain, or what they did in Britain, where it was illegal to be gay and they would chemically castrate you if you were gay.
We need to go back to
prison.
This is what Trump means by "Make America Great Again." Back to castrations. Back to the castrations.
But Alan Turing, remember him? He in the World War II created what's debatably the first computer, the Bomba, which was a decryption device, and he's considered the founding father of computer science. And the apparatus that he created, it's estimated that it shortened the war by 3 or 4 years, and and it's predicted that it saved millions of lives. Something like 12 million lives were saved from the invention of that machine. But then when it came out that he was gay, he was arrested, and they forced him to take this kind of medication that wasn't very scientifically sound, and he ended up killing himself, which is something that there were high suicide rates for people who took those medications. And yeah, I mean, even though he really is one of the most renowned and important academics in modern history, because of him, we have computers, and he shortened World War II by multiple years, saving millions of lives. Well, he was gay, and that's what's really important.
See, Gene's starting to learn.
Yeah, you gotta love human beings.
I like where this guy's going, saying that the Romans and Greeks weren't like sexually liberal when, in fact, like they really were. Like that, they got down, dude.
Oh yeah.
They knew how to party.
Oh,
well, it depends on where you were. It was there was a huge variation depending on what part of ancient Rome you're in and what Greek city-state you're in,
and social status,
although slightly different.
Yeah, and also there was a lot of stigma on if you were the one doing the fucking, then you wouldn't really, like in a lot of places, you didn't receive a lot of criticism, but they would look down on people who were getting fucked in the ass. So nobody wanted to be fucked in the ass if they were in a gay relationship. So there was a lot of abuse because you were only treated, I guess you weren't subjected to being devalued only if you were the one doing the fucking. So you know what that resulted in.
Different from the Christian morality that would come later. It's really only relatively recently that standards of sexual morality began to wildly change in the West. This became known as the sexual revolution. It helped usher in a new regime in the Western world that we still live under today. Unfortunately, this is nowhere more obvious than in the United States. The US is a country that's gone through different eras.
So he's showing birth pills, and that's a terrible thing. How's it a terrible thing? There's less unplanned pregnancies. There's less underage adolescent pregnancies. So that's definitely good for the economy. It's definitely good for society.
Well, cervical cancer's also gone down too since birth control, since the invention of birth control.
So no, he wants to make birth control like something like, oh, the sexual revolution, birth control is bad. In ancient Egypt, they used crocodile dung as a contraceptive. Like women would shove crocodile shit up their coochie. And so pills are bad, but crocodile dung is better.
But they weren't Christian. They worshipped the Egyptian gods, the wrong gods. That was the wrong religion.
To the beginning of the 20th century.
Yeah, ancient Egypt was a society that lasted for over 1,000 years. So it's one of the longest lasting societies. And ancient Egypt was just as ancient to the Romans as ancient Rome was to us, or is to us. And the thing is, that was the main religion, or it was the Egyptian faith for 2,000 years, and the Babylonian or the Macedonian religions. And that's the problem. People probably followed those religions just as long as, or even longer than something like Islam. And eventually the religions died out because they didn't win the bullshit lottery. But that's the thing. For the longest time, those were the dominant religions. So I guess they were all sinners. All that time they were worshiping the wrong gods.
America was a very different country from what it is today. In those days, 95% of the country identified as Christian. Abortion, pornography, contraception, and sodomy.
And that's a good thing. People being morons that just appeal to tradition, and they can't use logic to explain why something is right or wrong, or why somebody should follow certain policies. And there's so many dumb fucks that are like that, where it's just, hey, it's wrong for people to dress this way, to wear their hats indoors. Why? Just because there's this... What?
Yeah, and degenerate sexual acts. What are those specifically?
It's almost like the term degenerate is a subjective term.
Yeah,
it's like what test for.
What? Yeah, I'd like it for them to be more specific. What does this mean? You can't give blowjobs.
Asking people to be more specific, that's just obnoxious.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's an assertion.
Yeah.
So this picture or little video or whatever is 1920s, 1930s.
Everyone dresses the same.
When did the Looney Tunes start? Because Bugs Bunny, he cross-dressed all the time, and it was fine. No one had a complaint.
Yeah, but he did it for to get the edge on people. He did it for stealth reasons. He did it so he could be Machiavellian and sneak in and one up the one perv who was fucking with Granny and stuff for her money. And so he did it for reasons outside of just degenerate sexual acts.
Were all illegal and morally frowned upon. Divorce and illegitimacy were legal but rare, and the divorce that was legal
it was rare because women would be one thing that certain men would do if they didn't want to divorce their wife because they didn't want to deal with the hooplas. They would just go to an insane asylum and sign their wives in because there was pretty much no oversight at all regarding that. And you'd have women that were just sitting in padded rooms in their own fucking waste.
Electric shock therapy was very common back then too.
Yeah. Well, they might have not have subjected them to electroshock therapy because they weren't actually mentally ill, but essentially husbands were the ones that were able to decide whether their wife needed to be in an asylum. And well, why would your husband lie? They're a man. They know best. And it literally, in a lot of states, a lot of parts of our country, if they didn't feel like divorcing a woman, they could just, hey, they're second-class citizens. I'm just going to sign them into a padded room where they'll just sit in their own excrement because they just leave them there and don't check on them and barely care for them at all. And that's a worst-case scenario, but still, women pretty much couldn't divorce their husbands. The husbands had to divorce them, and if they did, it really fucked the wives over, because it's kind of like today, where if you have a criminal record, or if you have if you're dishonorably discharged, if things like that are on your record, it really fucks with your ability to find work and to function. Women didn't have the access. They didn't have the equal opportunity when it came to jobs. You could be like a typist, a teacher, a nurse. There were very few options. So if a woman didn't have a husband, they were fucked, because it was really hard for them to find a job. And if they were divorced, that would make it even harder for them to find work.
Yeah, because it would look like that they weren't a good wife to keep their husband.
So this is incel logic. Incels will argue, I've gone to podcasts where they've had incels come on and debate feminists, and that's one of the things that the incels advocate for, is that we need to go back to the 20s because divorce rates were lower and it was better for society, and they want it where women are pretty much forced to be in a relationship because men are just given all the status just by being born a male. And they want women to be fucking slaves. That's what they fucking want. This guy is a disgusting piece of shit.
Wasn't the no-fault kind we have today. The progressive movement of the time period was concerned with strengthening the country's moral values. This was known as...
And you know what? It's actually good for the economy, where when half of the population consists of people who don't have a Y chromosome, it's actually good for the economy to have that extra 50% of people contributing to the fucking economy. This guy is a fucking dumbass. And when he's talking about, birth control and safe sex and so forth, again, that's also good for the economy, where people are not having kids at a very young age, where they don't even have an established career yet, where they can take care of said kids. So it's just like, how does he not see how this stuff is definitely going to fuck our society over if we reintroduce it? Look at Afghanistan, where when Al-Qaeda took over, they made it illegal for all women to work, and their economy just completely plundered. Because what do you know? Half of their workforce, half the people contributing to the nation's GDP, just disappear. But those people need to be fed. Those people need their own shelter. They need their own amenities. And if they can't work for it, they have to rely on somebody else. So they're not earning money to pay for their own amenities. It has to be 50% of the people working to provide for themselves and to provide for the other half of the people who can't provide for themselves because there's legal boundaries that don't allow it. It's definitely not good for fucking society for things to be that way.
Anti-vice. Of course, this is all very different from modern America. In the 2020s, a majority of Americans have developed libertarian attitudes on moral and sexual issues. Many of the vices that were once illegal are now allowed. Casual sex, abortion, and divorce are common. Christianity has...
Casual sex? He just said casual sex. That's a bad... people should... what?
And it's a bad thing because... unplanned pregnancies are on a decline. So he's talking about people having casual sex or people engaging in just platonic sex and so forth outside of a relationship. But birth rates are on a decline over that. So it's just...
Yeah, and I don't know where this goes to nihilism, but I like how he's got a skull and bones for it. People gotta talk about the idea of nihilism like it's bad. It's just, I think I'm a nihilist. I don't think that's bad. It's just your view on reality. I think when it comes down to it, we're all gonna be dirt, and it is pretty meaningless. But we give it meaning. Our own,
Albert Camus. That's his variation, absurdism, which is a variation of nihilism. That's what you're talking about. Live life in the moment, enjoy life.
Yeah, but in the end, it's meaningless. But that doesn't mean we can't just enjoy life and still take things seriously and all that's going on. But yeah, I hate that shit where they try to take nihilism and act like it's supposed to be bad. It's I read the definitions, yep, sounds like me.
You can't have ethics if you yeah, if you don't have a Bible, if you don't have a scripture of like that consists of some compilation of fairy tales.
Placed by what can only be called a widespread sense of
So
nihilism.
Shabs,
Nihilism being the belief that
you believe that, in Gene, you also believe that like nothing happens when you die, like you know, you don't believe no afterlife or anything.
Maybe
free up a bed in the
maybe
hospital.
you'll wake up 2,000 years in the future where they took your DNA and resurrected you with all of humanity, because humanity has advanced so far where they're able to take anyone's DNA and revive them.
And it's actually
maybe that happens.
And it's actually you, and you have all your memories and stuff.
Yeah, would that constitute your own?
We were talking about that earlier, kind of like Star Trek, where every time they get into the teleporter, it breaks down their molecules, and then they
it's like a copy.
Yeah, so are they same? It kind of,
Well,
it is somewhat uncanny.
I'll promise you this, Shabs. I will like fetch your soul in the Sea of Souls, and I'll pull you into Valhalla.
In the Valhalla?
Yeah.
We're gonna play a video game?
No. We're gonna battle to the death every night.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And then we'll feast.
That's why I like Viking mythology more than like Christian mythologies.
Here, we're going off topic.
Okay, fine.
Nothing matters, and that morality doesn't
Do you not
exist.
love Drunken Crow,
Clearly,
Gene?
this modern era is an extreme break from the past.
Well, we
of
only
Western
got
nations.
2 minutes through the video so far.
Yet in America,
This
even
guy's
in
a
its first
fucking
state,
idiot,
people
though.
seem
Yeah.
to instinctively know that there's something deeply wrong with how things have become. Polls have consistently
There have always been issues wrong with our society. The world has always been fucked up. It's just, was there nothing wrong when Jim Crow laws were in place? Like I mentioned, that's not that far back in modern history, in American history, where the first half of the 20th century, where there's still people alive today that experienced that type of America, where women were pretty much just house slaves. Women couldn't vote. Women, men could just, husbands could just sign their wives into insane asylums. They had electroshock therapy and so forth. The way things were back then is if you had a kid with autism, you just put them in an institution and you just forget about them and move on with your life. You had Jim Crow laws and racial segregation. So was everything perfectly fine back then? It's like, oh yeah, everything was fine. Now things are wrong, and it's just in the early 20th century, which he seems to be idolizing or romanticizing. Wasn't there this thing known as World War I and World War II? Well, wasn't there this thing known as the Great Depression? I mean, I'm sorry, but and then after that, wasn't there this thing known as Vietnam? That went on from 1955 to 1975. A lot more people died in Vietnam than there were American fatalities in any sort of modern war like Afghanistan and stuff. So things are still bad. There's a lot of things to work on, but he's full of shit when it's like, yeah, when everyone was a Christian and stuff, things were better in society. It's like things were maybe a little bit more ideal if you were a upper middle class white male.
It's crazy to think that a war is what saved our country and forced women to go into the workforce so that we could win the war. And that's when after that happened and they tried to go back to how things were before World War II, women were like, fuck that, we want to earn a living, we don't want to go back to the way that things were.
Ironically, did help move women's suffrage movement along.
Shown that most Americans are upset with the morality of the country. A majority think morals have gotten much worse, and they rate the morality.
And now it's easier when it comes to certain soft sciences like sociology to collect data on how people think and what people's views are. Back then, before the internet and so forth, it was a lot harder to gather statistics on the how the average person feels and so forth within certain demographics. So there's that element. Plus, I'm fairly certain that people have always been miserable throughout much of human history. Look at the Middle Ages, where pretty much everyone was a peasant, and peasants were pretty much just fucking slaves. It's an ancient society. A third of people in the ancient world were slaves.
I bet
and the rest were illiterate peasants. What's that?
I bet the only people who were like chill with like how things were the people who knew about weed.
Knew about what?
Weed.
Maybe. It was mostly alcohol.
Of America as poor. So when we compare America of the early 1900s and America of the 2020s, the burning question that must be answered is, what happened? There's no one simple answer, but there are certain threads that can be followed. The sexual revolution.
And right there, when he's talking about LGBT and so forth, people would be fucking killed. Like, they did eugenics in Britain, which was one of the more developed countries at the time, where people, like, there were these mass rates of people committing committing suicide because of these drugs they were forced to take. And throughout most of human history, if you came out as gay, you would be murdered. If you had disabilities, people with disabilities were just neglected and forgotten about. If a kid has a psychiatric issue, you beat them with a fucking stick. Women had pretty much no rights throughout most societies, throughout all of human history. So there's a very, very, very small segment of the world's population where they could even live a decent life.
As far as like disability, like societies and sexuality and disabilities, in Sparta, yes, they did kill babies with disabilities, but in order, like, okay, so like from
I
like
don't think they actually did that. I think that's a myth.
Okay, well, it could have been. I don't fucking know. It probably is not, but from like the age of like 9 to like 22, they were supposed to be soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in order to get married or whatever, if they were like married or had a girlfriend or whatever, there was this ritual. There we go. Where the woman would shave their head and go into the agoge, the little training camp or whatever, and get in bed with that man, because they were just like through all that time they were just associated with other men, and so they were just like, oh, it's another man, blah 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 blah, and then they would figure out, oh, it's not a man, it's a woman, and they would do that. And then with samurais would do the same thing. They would have a young man or a younger man, and they would it's called pederasty, I guess. And
I'm going on a little tangent.
Well, no, we're talking about sexuality and homosexuality and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not like it's not, in history, most societies look down on it, but some societies embrace it to a point, I guess.
Yeah, but it's like that with most things. There would be societies that are an outlier where they're more they have a decent level of diversity and they don't care about race at all. You could find societies where women were highly respected and weren't treated like they were some kind of second-class citizen. And that's something that a lot of people will do, where they'll be like, actually, here's like 2 or 3 examples that are outliers. So that means that pretty much throughout all of human history, people were accepted and so forth. And there's a lot of people on the far left that do this. So this guy's a piece of shit where he wants to glorify the past and act like, hey, all this good stuff that's happening, like women and people who are just minorities of any sort having equal rights and being treated like they're actual human beings. That's why there's bad stuff going on now that's always been going on. However, when it comes to people on the far left, like a lot of, I guess, people who are like SJWs and so forth, they'll sit there and act like, no, everything's getting worse because of how bigoted people are And we're actually dealing with the greatest obstacle when it comes to just how bigoted society was. And really, throughout all of human history, people actually had it better. It's just, oh, you're also a fucking retard, like people who say that. When I was in college, I had a discussion with this one kid. His girlfriend was a feminist, and he like laughs and he's like, no, racism's definitely worse now than it was in the past. It's just, and he's like, just because there isn't segregation or slavery doesn't mean it's not worse. It's like, you're a piece of shit. You're saying that because you want to believe that it's your generation that's making all the progress. That's what it is. Let's claim that, like, hey, these people that were fucking slaves had it easier back then, and things were actually, it was an easier battle, more of a downhill battle. Now it's more of an uphill battle, because I want my generation to be the ones that really are fighting against the greatest level of adversity. And that's just covert narcissism.
Question that must be answered is, what happened? There's no one simple answer, but there are certain threads that can be followed. The sexual revolution is one of the biggest things that must be explained. The movement came to its head in the 1950s and 60s. It sought to change America's relatively modest moral values to an unrestricted...
and things were definitely much worse back then. So when you had the war in Vietnam and people were burning their draft cards and didn't want to go to war, and like you had the My Lai catastrophe where it was recorded, and there was this national outcry over the crime, where throughout prior to that, throughout most of human history, people did not give a fuck about human rights violations and would be none the wiser. That time period where there was the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King and all of these people of different racial demographics and gender demographics were fighting for equal rights and actually achieved all of those equal rights, and society started to develop more of a anti-war kind of mentality. Yeah, it definitely, all that stuff that was happening made society so fucking worse. And it's not like since World War II, war has statistically been on a fucking decline.
Look how much bigger my joint is than their little pussy joint.
Oh my God. Fuck you, Shad.
An America of strong families was turned
Dirt!
into a mess.
Dirt's here!
Look who's here!
Yay!
I know, God.
Yay!
I'm a little bit tardy for class, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are pretty tardy.
I admit, I came unprepared, John.
Fucking tard.
The chat rate is 0.
Yeah.
And we only have 3 people viewing. Are you viewing, Dirt?
No, I just sat down.
Well, open it up in a browser and view it. Are you viewing, Negan?
Yeah.
Open up a browser and view it.
I am.
Are you viewing it? Are you viewing it, Shabisky? Okay. I need to get a new host.
The world we live in today is in many ways a
co-host.
product of this revolution. In this video,
I'm the
we'll be looking at
greatest.
exactly where the sexual revolution...
See, Nicholas, Nicholas Rosa and JLV, they're viewing it, so they're superior to everyone else.
Dirt, is Danielle around?
How it's had...
Is Danielle around?
God. Stop derailing.
I'm not trying to derail. I'm trying
for American morality.
What's that?
Dirt? I don't know. Okay, he's doing something, I guess.
Let's wait for him to...
To truly understand the sexual revolution, we have to understand several key things. First, Christianity, the historic religion of the West, and its relationship to sex. Christian sexual morality has many rules and is not what today would be called.
And this is the same dude who made a video trying to defend the Inquisition and trying to defend the Middle Ages. Why? And that's something that what is it? PragerU. They've done videos trying to defend the Middle Ages. It really was a great time, time in human history. You know why?
Because women were objects even more back then, I bet.
No, it's because that was a dark age in terms of innovation and science and education, and the average quality of life just plummeted. And that was the era where the church pretty much had the most power. The church pretty much controlled everything, And that was the worst fucking moment in Western history, was when the church had absolute control.
Because if you didn't have the Black Plague, you were just illiterate. So you're either religious or illiterate or dead.
Well, it was feudalism. They didn't want people to read. They only wanted members of the church, apostles of the church, to be able to read, because they were the only ones that were allowed to interpret the Bible, and they only wanted people to be literate so they could read the Bible. And it was a patriarch. He was a philosopher who established the philosophy of humanism. And he did that to try to say, like, hey, since ancient Rome and ancient Greece, there's been this huge stagnation when it comes to progress, when it comes to science and education. And one misconception is that it was called the Dark Ages because of just how like terrible and desolate it was in terms of living conditions, which was still pretty bad in that area. But the reason it was called the Dark Ages is that it was this time frame where it was just devoid of any sort of progress when it comes to science or academics. And it was the Renaissance where it's like you had the Great Schism where people could practice Christianity however they wanted, and it wasn't just the Catholic Church that controlled everything. So you had different denominations that came into play. And then you had Rene Descartes, who came up with the philosophy of rationalism. And then that's where institutions of learning and universities, public education started to be taken seriously. So it's when secularism was introduced and people started following religion more loosely. That's where society started to improve. And then before Christianity, that's where it's like you had all of the great like Athenian, Greek, Roman philosophers. And you had a lot of notable innovations throughout that period of ancient history. But then once Christianity came in, that is the worst fucking period in Western history. And I wonder why. But apparently the Middle Ages were actually really great. They weren't that bad. Like, I wonder why like all these like Christian fucks want to defend it.
Well, which is weird because at the peak of the Muslim religion, they were doing astronomy, they were doing mathematics and stuff like that. And now it's just turned into the same thing as Christians. It's just trash.
Yeah. It's almost like societies that are less religious tend to do better. It's almost like that's a fucking statistic.
First of all, the Bible contains many passages condemning sexual immorality. For example, sodomy, bestiality, adultery,
who the fuck cares?
Cross-dressing, and more are all directly condemned in various biblical passages.
It's just cross-dressing.
Hold on. Let's go through this. Sodomizing, that's when you just fuck a butt? That's butt? I fuck butts all the time! Fuck you! What the fuck? Bestiality, that's when you have sex with somebody like Gene, right?
No, that's an animal, and that's inherently like, oh, I'm not gonna fuck this goat. Everyone should have
But what if the goat wanted it? I don't know. We need to talk to the goat.
Bestiality could also just be porn, so they don't like.
Oh, they didn't spell it bestiality. It's bestiality. So I don't know what the fuck bestiality is.
That is true. He spelt it wrong. But
it's
isn't
the best.
It's the best. Isn't bestiality illegal in most states? I would think.
Yeah, if you're sexually abusing animals, I do think it is indeed illegal in most.
I think there might be some states where people can get away with it and stuff, but I would think for the most part, the country, like, you're gonna get in big trouble for getting caught, fucking your goat or whatever. Adultery, that's cheating?
Yeah.
While you're married, yes.
Yeah. And then cross-dressing, I do that all the time. What's wrong with that?
Well, this is also, like, with cross-dressing, that's another thing that's very subjective, where how is a man supposed to dress? How is a woman supposed to dress? And even when you take gender and sex out of the equation, who the fuck cares how a person dresses?
Like you get thrown in prison for wearing a kilt?
Well, yeah, and you have to wear...
That's a woman's thing.
Well, you have to wear a suit and tie, and that's formal. Why? Just because. And it's just you're supposed to dress that way during the summer, and you're sweating up a fucking storm, and you got to take it to the dry cleaners, and it requires just this great level of maintenance and care. You're wearing this giant ribbon around your neck. Why is this the way that you're supposed to dress? Like, why is this what's considered to be formal?
Yeah.
Just because we're dumb fucks that don't think critically.
Yeah, we should like arrest people if they have like a flower on their shirt, if they're a dude. Like, bitch, that's women's stuff. That's girly shit. You're going to prison, bitch. Okay? No flowers.
Book of Matthew that marriage is between one man and one woman for life. The Christian churches developed doctrines that reflected this modest sexual morality. As such, modesty and chastity are Christian virtues, while lust and hedonism are sins.
So yes, if two people get married and then later find out that they really don't want to be with each other and even both agree on it, it's wrong for them to split up. They should force themselves to
they should be miserable. That's really good for their mental health.
Yes.
And if somebody's in an abusive relationship, they just gotta
deal with
it
it.
out.
Okay, yeah. God, just pray about it.
Pissing off this magical man in the clouds, that's really more important than your well-being.
Yeah.
I wonder how many couples, like married couples, stay together that are in a loveless marriage and they're fucking other people, but they stay together, they stay married just for the benefits. I mean, how often does that happen?
Well, it happens a lot. And that is one thing where still today, I do think that's kind of weird, where when people get divorced, unless children are involved, I don't get why it's like, hey, this one person, you need to pay them this much a month and so forth. And like all the divorce terms, I think that's kind of like antiquated.
Alimony?
Like with the alimony and so forth. And I think unless it's something where, hey, you both bought this house, so you have to pay the other person for their half of the house or something like that, I can understand where there's that 1-2 year transition period where they have to make all the dividends and so forth. But beyond that, I don't get where it's like, hey, and it's kind of leaned in a direction that's more favorable towards women now, because we're kind of trying to make up for how it definitely wasn't in the woman's favor throughout most of American history. Like I said,
I believe in like the whole house situation. Whoever wants to keep the house should have to pay the other person out for their half of the house.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the logic of, hey, if your spouse doesn't work and you get a divorce, then I can understand like, oh, you don't just kick them out on the curb and take all the money and put in one account. I can understand that there should be like a 2-year kind of transition period. But this logic that, hey, this person, you still got to be giving them alimony when they're not even working and stuff. It's just
it's perfect. It's perfectly legal for somebody to like have like a joint account with their spouse and then to immediately take all the money out and put it in their own like private account. And if a male does that, they will notify the wife like immediately when that happens. But the majority of the time, when the woman does it, the bank does not notify the husband at all, which is kind of fucked up.
There's another thing. I don't know if it happens in all states or just a couple states. You have to keep track of what you do with that alimony money Shut. Alimony money.
I've flubbed 1,000,001 times this stream, but anyway.
Alamo money.
So you can't spend that So like a woman or a person can't spend that alimony money on, like shoes or whatever. Like, I think it's required that you spend that money on your child and not whatever you want.
Well, yeah, if it is for childcare, then I 100% agree. And taking care of kids, it's something where it makes sense that one spouse is at least going to be working a lot less hours and be working probably part-time when they're taking care of children. So I do think that whether it's the mother or the father, I think the spouse who is taking on the primary caregiver role, they should get alimony until the kids are 18, until the kids are adults. But there's cases where they're 40, 50, 60 something or adults. Their kids are all out of college and are already like living on their own and everything. So they don't need the money to take care of their children. And then they'll get a divorce. And usually there is this kind of bias that's in the favor of the wife. And they'll usually, like, the husband has to pay them like alimony every month and so forth, when it's just at that point, no, they should just get a job and start living on their own. What do you think, Shab?
Jack agrees.
Term pleasure at the expense of their eternal soul.
We think of Jack.
Fully explain the concept of
Here, let's try to get through this.
Developed by ancient Greek philosophers. By this account, sexual morality wasn't a matter of arbitrary or changing value, but of objective truth. Modesty and chastity.
That's supposed to be Socrates.
That is
Because they push man
Socrates.
towards the full realization of his nature and finality. In other words, there is a natural order for human sexuality.
Yep. There we go. Socrates and Plato.
God, and it is objectively correct for humans to obey it.
What's that? What's that? Oh my God.
This is the basis of fundamental philosophy. All of this is why Christians oppose
I
sexual
like how
liberation.
unresponsive all my co-hosts are.
No, I thought.
He's talking to me?
Well, not you. You're a guest, not a co-host. But Shab is.
Well, no, that wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Drunken Crow.
Yeah, it was Crow. But I like how
I didn't even. I'm on push to talk. I didn't fucking do anything.
Well, I still want to lecture Shab, because I do like when I ask Shab a question, and he just.
I thought you were asking Drunken Crow because he made a little noise. I was waiting for him to say something.
I didn't make a noise. I'm on push to talk.
Okay, let's just move on.
In the moral development of America, and eventually the sexual revolution itself. America began as a British colony. As such, it inherited the Protestant direction that England had been going down since King Henry VIII. England, of course, was a Catholic nation historically, but had broken from the church during the reigns of King Henry VIII and Queen Elizabeth I in the 1500s. Therefore, Protestantism was the dominant religion in the young U.S. However, Catholics were tolerated in certain parts of the country. The religious views of the American founding fathers were complicated. Most came from America's Protestant background and believed that religion was critical to American society. Some, like Jefferson and Madison, were more deistic. They picked and chose what parts of God in the Bible they believed in based on what they deemed rational.
And here's the thing: even though there are founding fathers, I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
No, there are
What a bunch
founding
of old-
fathers. Everything that they think is right. Okay.
It's more of just an appeal to institution. It's just, do a lot of them deserve credit for being notable pioneers in history? Washington deserves a lot of credit for his success as like a military general. Like Benjamin Franklin definitely was a really successful Renaissance man when it came to his inventions and when it came to science as well. But the point is that they can still, like, nobody is right 100% of the time. You shouldn't take any sort of historical figure and give them this kind of idol status where, hey, we got to treat them like everything they did was perfect because they're the founding fathers.
Well, I do in this case. I think, if I remember right, Thomas Jefferson wrote his own Bible, but he he didn't involve all like the magic-y kind of stuff.
Yeah. The logic's kind of stupid there because it's just like, it's like saying the first person to bake a cake, that's the best person to ever be able to, they know how to bake a cake better than anybody else. It's like, no, like,
you know how many countries,
like, we get better at things as time goes on and learn and everything. Like,
but you know how many countries were established by warmongers and like expansionist sort of like dictators? So it's like any country where you go through their history and it's just like, hey, the first king, the first emperor tortured a bunch of people and they took over all of these territories and provinces and they raped all the masses and stuff. And I mean, this thing, a good example is Mongolia, Genghis Khan. They have statues of him and what is it, Ulaanbaatar, which is their capital. And they do kind of idolize him to some extent. And he's one of the most evil men in all of human history. He engaged in mass rape and pillaging across the entire fucking like Eurasian continent or mega continent. So, I mean, he's responsible for one of the biggest genocides in all of human history. But because he's this historical figure that's deeply associated with that nation, people try to put him on a pedestal. And it's just, you got to stop doing that. Most historical, and then people will find out that certain historical figures did have their flaws, like Thomas Edison, and now they're Hitler. So there's also that black and white thinking that they're either this perfect kind of God, and you look at them like they're just a superhuman, or they're Hitler because they weren't the only perfect human being in all of human history. So some of the flawed, like dated views they had back then, it automatically makes all their accomplishments worth nothing, and they deserve no credit for their accomplishments. They're just a poopy butt face in every way.
No, you can't. I mean, from our perspective now, you can't like put our views on them because, like, oh yeah, they're not great. Everyone knows they're not. Thomas Jefferson had probably like a handful of kids with slaves, but Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, and he never freed them either.
Yeah, probably didn't.
Yeah.
And then fucking Edison. Oh yeah, he the light bulb and whatever. No, he shocked the shit out of an elephant just to.
I believe that is also like a misconception.
Why?
No, he did that, dude.
Yeah, there's a photo of it.
He blew up an
look it
elephant.
up. I do believe that was something that that wasn't one of his videos.
Yeah. But the point...
yeah, of course it wasn't one of his videos. He didn't have videos back then.
Yeah, but the point is just because they were the founding fathers doesn't mean they're not like
flawed.
Human.
very
well, not
flawed.
Even flawed. Human. That's the point. No one's fucking perfect. I mean, the issue is that, let's say, even though it was like a couple hundred years ago. Let's say maybe the basic ethics they have is almost identical to how it is now. So it's not a matter of like, hey, holding them to the standards of the time. The issue is they're still fucking human beings. And just on that basis alone, they could have flawed judgment. They could have enforced certain ideologies that are kind of broken and irrational and not very advantageous. So this logic of, hey, let's put certain public figures, historical figures on a pedestal and just cherish everything they enforced unconditionally, that's just being stupid. Whether you do it with people who are still alive today or whether you do it to historical figures, it's just there isn't a single human being who is perfect in every single way.
But look at Thomas Jefferson in this picture. He has like that little smirk. It's kind of like the Mona Lisa. It's just he's so adorable and perfect. Like how can you not
kiss him?
like?
Another good example is like Andrew Jackson. He's on the $20 bill. He murdered like 70-something people. He was behind the Trail of Tears.
And he also beat the shit out of someone with his cane.
Yeah. But the Trail of Tears, it's something like, I think it was the largest killing of Native Americans. Maybe there's some Mayan and Aztec emperors and certain wars where more Native Americans died, but it was the largest genocide of Native Americans.
It was the Seminole Indians from Florida into Oklahoma.
Yeah, and I mean, he is probably the closest thing we had to a Hitler Pol Pot president. He did engage in this mass genocide that was even unacceptable by the ethics of like that particular time period. So, and he's on the $20 bill.
Rational. This was contrasted by founders such as Samuel Adams and John Jay, who was president of the American Bible Society. As I said, the religious views of the founders were diverse and complicated. In any case, the American founding was also heavily influenced by the ideas of the so-called Enlightenment and the philosophy of John Locke. Locke emphasized what he called natural rights granted by God that could be determined through reason alone. He also advocated the indifference of the state toward religion. This was very different from traditional governing philosophy, where the state...
You should go to a Native American like casino and then just pay with all 20s.
Oh. They probably wouldn't care.
Tended to work with the church towards religious objectives. The founders adopted many of Locke's ideas, and what they created became known as American.
A lot of places don't accept 50s or $100 bills.
Why?
So I don't know. I think it has to do
No
with
big
some...
bills, John. You're gonna clear out my change drawer, huh? Use a 20 like a normal person. You pay with a card. Motherfucker.
It has something to do with them having a history where they were heavily counterfeited. So a lot of places don't take them, and they don't print as many of them. So a lot of people don't ask for $50, $100 bills. So, I mean, it makes sense that if you're going to try to withdraw a large stack of money, of cash, then it would probably be asked for 20s.
Oh, I thought it had
the
to
founders
do
were very
something with Benjamin Franklin not being a president.
Christian denominations and some ideas.
What was
They
it?
wrote religious tolerance into the
Shakogawea,
US
she was
Constitution.
never president.
Some of the founders wanted to.
That's what you should do. You should ask for just all $1 coins.
Yeah,
that would piss them off more than asking for all 20s.
Vague form of Christianity to be made the official religion of the federal government. But
I'm gonna melt down
The
these.
founders
I'm gonna melt them down.
were not religiously orthodox, but they were also not hardcore secularists who believed that religion should be banned from public life like modern atheists do. John Adams famously said, "Our Constitution."
Wait, what?
Was it? Wasn't Alexander Hamilton? Yeah, he wasn't a president at all.
Did you hear what he just said?
Hamilton was a president.
He said modern
he
atheists want to ban religion. He just said
no,
that.
they don't. They want to keep it out of
just said
schools.
that.
But he's going to interpret that as them trying to ban it. No, Alexander Hamilton wasn't a president. He was one of the founding fathers.
Oh, fuck.
What? Yeah, he. I don't think he even ran for.
Didn't he write the preamble, or was that Thomas Jefferson?
No, wait, the preamble, was that the fucking preamble for the national
Constitution?
But he
no, the Constitution.
Yeah, apparently he associated a lot with James Polk, who was another one of the founding fathers, but then he got into a pistol duel with James Polk, and that's how Hamilton actually died. But he ended up representing Thomas Jefferson, or supporting Thomas Jefferson in his election campaign over James Polk, who ran for president. And yeah, he died at a young age. I think he was like in his 30s when he passed away.
Wait, but didn't we have a Polk for president at one point?
No.
Yeah, we had a Polk.
There's James Madison, James Monroe. I don't think we did.
It is wholly inadequate for the government of any other. But despite the founders admiring religion, the Constitution and American liberalism put vague ideas.
It was George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson,
James Knox
Madison
Polk was the 11th president of the United States of America, Mr. James Knox Polk.
Oh, he was the president during the Mexican-American War. There we go.
Of liberty and equality above
Google
all
guy
else,
does
even
it
God.
again.
He was the president before Zachary Taylor.
American founding ideology also never resolved the conflict between objective morality and natural law.
What's that?
Dirk was like 1 second quicker than me. I knew that there was a President Polk. See, Gene, you're not always right.
Well, I've actually talked about them on stream before. I had a brain fart moment where I wasn't retrieving it.
We all do.
What's that?
Gene's brain
We all
farts
do.
all the time, though.
Exactly.
Is moral relativism and apathy. All of this
Gene's
opened the door for
brain
negative
got
long-term
gas.
consequences for American morality. American federal judge and author Robert Bork wrote, "The signers of the Declaration of Independence took the moral order they had inherited for granted. It did not occur to them that the document's rhetorical flourishes might one day become dangerous if that moral order weakened." All of this background is very important for future events that would take place in the sexual revolution. America's lack of official religious direction, combined with it being founded on vague notions of liberty.
So these baseless ethics that there's no logic behind them at all. You can't give any sort of argument for why these sort of ethics should be enforced or should be treated, should be held to any sort of legal standard. We should support these sorts of ethics because of a book of fairy tales that was written 2,000 years ago. And society's bad because people aren't abiding by these ethics that have no sort of logical application.
Hey, I got a
Would go on
question.
be exploited.
What's that?
I got a question.
Yeah.
Voy Mikolaka. Can we move on now that Dirt's here?
Well, we should probably stop interrupting the video.
For so-called sexual liberation, far beyond the
Yeah,
intentions of
Dirt's
many
here,
founders.
John.
If they
It's
saw the
time
things
to get
many
to the
people do today,
real
they would tar and feather them, to say the least. For example, colonial America had many different anti-obscenity laws, including laws against buggery, also known as sodomy, at the time of the revolution and after.
Also known as sodomy.
So why does that matter? So he keeps saying like, hey, they used to make this stuff illegal and it's the Christian way. Now this stuff is allowed and it's bad because less people are being Christian, and because less people are being Christian, less people are conforming to these baseless ethics that serve no purpose. Why is that a bad thing? My like religion says that you're supposed to like rub peanut butter in your belly button every Tuesday. Now people aren't rubbing peanut butter in their belly button every Tuesday because people aren't abiding by this just random doctrine. It's such a bad thing because people aren't doing this random thing that serves no purpose that we've always done because, well, you're supposed to do it because, well, because book says so and tradition.
Wait, so is this guy worried about Christians doing butt stuff or non-Christians doing butt stuff?
He's just worried about people in general doing it.
And no founding father ever expressed a problem with that. All of this notwithstanding, Christianity remained the dominant religion of the US through the 1700s, 1800s, and early 1900s. Most of this was Protestant denominations, but Catholics did make up an important minority, and their importance would increase as time went on. In fact, by 1900, Catholicism was the largest single church within the United States. By the early 1900s, the United States...
So why is that a good thing? Again, slavery was a thing throughout all the 19th century, and
it was a global superpower.
Because Catholicism is the correct one.
The world. During this time period, the government still banned things like porn, abortion, sodomy, etc. Devout Christians like Anthony Comstock used their government positions to fight hard against vice and degeneracy. The Comstock laws were a series of laws that banned the transport.
Comstock. Are you kidding me?
Obscene material through the mail, and they were strictly enforced. Liberty in America was not seen as liberty to do whatever you wanted. And
what's his middle name? Dot.
So
Anthony.
There you go.
Comstock.
We have another contradiction where it's like, hey, liberty was not to do whatever you wanted. So this is where, when it benefits them, it's like, hey, freedom of speech and so forth. They should be allowed to do whatever they want. But then when it doesn't benefit them, yeah, like somebody who has a penis wearing like earrings and some kind of I don't know, feminine wig. Yeah, like that. We need to throw people in jail for that.
Protect liberty in society, hedonism had to be restrained. If you watched my video on the French Revolution, you will have heard the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty. Positive liberty is the view that true freedom comes from being allowed to pursue virtue. This is contrasted by the view of negative freedom, which asserts that freedom comes from lack of personal restraints. But despite America's success...
So, why should somebody... I mean, no country is like absolute freedom. Would that be just anarchy? Because that's not feasible. And maybe when we have some kind of like supercomputer that has all the perfect algorithms to like create a government where, I don't know, it's just not, unless people evolve to some higher life form, it's just anarchy isn't going to happen. So I like where it's like, we're a free country, freedom. And it's like, there's no such thing as a country that's 100% free. And then he's talking about good or bad freedom. So I guess preaching the choir, he's showing that there's at least some nuance there, but he's saying to show restraint. And it's just, well, it makes sense where you need to show restraint in some areas, like when it comes to punching people in the face if they annoy you. But show restraint when it comes to masturbating to porn. Who the fuck cares if somebody does that? It's just, we gotta force people to do these stupid things or not allow people to do things that are completely innocent. Why? Because.
There were cracks in the foundation. Freedom of religion meant that Christianity, despite its power, had no official, legal position as part of the federal government. This left openings for anti-Christian actors to enter and subvert the state. At the same time, affluence and decadence had begun to make Americans complacent and materialistic. Already in the 1920s, President Calvin Coolidge warned the country against what he called pagan materialism. Like most educated Americans of his day, President Coolidge believed that Christianity and morality were absolutely vital to American societal health, and he worried that America's rapidly increasing affluence could undermine them. Religion is strongest when life is hard, and is seen by many as an inconvenience when life is easy. People start to believe that material goods are...
Calvin Coolidge, wasn't he the president after Woodrow Wilson?
Valid replacement for the divine, and the technology is a valid replacement for God. They're wrong, of course, but this thinking becomes more common with societal affluence. To make matters worse, World War I created a sense of nihilism and sadness that spread across the whole Western world. European civilization and history started to be called into question. To this day, most of the European countries who fought...
And I mean, one of the doctrines that people use to, justify war was Christianity. God wills it. Like, that's how people viewed war throughout much of human history, is that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. and that it's our side versus their side, and war is just a way to expand your nation's greatness along. And if God didn't want there to be war, he wouldn't allow war to happen. And that's the excuse and the justification that, or much of the excuse and justification that Germany and the Austrian-Hungarian Empire used in World War I.
In World War I never regained the power and influence they had prior to the war. Pope Benedict XV referred to World War I as the suicide of civilized Europe. The forces who were hostile to European civilization saw this as their opening to start seizing power. It's no coincidence that after the war, Marxism and modern art grew vastly in popularity. At the same time, America's Protestant elites began to lose their faith and turn their attention to money-making. They also began to adopt early...
I guess, are you still there, Dirt?
Yeah.
I guess we can move on now.
Oh, thanks, John.
Okay. Well...
Quitos.
So, do you remember what aphantasia is?
That's what's wrong with me.
What's that?
My pineal gland is calcified. My third eye is blind.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, but it's when it's estimated that like 2% of the population has this, and it's where you can't generate mental imagery. Now, I've discussed this on stream. I actually have this where I can't generate mental imagery.
So you're third eye blind.
Yeah, so I can't picture images in my head and so forth. And this is something where, like, I was well aware that people, like a small percentage of people had this problem, because when you read about learning disabilities and so forth, they'll bring up like aphantasia, or not aphantasia, but having your mind's eye being blind. But the term has been coined very recently, and now there's a bunch of research that's being conducted in regards to this kind of disorder. It's still not in like the DSM, so it's not on the books a condition, but now the research showing that, hey, it can interfere with kids' reading comprehension because they can't picture what they're reading in their head. And there's all these surveys where they found people who have aphantasia, they prefer reading nonfiction. And when they're asked like what kind of elements of a story they like, they'll claim that they're interested in like the character development. They're interested in like science fiction when it comes to the more conceptual things. And people who score higher on tests when it comes to like visual imagery, well, they prefer more fantasy and more descriptive, like vivid descriptive texts. So there's a lot of interesting facets to this, but I'll get to why I'm bringing this up in a second.
Imagine an apple. For many of us, this simple phrase conjures up a mental image of a bright red fruit with a stem and green leaves attached. However, for someone with aphantasia, they see a blank screen, devoid of any mental imagery. The same thing happens if they try to imagine a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a spouse. In aphantasia, you can't generate or recall mental images, and you can't visualize people, objects, or scenes in your mind.
Apparently there's neural plasticity. So one of the things where usually if somebody has like a disability, like let's say they're blind, they usually have more like a heightened sense of hearing or sound. Because the parts of the brain that aren't being dedicated to sight will develop to like accommodate for other areas to make up for it. So here, apparently people with aphantasia have better verbal memory, or like it's, what is it? You got implicit, explicit memory, and then there's semantic memory, which is like facts and data, statistics. So apparently people with aphantasia tend to perform better in that area to compensate for it. And then there's episodic memory. So that's memorizing events, memorizing things that you saw and experienced. So they have poor episodic memory. So their declarative memory, when it comes to facts and data, they're more likely to remember like what year the movie was released, the title of the movie, the names of the characters, people who directed it, but they're less likely to be able to recall certain scenes in the movie.
Mind's eye. Instead, you rely on other senses like.
Oh, thank you.
Bro, I'm just so you can't like picture somebody's face in your mind? Like I can't. That's crazy.
What are you, fucking retarded?
No, I actually do have, I actually do have that problem. A lot of times I'll see like actors on stream. I'm like, is that person? So I do have that issue where we're gonna talk about Chucky. There's one like his voice sounded similar. Apparently they had this actor play a different character each season. And the second season, it's like, okay, he sounds familiar, his body like, but I just couldn't remember what he looked like. And I looked in and it's like, oh, he is the same person. So that happens a lot where if there's certain changes with somebody's appearance and so forth, then I see them on camera. It's like, they could be that actor, but I have a difficult time like determining that.
Does that affect your dreams? Because like,
I don't dream. I'll like apparently Penn Jillette, he has aphantasia, and I read an article that he wrote, and he does a good job explaining it. He says that it's more like you're just going through ideas in your head as you're sleeping. So when I dream, there aren't images, but it's like I'm, I guess, just thinking of events.
Or factual information.
That's
if you have aphantasia, you can memorize it's red, green, round, and smooth. So you recognize it in a store or see it on a table. But when you look away and you try to recall an apple, it's just a blank screen. Same if you're on a beach vacation. Someone with aphantasia remembers where they went, what they did, who they were with, but they can't bring up pictures in their head. They don't see the sand, the sun, or the beach in their mind's eye.
Hey everyone, it's Jacob from...
Okay, so here I got an article. This is why I brought it up. So it was on Medical Daily or Medical News Today, and then there's other articles about this on like Scientific America, Science Daily, but where's the fucking article I got? But here's the thing. There's a supposed cure where people can open their mind's eye, even if they've had aphantasia their entire life.
John needs to take the DMT.
Yeah, do it, Gene. So. Do it for me, babe.
Dude, the Iowa... Is it really? Dude! John.
So here, let me read it. A 34-year-old woman with aphantasia has developed the ability to experience mental imagery for the very first time after taking magic mushrooms. Describing the usual case, a researcher from Lumiere University, Lyon II in France, explains that the woman had lived her entire life with no mind's eye, yet began thinking and dreaming in images following her psychedelic trip. It's thought,
her third fucking eye.
Yeah, it's thought that between 2 and 4% of people have aphantasia, which refers to an inability to generate mental pictures. Describing her experience, the subject of the new and as yet not peer-reviewed case report said that if someone tells me imagine a castle, I can only imagine a castle that I know, like Hogwarts, and it takes the form of descriptions. Aphantasia is not.
I don't think he's here. I think he's in Gene
probably
World.
will, like binge eating disorder.
You can't hear us.
Disorder, and then they include in the DSM. Crazy. So now that there's more research, this might actually
Gene.
be applied to the DSM or
Not
something.
surprised.
The woman revealed that her lack of mental imagery made it difficult for her to remember routes and caused her to regularly lose her way when she got lost. So that's something I did notice when I drove. I had a very difficult time with like parallel parking and just parking in general because I couldn't picture the other two cars in the
You're
space.
lying.
I couldn't create like a mental image of,
I wonder if he sees us. Let me see if I could get him to respond to my pizza. Pizza!
Mushrooms.
Pizza!
The internal universe suddenly became populated by graphic scenes. I found it incredible because it was the first time I had
How does he not
images in
see
my
all our
mind,
shits lighting
and I
up?
realized that you can
Imagine
play with
he is
images,
hearing us and
zoom
just
in, zoom out,
yeah,
break
he's just
down
trolling
colors.
us.
She explained. So can you only do that
that'd be the best
when you're taking shrooms or psychedelics or psilocybin, or are you guys able to do that if you're trying to?
Is this part of aphantasia?
Mentally, are you able to like? I guess control the.
I wonder if the stream can hear us, or is it the stream hears both of us?
Oh,
Can we fix it?
Anything I can hear, they hear. So,
Damn,
that's
Gene,
funny.
can you hear
Are you
us?
there, John?
John, what was that?
I
again?
want to tell Gene about it, but I also
The CIA
love this.
does not want John to open up his third eye, bro, and it's serious.
Can you hey, Gene, you there?
Gene, that was really funny. I know that I probably should have messaged you right away, but that was really funny. Just to...
Can you hear us?
Oh, let me get...
Can you read me? Damn.
John said Discord is acting up. To give him a second.
I mean, I don't know. John's got a lot of stuff going on in his head. I don't know if he can survive a third eye prying mushroom trip.
It's not for everyone. I've met people that like mushrooms and acid and shit kind of ruin their life.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, I fucking hate Discord. It will do this like once a stream where it says RTC like connecting, and then I have to close Discord and open it back up.
You can hear us though now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Okay.
So where did I leave off last time?
Probably like you probably were like a paragraph into the article and then it cut out.
Yeah.
We were
Sounds
listening
about
to you though. We're all paying
could
attention.
hear
We're
us.
like everybody we're like shut the fuck up. Let Gene just read the article and then we'll move on when he comes back.
Yeah, I
We heard you.
respectfully decided to do that. We weren't making fun of you whatsoever.
Okay. Was there was it a very I don't know, pleasant still image?
You're just
No,
too
you were
loaded and
reading.
spinning dots to me, so.
Oh. So I find it incredible because and I was asking you guys like zoom in, zoom out, break down colors. So are you guys able to manipulate like mental imagery that way?
If I'm on a heavy dose of mushrooms, you're damn
if you're
right.
not on shrooms, I'm talking about just in general.
I could.
So you can generate an object in your head, and then kind of as if you're controlling a camera, like a first dimensional view, as if like you're controlling a camera and some kind of like satellite.
It's not quite that vivid, but it's strange. Like you don't see it necessarily. It's hard to explain, but you can picture it. It's weird.
Well,
What about generating sounds? So
I've
if
had
you're
some Inception kind of shit where I woke up in my dream, and then I woke up after that.
Oh yeah, I think I've had that happen. We should wake up
never had
together
that
in our
happen.
dreams, Drunken Crow.
Well, what about like generating sounds in your head? Like if you're reading, people talk about how they can imagine the voice of a character.
I can do that.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
that.
So it's like you can actually hear the.
No, you don't actually hear it, but you just like imagine like what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Or
And
you-
like what their tone of voice is.
Yeah, you read it or you see it in their tone of.
It's
tone of
it's
voice.
more like you feel it. It's like just like how you just like you feel scared like when you're in a scary environment. It's like kind of like that like same feeling. Like you just feel like you know what that thing's going to look like inside of your mind. Like whatever you're trying to visualize or whatever you're trying to hear.
Well, here she said, zoom in, zoom out. She explained the possibilities with mental images are endless and not limited to the visual and sensory experiences of real life. Shortly after her shroom trip, the woman began dreaming in images and reports that her mind's eye has now remained open for a full 12 months.
Dude.
Yeah. So before this experience, I had no visual memories of my life. And after the first intake, I was able to have them, she said. For example, one of my best memories when I was running after the chickens at my grandmother's house when I was 2 years old now materializes in visual form as well. Now that's interesting. So if I have memories of events in the past, I'd be able to materialize images and I've never had any like I guess mental imagery of those events.
Dude, maybe Gene should microdose.
Yeah.
Yeah, to assess.
No,
the
we should
challenge-
just fill him up with as much as we can give him.
To assess the changes in the woman's everyday conscious experience, the case report author asked her to retrospectively complete the vividness of visual imagery questionnaire. So that's what I was trying to recall last time. Results showed that her score increased from the minimum rating before taking psilocybin to the maximum, suggesting a dazzling explosion of mental magnificence. A year later, her score had dropped to the average rating for a person with aphantasia or without aphantasia. So, yeah, so it seemed like for a year, she had like way above like a 10 on the like, I guess, visual or mental imagery like scale. And then it just dropped down to, I guess, like a 6 or 7, which would be average. So, hey, I'm willing to give it a try. And you can just do it once every year. Person with aphantasia indicating that the ability to perceive mental imagery had persisted, but was now less spectacular than it had been. She's probably going to chase that original high. There's going to be a bunch of aphantasiacs or whatever you call it. People with aphantasia. they're going to be getting hooked. Like I need to get that original vividness or whatever. I need to have that. It's still pretty vivid, but I'm only getting to an 8. I want to get back to that 10 on that scale.
Dude.
And they develop like a resistance to it. They realize how exceptional it is to have mental imagery. I've never I've never been able to imagine things this way. I've never been able to see things this way. But then they start to develop a tolerance where it doesn't even give them any mental imagery.
Dude, imagine being Gene's mushroom dealer, dude. You'll be rich in no time. You'll be the richest mushroom dealer that ever lived.
Nah, just give Gene some ayahuasca.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But cut out the middleman. We'll get you. We'll rip that third eye right out of your head, Gene.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll talk about this after I finish the article. Then it had
fan meetup.
Mm-hmm.
Then it had been immediately after the trip. For instance, she revealed that their internal visualizations had become less colorful in the 12 months since her mushroom experience. Though it's impossible to say how this reversal came about, the author of the case report explains that psilocybin is known to alter visual perception. At the same time, aphantasia has been linked to dampened emotions, and aphantasia is linked to dampened emotions. Oh, I guess I have that correlative kind of symptom. But correlation doesn't equal causation. And it's therefore possible that the influence of psychedelic drugs on emotional processing may somehow impact mental imagery. Maybe being emotionally blunted or being emotionally stilted, maybe that's why I can't.
Have you ever ate weed before?
No.
Yes.
You probably should have like a weed cookie or a weed brownie before you.
You've done edibles before, Gene, right?
Or yeah. Like I haven't done cookies. I've done like the gummies and stuff.
Do like a cookie or a brownie.
Mm-hmm. So despite the woman's eye-opening story, the author says it is important to note that this case report is based on a single individual who experienced the emergence and persistence of mental imagery over time and should be interpreted with caution. Further research involving larger samples, long-term follow-ups, and controlled studies is needed to explore the potential effects of psilocybin and their durability on the quantity of life and mental imagery of aphantasic individuals. Aphantasic. Okay, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Aphantasic. The case report is awaiting peer review and is available as a preprint. So I did look into this because they said, like, hey, it's this one person. Now they're starting to go down the route of doing more peer-reviewed research on it. But apparently there's a lot of anecdotal reports of people claiming that it's worked for them. Where different people, like I've read forums and so forth on Reddit. Like I'm part of a subreddit that's like an Aphantasia subreddit. But they do just like what people have discussed is that, yeah, they've tried psychedelics. Some people claim that after just taking like a gram or something, they were able to see images, and they had to do take multiple like what they'd have to have multiple sessions or whatever, where when they gradually increased it until they got to, some people said, oh, once I got to 2 grams, it opened my mind's eye. Like I'm currently in like 3.5 grams, 4 grams, and I'm getting there. I kind of feel, but apparently people who have this condition claim that it works. So I'm actually considering. I looked into the legality. I was thinking, I'm going to Nevada. Is it legal or decriminalized there? Nope. My state, nope. But you know where it is decriminalized?
Canada.
Colorado.
Nope. Washington, D.C.
Oh, no shit.
Which is only a 40-minute... Yeah, it's only a 40-minute ride away from where I live. Pretty close to Baltimore. So Maryland enclaves Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. is like the size of a lot of the counties, municipalities in the state. So, I mean, it's pretty much just like people kind of treat it like it's just a county in Maryland. So I could just take a 40-minute drive there, and they have stores where you can buy like magic mushrooms. So here's a guy who visited DC, and he's talking about it. And yeah, I could do an IRL stream, but they talk about how like you don't know what your first experience would be, so you should probably do it with somebody you trust. Have like a babysitter.
Yeah, that's highly recommended. I've been a babysitter for a lot of people tripping, and I feel like I've like saved like a lot of people from doing like fucked up shit, like digging in garbage and stuff like that.
I had one friend, you know, we were all tripping, and we walked out his back door on the porch, and he had this big property with like, you know, lots of land led down to woods, and he was like, I should just run. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't. Let's sit down. He was like, dude, I was like, the next day he was like, yeah, bro, I was just gonna fucking shed my clothes and take off.
We need to buy like restraints, like bed restraints.
Yeah, we'll put you in like a Hannibal Lecter chair.
Yes.
Hey,
why do I got all the skin on my face?
One second, I'll be right back.
Dirt, how far away do you live? Like you're didn't you?
It'd probably be a 12-hour drive.
Ooh. I don't know. Like I need to do an IRL stream. Shab needs to in a few months visit me in Maryland, and then we can go to DC, which isn't that far away. It's only like 40 minutes away. And
you guys see this?
Dude, yeah. I want to take mushrooms on the president's lawn.
Yeah. You guys know what this is?
A dress?
Yeah. No, it's a jacket. A straight jacket.
Oh, well, you definitely need that.
All right, John. So we're going to be sitting outside of the White House tripping nuts. We're going to have you in the straight jacket.
Yeah, we got to get this for Gene.
Well, I was thinking we need to like go to a cheap hotel or whatever, but yeah, Shab will be my babysitter when I go on my psychedelic trip. Okay. I go on my journey to open my third eye.
It'd be funny on the meetup for one of us to wear a straight jacket.
Yeah.
Right, like.
But Shab, what do you think of this? Where in a few months, you can come to Maryland, and then on one of the days we can go to DC, the capital, which is like only like 40 minutes away from Baltimore. And
then you'll overdose?
Well, I'll probably start with like a gram. And go up from there.
About Initiative 81. That was a decriminalization.
You need to go all the way.
Years ago.
Either go all the way or nothing, Gene.
Go bigger, go home.
Okay, yeah, go bigger, go home.
Silent darkness.
Yes, I'm gonna shove it all up your ass.
I should probably gradually wean myself up.
No, that's dumb. Yeah. That's how idiots live life, Gene.
So here, let's get through the video, the 4-minute video.
This guy's a dork.
Now, you may be asking, what is Initiative 81? Well, it was a policy that was put forward by the local voters here in DC. It was supported by decriminalized nature, and it was financially backed by David Bronner. That's all pretty big stuff. It passed with 76% approval rating, which is great, and what it allows for is the simple possession of 4 different entheogenic substances. You may be asking yourself, can you grow these at home? Can you purchase these? How can you get it? Well, the laws are really tricky here in DC, and you can't commercially grow, you can't commercially sell these products. But if you're in the possession, if you have them with you, then it's technically not legal, but it is deprioritized, and it's the lowest priority for local law enforcement. So keep that in mind. These things aren't necessarily legal, they're deprioritized.
So it's kind of like with weed in a lot of states where it's technically not legal on a federal level and so forth, but they do have a bunch of shops where you can buy like candy bars and stuff, and they're being like
without further ado,
commercially like produced and manufactured and distributed. So so there's retail shops that you can go into and get like candy that has psilocybin in it.
Let's get into what I picked up from a local dispensary. The first thing I went for were these Sour Patch gummies. These are a THC gummy, and while I was there, I was offered the option to purchase some art. And what the option does, when you purchase an art print, you're also gifted some mushrooms.
Actually
Either
LSD
mushroom chocolate bar, mushroom gummies, or mushrooms themselves, the dried fruiting bodies. Personally, I chose to get a chocolate bar. This is the first time I've ever seen a chocolate bar that has THC and psilocybin. I also picked up this 1-Up and Polka Dot chocolate bar. This is 2 different companies that made a collab, and I've seen both of theirs online, but I haven't actually had the opportunity.
Dude, that's cool. A THC and psilocybin thing.
Yeah.
That's
It had Rick and Morty on it.
Yeah, that was neat.
I'm trying to look for this one store I looked up.
Purchase these products, but it's deprioritized, not legal. Keep that in mind. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you learned something new. I always recommend that you follow the local laws, regulations within your city, state, federal government. Here in DC, the laws are a little bit gray area. Like I said, the possession, not legal.
I think he's just saying this to protect himself.
So keep that in mind. I just got back to my hotel room here in DC, and I want to give a close-up of what these products look like. This first chocolate bar is called the Trippy Flip, and it has really nice packaging. It's a white chocolate Oreo cookie with psilocybin extract and THC distillate. I really like the Rick and Morty theme that they have going on. Made with premium ingredients, Trippy Flips aims to bring you the best and purest psychedelic experiences. 30 minutes to 1 hour to activate, and I like how they put stay in a safe and comfortable environment, use responsibly, and enjoy your trip. On to the next one. This is the Sour Pack. This is just a THC vegan gummy. No mushrooms in this one. And last but not least, we have this 1-Up and Polka Dot chocolate bar collab. The flavor is peanut butter and jelly, and one thing I really like about it is
Nintendo wants their Mario icons and stuff.
QR code right here is to their Instagram, and this seal that they have on it shows that it's an authentic product with a lab report, and you can do all that, and I'll show a quick pop-up of what that looks like. On the back, they have some really good information about where they're made, and also the serving suggestions, as well as the ingredients list. I would say this one is definitely what has the coolest packaging that I've seen.
What do you think, Shab? Do you want to come out to Baltimore like in the spring?
Let's do it.
You
Let's
want to
get
do some
high as
IRL
fuck.
streams?
Yeah, let's get high as fuck.
We're going to do an IRL stream at like a Baltimore, DC meetup where we try to open John's third eye.
I really do love the lab report that they offer, as well as
I'll
the
be your
overall
shaman,
information
John.
aspect. So,
what's that?
I'll be your shaman, John. I'll open your third eye.
Whoa.
Is your third eye euphemism for your butthole?
That's your brown eye.
Nah,
grateful to be able to check
Gene's
these out.
pineal gland is all calcified. It's all fucked up. We need to fix it.
DC.
It's going to help me unlock all my chakras.
Thank you very much for watching. Hope you learned something new.
I want
Don't
to
forget
do
to like.
something for my 29th birthday, which is in January, the end of January, and I need to get the fuck out of my state.
You're lying.
You can come to the Maryland meetup. Oh, yes, I'm 18.
Whoa. Are you?
Yeah, so,
shit,
exotic flowers.
John's been
I
underage
couldn't see.
this whole time.
Gosh.
Where are the shrooms? This is the site that's supposed to... Premium carts. They don't show where the shrooms are.
Probably because, they're not necessarily legal, and like you probably have to walk in there for them to be like, hey man, we got these too.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Rick and Morty, we're going to do the countdown tomorrow on the PPP.
When's it come out? Tomorrow?
Yeah, so it's 11 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yeah, it airs.
But this is the most recent trailer they released. So I got a 1.5 speed, and I got a... Or maybe we should just do 2 and just keep pausing
Don't
it.
fuck around with Viacom, John.
What's that?
Don't fuck around with Viacom, John. They want their money.
A leg, Morty! Any progress? I found the version of me that killed my wife. You just missed it.
Ooh, okay. So I think this is the first trailer where they've talked.
They talked a little bit in the other one. But yeah, if you haven't heard the voice yet, that's it.
Maybe we should.
Can I ask if you're
You're
currently a hologram?
Yeah, hold on. 1 sec.
That's enough.
I wish I was a hologram.
Do we know anyone sober? Have you been drinking? On a Thursday?
Yeah.
Being very tentative.
To collapse. Let's find out.
Face is tentative.
The Ace of Spades.
Gene has AIDS. Gene has AIDS. Yeah.
I said I was sorry. No, you didn't. I said it quietly. Shut up. Yeah, you had a job be right bummed it.
Yum yum.
Morty talk more. So, what is it? Justin Roiland, he did the voice for both of them, and I think a bunch of other characters. Now it's 2 different voice actors.
I was wondering if you could help me out with a bit of a rake situation. A rake situation?
Oh, Jerry sounds the same.
I think it's the same actor.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that last one was just for shock value.
I noticed we've heard a lot of Rick. Morty's the one that they're not really giving us much of. Oh, there's not iced tea, water tea.
Maybe that's done on purpose, Gene, to keep people like.
Oh, here we go. Okay, let me. Really got to sample this.
What do you say, Rick? Fly through space, come upon something, maybe I have a moral objection?
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but it's still good.
It sounds more dissimilar compared to the Rick replacement, but you'll get used to it. I mean, that's something I never really understood when people are like, hey, if this voice actor dies, they can't find anyone to replace them. The show's just over. And it's not just with Rick and Morty. I think people are being a bit too dramatic.
Yeah, tell that to Bugs fucking Bunny.
Yeah, I was just thinking of Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, bitch.
Mel Blanc?
Yeah.
Morty, we're back, baby!
He voiced pretty much all the Looney Tunes characters, except for a few.
Rick and Morty, new season premieres Sunday, October 15th at 11 p.m. only on...
Yeah, so tune in tomorrow. We're going to watch it in the PPP Discord, and Sheb's going to set up the countdown on the PPP channel.
Adult Swim.
Did not mean to click on that. Yeah, so what do you think? Do you think it's going to suck?
I haven't watched the last 3 seasons of Rick and Morty.
Why? You think
it's not that good of a show, in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, I honestly,
you don't have a high enough IQ to really grasp like just how esoteric Rick and Morty is. I mean, yeah. To be fair, you need a really high IQ to appreciate its greatness.
Yeah.
Do you know the reference or?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But what are you gonna say, Dirt? Are you gonna shit on Rick and Morty as well?
It's not as good as it used to be. It hasn't been for a while, but that's how things go. Once you reach season 5, 6, 7, things get a little dragged out.
Yeah, kind of agree. Maybe it still hasn't gotten stale yet for me, so I'm still willing to tune in. And South Park,
I wouldn't even call it stale. I'll still watch it, but I just know it ain't like it used to be.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said it hasn't gone stale yet. But
I was saying
South Park. Yeah, South Park hasn't gone stale yet for me either, and it's been going on a lot longer. Family Guy went stale for me after like the 4th season.
Oh yeah, and I was watching that shit as a kid, and
So we've been watching Chucky.
100% tomatometer with a 9 reviews. The 9 reviews on the tomatometer, Gene.
Well, to be fair, like I never really liked the movies. I thought all the movies were really fucking stupid.
What?
Yeah, I mean the Chucky movies are schlock. They are pretty. The writing's pretty bad. They're
Wow,
like,
John.
especially the first couple Chucky movies.
It's a timeless horror classic, John.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you love the Chucky films, Dirt?
I liked the first one.
Well, to be fair, I thought some of the later ones they're still bad, but they were better. Like Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky. At least those did take themselves seriously, and that's probably the direction the franchise should go in, is not take itself seriously, be more of a dark comedy. But and the first one had just terrible fucking acne, or not acting. Yeah.
Yeah, the first Chucky had horrible acne.
But I actually I watched the first few episodes of the first season with you guys a few years back, but I didn't continue watching it because I just thought it was okay. But I decided, you know what, we're gonna do a Chucky watch party every week when the next episode comes out. So I went back and watched it, and I was actually surprised at how decent the show is when it comes to the character development and the writing and so forth. It can actually be pretty poignant at times, and I don't know, it's very tempting. I kind of want to show this one scene because I just finished the second season. Maybe I'll risk it. I gotta pay close attention.
Mom. I'll pay close attention to your mom.
Lexi almost takes her own life, but Nadine steps in. Chucky TV series.
What he's done is spoilers for every, we need a spoiler alert. We're gonna go into detail about what's happened, but pretty much they've killed off the parents of all the kids in the show, and you can really feel sorry for them. How they have to keep bouncing around to different group homes, state custody. It really fucks with their life, and the teenagers all hated each other at the beginning, and actually does have decent character development where they kind of develop this very close sibling kind of bond, even though none of them are siblings. And you wouldn't think that Chucky would actually be a series that has pretty decent character development. And one of the things, I had to go back and watch one of the later Child's Play movies. So apparently the last one I knew about was Seed of Chucky. There were two others that they released after it. One was the Curse of Chucky. That was pretty bad and bland, meh.
You didn't like that one?
No, but then there was the Cult of Chucky that took place in a mental institution. And one of the things that they got the kid or the adult actor that played Andy in the first few films, and they got him back for the show and that film. And they brought back Jennifer Tilly, and she does a really good job in the show. She's pretty funny when it comes to her performance. But in the movie, there's this plot twist where Chucky learned this new voodoo spell that allows him to split his soul into multiple dolls. So he's pretty much creating an army of Chucky dolls. So you think watching the show, it would be kind of boring. You have this one sort of entity, this one horror creature or specimen that's going around killing him. How long can you drag that out? But they do a good job really using the kind of, I guess, magic or lore in this kind of fictional universe, and using it in a way where it doesn't seem like they're at least have some kind of structured rules and they're not breaking them. So they do add enough rules where it seems consistent and it seems like they're not just being lazy with it, but it also allows them to do more with the Chucky character, where he's definitely much more of a threat than you'd think he'd be based on the films.
Yeah, one thing that I really love about this whole universe, the whole Chucky universe or whatever, is it's how consistent it is, even in the films, though. They all have established rules, and that's one thing that I don't really like about the Saw movies is it's a constantly the rules are constantly changing on who is the killer or whatever like that. and I don't know. I just like that's the same creator that's been a part of it the whole time. It's like the vision that he's wanted.
Yeah, Dirt. What's your favorite Chucky film?
Definitely not the newest shit they did with the AI Chucky Child's Play. I don't know if y'all saw.
I didn't see that one.
It's so fucking garbage. Like literally, like my biggest. Okay, no, it's my second biggest regret I ever paid to see a movie. I mean, dude, the first is they did the new Grudge a while back, and dude, I'm telling you, the whole time I'm watching the movie with Danny, I'm like, oh no, he's grudged. Like he's grudged. And then literally like in the climax of the movie, like they're like fucking security monitor watching this shit. And literally the dude's walking through the house all creepy. And the fucking cop is like, oh no, he's grudged.
Are you talking about Child's Play?
No, I'm talking about The Grudge, which was a worse movie than Child's Play.
He's grudged.
But the, when I binged the series, like, was a little lost on like all the cloning stuff, so I looked in the films, and apparently, the Cult of Chucky was a movie that pretty much set everything up. So I watched the like the two more recent ones that are actually canon with the series. That one, like I remember seeing that, and it had nothing to do with the canon or the lore, so I just ignored that one. Plus, everyone said it sucked.
Is that the one with the girl in the wheelchair?
No, it was The Curse of Chucky, and she's in the show too. And
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, her name's Nika, I think.
What are we gonna do, Lexi?
Whoa, Gene, be careful what you say.
I mean, can we bury him? No, we can't bury him. Can we bury it/him?
And she's dealing with all this post-traumatic stress. She starts popping pills and so forth. That becomes her new coping mechanism.
It's not fair. You don't look so good. I'm worried about you.
You're worried about me? There's a corpse in the closet and a killer doll on loose. I'm worried about me. Fucking 18! No, I'm going to the bathroom. I need to be alone.
Very tentative.
If you don't quit while you're ahead, you're going to die.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dee.
I do know something about what you're going through, Lexi. I've seen it close up before. Have you ever had a pet that was your bestie? I had 5 gerbils. I got one each birthday, and soon after I would get home from school and my mom would tell me that they ran away. And each one of those days...
Here, maybe I should put this not full screen. That does decrease the chance of it picking it
I
up.
would feel like my world was over. I couldn't figure it out. Why would they leave me? But the 5th gerbil, Houdini, was there when I got back. 4th grade. Mom had left the cage open and he was scurrying around on the floor. She was passed out and she wouldn't wake up that time. I don't think she ever wanted me to have any of them at all, but you know how moms are. They do their best to make you happy, right? Can you open the door now?
Still nothing's popped up. That's good.
Ew, Gene, why did you do that?
I like how you talk over the scene and just kind of...
We're just trying to make sure the copyright doesn't pick it up.
It's okay.
I'm Gene.
It's gonna be okay.
Subscribe.
Ew, fucking ew, dude.
Subscribe.
Subscribe.
Well, I'm saying I didn't expect it to have this kind of character development, and
is he a serial killer in a voodoo doll body?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. Duh.
Well, I'm just saying, fuck, dude. Fuck.
Fuck.
Oh, this fucking AI Chucky was not.
The Mark Hamill one.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I think so.
Well, which one did you see?
It was called Child's Play. I think it was like 2019, 20.
I'm saying, is that the only one you've seen? Did you?
No. I saw a lot of the older ones, and I was probably too young to see them or remember them.
Yeah, but I thought the first few were pretty bad.
What, dude? First 3 are good, man.
I don't know. Maybe we should like watch them for one of like the patron hangouts and stuff. See what Shab's opinion is, because Shab hasn't seen anything.
I've seen everything.
Speaking of that, maybe we should talk about the Ewok films now.
Never heard of them.
Well, what did you think of our when we watched the the Caravan of Courage and the Battle for Endor? So this was Shab's first experience.
You guys watched them?
Yeah, this was Shab's first experience watching a live action Star Wars movie. So, what did you think?
The spiders were very realistic.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. You could see the strings. You could see the strings on the spiders.
Which one did you like more, Shabs? The first or second one?
The second one's way better than the first one.
Yeah. I told you, dude.
And
did they have better puppetry in the second one? Did the eyelids close?
So the first one, there was a lot of padding where there were scenes that definitely should have been cut down, where they would go on forever. It would film the character just walking across a room when they should have just done a cut to them walking out the building. And it also the main protagonist, who was this 15, 16-year-old boy. He was the older brother of what's her name? Sindel, who she was like 4 years old, the actor and the character, I guess. But his acting was fucking terrible. And they got rid of him in the set. And the irony is the entirety of the first film. And here, let me just put up an image so at least people know what we're talking about if they pop in. Wait, Chad, talk to Dirt.
Scooby, what, to Dirt? That weirdo?
Yeah, don't talk to me.
Yeah, well, anyway, the brother was a terrible actor, but the whole point of the first movie was that they had to go from point A to point B to a cave where this giant ogre troll alien had captured their parents.
Yeah.
And then they all died at the very beginning of the following film. That just takes place like I guess a few weeks after the first one, where they just prepare their ships. Yeah. And the 4-year-old girl has to, and there she is, and she actually, her performance is kind of like it's the second movie. It was a lot better, but they pretty much wrote the brother out of the plot, and it was all about her in the second film. And you can tell they go out of the way to try to be cute. But and one thing that irritated the hell out of me in the first movie was that there were so many outside of the Ewoks and stuff. There weren't really a lot of alien creatures, alien feral species, and they had horses, they had ferrets, mice, crows. It's just like 90-something% of any non-human life is some generic animal that you see on Earth. And it's like that's quite the coincidence that horses evolved exactly the way they evolved on Earth on the forest moon of Endor.
Nah, it's a Noah's Ark situation.
Well, that's
every planet that gets seeded with humans also gets horses and crows and ferrets.
Look at how ugly that fucking thing is in the middle of the Star Wars thing here. Look like
dude,
almost
it's fucking disgusting. And you're telling me they look better in the second one? Yes, motherfucker. Yeah. Do you see that thing?
Those things are cute. Shut the
Zoom
fuck
in on
up.
that. Zoom in.
Maybe in their perspective,
it looks like a koala.
Zoom in on it, John.
Well, Dirt, maybe if
Zoom in
you...
on it. Oh my god, it's gonna be scary.
It looks like
Yeah, maybe if you were in the Star Wars verse and you came across the Ewoks, maybe you look ugly and terrifying to them.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, but they're stupid.
Zoom in
They're
more.
adorable. They're adorable though.
No, they're ugly as fuck.
Get all pixelated.
You're ugly.
No, they look like a
But
koala on crack.
In the second film, one thing they did is they definitely were a lot more creative when it came to all the different aliens and stuff. So at least instead of just having one troll alien and a few alien spiders, which are like the only alien life they come across outside the Ewoks, the second film, the main bad guys, which I actually looked it up on the Wikipedia because I'm like, how the hell do they have all these weapons? Apparently it was a Noah's Ark thing. They crashed, landed on the moon, and then they ended up living there for centuries where they completely forgot about their origins. And they have all this technology, like this stockpile of blasters and so forth, but they don't know how it works. So, okay, but they don't explain that in the movie at all. So it's something where if I didn't go to a wiki, I wouldn't know that. It's just like, oh, they had blasters and so forth. Like, how did they get that kind of technology? But they also, instead of just having horses, there's a lot of like stop motion, like creatures, like the one you see on the cover here, which is like some kind of dragon. And it definitely was a lot better in that regard. So you had more decent animatronics and puppetry. But they came across this one character named Tik, and it looks like a, like, I don't know, some kind of like humanoid hamster. Here, let me... What are you doing, Shab?
Scooby got some sort of special rolling papers for the meetup.
Okay.
They're like gold or something.
Here, are you looking at it, Dirt?
Bro, what the fuck is that?
So apparently, it is considered, it is ranked by Star Wars fans as the most annoying Star Wars character. I actually didn't think it was that annoying, so I do think Jar Jar Binks and like Jake Lloyd as Anakin was worse than he was, but he's like a speedster.
He's supposed to be annoying, though.
Yeah,
like,
but
then I don't see how people find him to be a real annoying character.
That's his thing. He's super quick.
Yeah, he's kind of supposed to be annoying at first, and then he ends up chill towards the end. I don't know. I think he's weird looking and shit, but he's a good character in it. I liked him. I would have gave him a kiss and some kush.
So he's like a speedster, so he can run at super fast speeds, kind of like the Flash, and that's something that opens up a lot of plot contrivances. Where at the end of the movie, they have to like infiltrate a castle to save the Ewoks, and it's the little girl Sindel, the older curmudgeon dude, like I think his name was Noah, and then the one Ewok who's was it Wicket? They had the three of them had to go rescue them, or the four of them, and it's like the dude can run super fast, so you keep thinking, why doesn't he just use that ability? They show all the guns laying about and stuff, and all the guards are just like playing poker and getting drunk, and it's just, why doesn't he nab all the guns, speed into the cages with all the Ewoks, arm them all? So that's where, like, towards the end, it's just, why aren't they using his speedster abilities more efficiently? But the climax, actually, it had a decent battle that was probably better than the not better than the climax of Return of the Jedi. So the lightsaber duel between Luke and Vader, and the starship battle.
But like the Ewok, the Han Solo and shit, yeah, that shit sucks.
Yeah, the battle at the end of this movie when they fought off the Assyrian like aliens. They repaired the one starship where they could use the turrets, but they still couldn't fly it. So that was actually better, and I thought it was more inventive than the scenes in Return of the Jedi where they were fighting all the stormtroopers with the Ewoks. Yeah. So do you have anything you want to say, Shab?
I like this. What was this character's name?
Tik. And guess
Tik.
what the name of the species is, because I also looked that up.
The teak
as well on Wikipedia.
Teekazoids.
No, they're just called teaks.
Oh,
that is lazy as fuck.
And not as not as lazy as unobtainium.
Yeah, but one thing that was also like apparently the reason they run really fast, or they got a quick metabolism because they run really fast or something like that. And I guess that's the same with all speedsters. They got to eat a lot because they metabolize a lot. And then the one dude who played the old man, one of the things I noticed halfway through is like, wait a second, he's wearing eyeglasses. And I realized, wait, do any other characters in Star Wars ever wear glasses? And I looked that up, and apparently there's been a couple cases of characters wearing certain goggles, like if they're a mechanic and stuff. There's been cases of characters wearing sunglasses or like a special type of shades. He is the only character that wears like prescription kind of glasses. Yeah, this dude on the cover. And there's magic in the movie, and the Ewoks use magic, and it makes you think, so are they using the Force? And how are they so adept in the Force when it's like they're accomplishing like certain feats of magic that even Luke wasn't able to accomplish so quickly? Yeah. Oh, and here are the spider things.
Look how cute it is.
Whenever you guys watch A New Hope and Empire, can I be there to watch that with y'all?
Yeah, and we might do that for the patron-only stream, where it will be Sheb's first true viewing of a live-action Star Wars film.
You're a true viewing.
I really like those. Those are the two best. If those were the only two Star Wars things that existed, I'd be perfectly happy with that.
I think maybe it's time for Kittens and Carnage.
Something devastating is happening.
The report is disturbing, so if you have young children in the room, you might ask them to leave.
Each missile delivering destruction and death. Nearly 900 people have been killed. An onslaught of missiles, dozens of them raining down.
This incident has dramatically brought home to all of us how dangerous this war is.
Not that I have a choice, but fuck it, I quit.
Well, I mean, too bad Sunfire isn't here, because apparently she loves it when we talk about war. She says we don't talk about it enough and everything. Anyway, yeah, there's been a lot of I guess updates of war in the last week. So thousands of people have died so far, civilians, and apparently Israel just said, now this is just like a day ago. I found out about it this morning. So when I was grabbing all the stories a few hours ago, it was like 20 hours ago at that time, where it was announced that Israel says, hey, we're giving all citizens in Gaza a day to evacuate before we send in the troops. And they've been gathering all their tanks and everything at the borders. And yeah, things have already gotten very bloody, and they haven't gone on their full-on offensive yet. And Egypt hasn't had the best relations with Gaza either. But there's a little small part of Gaza that borders Egypt, in the what's the peninsula called? So there is a territory in Egypt that they have they control the Suez Canal, and it's on the east side of the Suez Canal. So part of Egypt is in Asia, and that's the only there's this very small bit of land that borders that part of Egypt where they're able to cross through. And Israel, less than 24 hours ago, they said they have 24 hours to evacuate. But then it was only 10, 12 hours ago where they were like, oh, we'll actually give the okay for people to go through the Israel borders to get to Egypt. So they pretty much gave people 12 hours to, I guess, legally evacuate. And it's one of the most densely populated areas on the planet. It's like 2 billion people living in Gaza. And it's something like 160 square miles. So to put that in perspective, I think something like New Jersey, or maybe I should just look it up. I think Rhode Island has 6 times the area, and that is the smallest state if you don't include some of our territories or DC. And it has, if you consider it to be a country, because when you look up the population of Palestine, it includes the West Bank. So this is just Gaza. If you consider it to be a country, it's something like the 3rd, 4th most densely populated territory or region on the planet. And it's they have walls built all around it, and they pretty much don't let anybody out because it's almost completely enclaved by Israel. So people are stuck there. It's pretty much a giant prison state.
So why don't we just wipe them all out? Less people, less problems.
Well, that's kind of what they're planning on doing. And what they'll do is, well, that's the thing. It's become a prison state. Hamas are the main prison gang. That's kind of what they are. They've taken control of that region, where it's just unless it's Iran or some other country that's going in to smuggle weapons and stuff to Hamas, they pretty much have no way in, no way out. And
how can a dip have that much power?
Okay. But pretty much what happens is if they decide, hey, we're gonna fire some makeshift missile over the border, Israel will retaliate, and they've been doing this for decades, where it's yeah, we're going to bomb a building where there's a bunch of pedestrians where we think that some of the people involved with that were there, and then we're going to send killdozers, these tank armor bulldozers in to completely level an entire block and to send a message. And now they're deciding, hey, we are going, its gloves are off. We're going to commit a full-on war. It's their fault if they don't leave. And the president, and that's another thing. I thought they didn't have a president. I thought they had a prime minister, and it's Netanyahu who's their prime minister. And he has served something I think not 6 consecutive terms, but he was prime minister for something 3-4 terms in a row. Then he took leave, and there were 2 other guys that ran or that served as prime minister briefly, and now he's been prime minister again for another term or 2. So I don't know. He's kind of going into the president dictator territory. But I read briefly about it before the stream, and apparently their president is more of a ceremonial role, so people will vote for them, but the prime minister is the one that pretty much has all the executive power, which usually in countries where there's a prime minister and a president, the prime minister kind of takes on the role of Speaker of the House. And it's usually the president that has the executive powers. So you read about it, and it's the president pretty much has little to no power. So I'm thinking if I read about it more, you'd probably find out that Netanyahu probably pulled the strings to make it that way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm definitely going to dig into that to see why that's the case, because that's definitely an outlier when it comes to most countries with that kind of political structure. But the president stated, it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. Isaac Herzog said, as Israel ordered 1.1 million Palestinians to evacuate their homes. So as Israel engages in a massive air campaign ahead of an anticipated full-scale ground invasion of the Gaza Strip, Israeli President Isaac Herzog said on Friday that all citizens of Gaza are responsible for the attack Hamas perpetrated in Israel last weekend that left over 1,200 people dead. It is an entire nation out there that is responsible, Herzog said at a press conference on Friday. It is not true that rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against the evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. When a reporter asked Herzog to clarify whether he meant to say that since Gazans did not remove Hamas from power, that makes them, by implication, legitimate targets, the Israeli president claimed, no, I didn't say that. Well, he kind of did, but just with a different set of words. It's pretty much a way to be like, well, hey, we're giving them time to leave, and they are responsible for not overthrowing Hamas, so hey, it's not our fault if they get hit by artillery or artillery airstrikes. But then stated, when you have a missile to your when you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot at me, am I allowed to defend myself? I'd say if some crazy person that lives in a boarding home with dozens of other people shoots at your house and you have a gun, I don't think it's okay to then take that gun and start firing a bunch of rounds into that building, where all the other people in that building have nothing to do with what that one guy did. So essentially, one of their leading political figures in the country pretty much said that, hey, the entire nation is guilty as a whole.
Well, they shouldn't have fuck around.
They're all the same. Yeah. They're all the same to me.
They should have shut that shit down.
Wait, so Dirt, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, Dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking terrible. This is what happens when an animal is cornered. And I'm treading dangerous water. I'm saying humans are animals. I'm not saying Palestinians are animals in general. Humans are animals. And they've been forced into this horrible fucking subhuman position by Israel, and a caged animal will lash out, and now it's fucking it's untenable and it's awful, and I guess fucking my country is mostly just gonna go yeehaw, yeah, mow them down, we don't care, yeah, whatever.
I think a lot of people
all the people, the actual,
the red states are going to be
not
doing
even
that.
just the red states, like just reasonable people around the whole fucking country are going to be like, no, yeah, that's called genocide. But all the fucking political voices, yeah, they're for the most. I mean, I don't. It's.
I hope we just stay the fuck out of it.
Oh, what, dude? Don't you know what Israel is to us? No.
We need a pro-Western ally that's in the Middle East. We need a place to be our big military power there.
There's no not getting involved with Israel. It's already done. The deal's been made.
So here it says Palestine. Now this includes, like I said, the West Bank and Gaza. So I know the Gaza Strip only has like 160 something square miles. Here it says there's 2,000, but when you take the West Bank away, it goes down by quite a bit. And area, mile square, density. So let's see. So I believe it's got like 2 point something million, and it's got, what is it? So Bermuda has density is 3,000, and then it has a population of 64,000. Yeah, so it would be like the third, most densely populated country. It would be below Hong Kong in terms of how densely populated it is if you're just including Gaza. Because Gaza has 430 square miles. So think of it. Hong Kong, which is just like a city, is has I'd say double or like 2.5 times the area, and it has where's its population? Yeah, 7 million. So it would probably be just below Hong Kong. So yeah, it's pretty fucked up. They're squeezing quite a bit of people all into one territory. So there's no way you're not going to kill a bunch of random pedestrians once you start shelling them with artillery. And then give it a comparison. So Rhode Island, which I believe is the smallest state in terms of area, what is it? It's 1,000 miles square. So just think of it. That's like it has 1/6 the area of Rhode Island. And that's our tiniest state that's in like one of the New England states.
So you're telling me the people being attacked are on our side, or whatever? The people that are the 2 billion people that are being killed, they're like our homies.
Million.
Oh, million. So like they're our homies. Like, what do they do? What do they do? What's our relations with them? Like, do they just...
Our relations is we have vetoing power in the UN, and Israel hates Palestine because they do have a very kind of tenuous history. But in the end, it's like two wrongs don't make it right. But when Palestine tried to submit like I guess a membership kind of like application to the UN, it was denied. When all countries voted to accept it, except Israel and the US. And the US has vetoing power, which it's the US, China, France, Britain, and Russia. Those are the 5 veto states. So essentially, if it wasn't for the United States, they would have the status of a sovereign state, and they'd get the protections that those sovereign states get, but they're not technically a sovereign state because the UN hasn't accepted them. So Israel currently controls those regions. So I guess technically the West Bank, and they've been doing that in the West Bank in Israel. I should look up a map.
But I don't get like why do we like what's so special about Israel? What do they give us? How do they benefit us, and how do we benefit
them? They have nukes. They have a really strong military. And they're much more Western in terms of their culture compared to the rest of the Middle East. So it gives us this military, they're kind of like a military micropower that gives us a foothold in that region. And then Saudi Arabia, they're an oil-rich country that panders to us. So even though women have less rights in Saudi Arabia than even most like countries in the Middle East, where like a large percentage of countries in the Middle East, women have like terrible fucking rights and so forth. Like we still pander to them. Why? Because they just let us do whatever we want. What?
I thought we only cared about Israel because of religious reasons.
Well, they're that's kind of what I said. It's because they're one of the only non-Muslim states in the Middle East. And because of that, they're also a huge military ally. So they don't stand for what all the other like enemy states in that region stand for. And because of that, because they have a lot of friction and they have a very strong military, we kind of treat them as I think we have a lot of military bases there. So we just use them for like some kind of military catapult. We use them as like a foothold in that region.
Where was Jesus when he supposedly was here? Was that not
Iraq?
It's supposed to be Iraq? Where he was?
Bethlehem.
Right.
Bethlehem? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but here's Gaza, and then this area in the pink is like the West Bank. Now the thing is, Britain controlled this region. It was Britain and France after World War I and the Ottoman Empire divided. Britain and France pretty much decided, hey, we're going to do a land grab and we're going to divide all the fragmented territories of the Ottoman Empire and bring them into the French and British Empire. Then at the end of World War II, when the UN was established and they decided all colonies need to go. There was Zionism, where they were advocating for a Jewish state. They viewed like you had the Jewish ethnicity, and because they're an ethnic group of people, they deserve their own state. So they carved out this chunk of land which was inhabited by the Palestinians, and they decided, okay, we'll create these very awkward borders where the territories are disconnected. It's kind of like Alaska, where if you want to get to Alaska, you have to cut through Canada. If you want to get to, I don't know, there's parts of Russia where if you want to get to them, you have to go through other countries in Europe. So it creates that kind of awkwardness where their territories are enclaved within Israel. So a war broke out where Lebanon, Syria, Egypt attacked them, and they actually annexed the peninsula, like in the Suez Canal, from Egypt and they didn't cede the territory back to them until I think like the 80s or the 90s. But pretty much the war happened. Then Israel went in and occupied the West Bank and Gaza, which together make up Palestine, with their military. And they haven't finished the occupation. And currently, no one considers them a state. So they're within those borders. So I guess they are based on just, I guess, these tenuous global kind of laws. They're just technically part of Israel. And I mean, you'd say, I mean, like, it's like saying that Taiwan is part of China in a way. But Taiwan definitely has more sovereignty when it comes to the laws that they pass and how they go about things. Israel definitely does control a lot of what they can do and what they can't do, and definitely bullies them with their military. But yeah, so where is it? Rhode Island is 1,000 per square mile. So where's its population? So it has a population of 1 million. So roughly half the population of the Gaza Strip, and it where's its square miles? So 1,000 square miles, and Gaza only has like 160 square miles. So that's Jesus like
Christ.
What's that?
Jesus titty fucking Christ.
Yeah. And then New Jersey, so it has something like 10% of the population of New Jersey, and then it has around, I'd say, like 1/6 the population of Rhode Island.
Oh yeah, and by the way, they all got to get on somewhere and move quick because war's coming. Don't worry, they gave them a day to pack up everything they possibly can and just make themselves disappear, find somewhere else, you know, become a bunch of fucking refugees. Man, what a wonderful world. I'm going to go to bed, Gene, because honestly, I keep dozing off, and it's been a long day. I've been up since real early. But yeah, I'll be here next time, probably, maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. The pirate stream?
Maybe, if that's when it happens. I guess, dude, are you gonna do a PPP from Vegas, John?
We'll do some IRL streams.
IRL streaming.
I'll see you fools on the flip side. Enjoy the war and torment.
Later, pumpkin.
Bye.
Whoa, that was so cute. Wow.
Well, here, let's get to the videos.
Of all the regions in the world, none may have as complicated a history as the Middle East. The center of 3 religious faiths, the area has been conquered, contested, and ruled by various empires across millennia. John Yang takes a look at the most recent history of conflict and conquest, and of suffering and strife that has led the region to where it is today.
Israeli armor is from its very founding, the state of Israel has been shaped by modern war and ancient narratives inscribed over thousands of years about who controls the land between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea.
Saudi Arabia? No. Soviet Union? Yes. United Kingdom? Abstain. United States? Yes.
November 1947, in the aftermath of the Holocaust, the United Nations voted to partition what was then the British Mandate of Palestine into 2 independent states, one Jewish.
Maybe we should cut them some slack. They have been through their own hardships.
One Arab. Jerusalem, fought over for centuries.
I'm just joking there.
to be under international administration. The city is central to three major religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
So Bethlehem is fairly close to Jerusalem. So it's in the outskirts and everything.
Area of the city is one of the most sacred sites for both Jews and Muslims. The Western Wall, the remnants of the first and second Jewish temples, and above it, Temple Mount, also hallowed ground for Muslims who refer to it as Al-Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary.
What a bunch of fucking dorks.
But why though?
Why?
Why is it so important?
It's not.
It's a big part of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and all the religious scriptures. Like Jesus was born in Bethlehem and went to like Israel. That's where he, went to Jerusalem, and that's where he died for our sins. He had the story of like the Israelites. So like much of the scripture is centered around that location.
First of what would be many wars between Israel and its Arab neighbors. Hundreds of thousands of Arabs were evicted, an event known in the Arab world as the Nakba, the catastrophe. More than 500,000 fled to refugee camps in the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria.
Some were expelled by force, some were terrorized and fled.
Historian Yazid Sayo was a Palestinian negotiator in peace talks in the 1990s.
These were the people who went from being farmers and peasants to being refugees totally dependent on handouts.
In 1967, with stunning speed, Israel defeated a surprise attack by Egypt, Jordan, and Syria in the Six-Day War, seizing Gaza from Egypt, the Golan Heights from Syria, and from Jordan, the West Bank, and the jewel in the crown of three faiths, East Jerusalem. Thousands of Israelis would move to those territories and settle, violating international law set by the United Nations. Palestinian resistance groups stepped up terror attacks, a tactic backed by the Palestine Liberation Organization, or PLO, in the mid-1960s. This included airliner hijackings and the 1972 Munich Olympic massacre, a terrorist attack that played out on television screens around the world and ended with the deaths of 11 Israelis, 1 German police officer, and 5...
The Golan Heights, wasn't the Golan Heights part of...
Then, in December 1987, a combination of factors led to largely spontaneous Palestinian protests, civil disobedience, and violent attacks against Israeli soldiers and civilians. It was the first Palestinian intifada, or uprising.
You paying
the Israeli
attention,
military
Chad?
responded with brutal force.
Yeah, people are shooting and throwing rocks
Hamas.
at each other
When
and
Hamas
stuff.
emerged under Israeli military occupation, the Israeli approach was to tolerate it.
Yossi Alfer is a former Mossad official and the former director of the Jaffe Center for Strategic Studies at Tel Aviv University.
It was considered to be strictly religious, not political. That illusion didn't last long. It was seen as a kind of foil that Israel could manipulate against the PLO.
In 1988, PLO leader Yasser Arafat recognized Israel's right to exist, but Hamas held to its belief that Israel should be eliminated.
They wanted to appear more militant. It's hugely ironic that, of course, Israel at that time had an interest.
And that's the thing. So in that particular war, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria invaded Israel. So all their surrounding like Islamic neighbors attacked them. And then that's where they annexed a lot of different land, and they ceded most of the land back to all the other countries with the exception of the Palestinian land. So all these Islamic countries are like, hey, we don't like how you took a bunch of people who are Jewish and you plop them into this particular state or territory in the middle of all our Islamic countries. We want to purge them from these lands. And to be fair, that probably was the worst place to put them. And they did it for religious reasons because Jerusalem's very sacred to them and so forth. But the issue is it's a very volatile kind of area. You knew that it was just a disaster in the making. It was pretty much guaranteed to happen because they're surrounded by a bunch of like Islamic kind of radical Islamic states. So it's like, why didn't the US and Canada kind of just carve out a little chunk of land on its border? And there you go. Here's your Jewish state. Why don't we carve out a chunk of like Greenland or like Britain? They control all these overseas islands still. Why didn't they just give them the Falkland Islands or something? It's like they control island territories to this day that probably have the same landmass or even a greater area than Israel. And they would have been a lot safer and they wouldn't be surrounded by all of these, I don't know, like enemy territories. And then this is just something that shows just like all the wrongs of colonial.
What if what if they did? What if like the people of Britain were like, you guys want to like move to Greenland, and the Jews were like, oh, it's so cold over there, ain't it? Why can't we be somewhere where it's warm?
Well, I mean, the point is that in with colonialism, that's something they'll do, is that they'll break up the borders and they create these unnatural borders. In Africa, you'd have you look at a map of Africa where you have all the different tribes, and it's just hundreds of different territories and stuff, and then they drew these unnatural borders where you have all these different tribes that definitely would not be in that region, being divided between these natural kind of states or territories. You saw it in the Central East with the Soviet Union, where they divided all those territories with like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan and gave them the most unnatural borders, so it would create as much conflict as possible if any of them tried to secede. And that happens a lot, where it's just creating these unnatural borders, and that's what they did with Israel and Palestine. They took, it was originally Palestine. They pretty much carved out half of Palestine, and it's like, here, Israel, we're going to put pretty much the entire world or half of the world's Jewish population here. And it's like, we're going to surround them by these really extreme, radical Islamic states. And
you guys thought Hitler was bad.
Well, to be fair, I don't know, the British Empire, we should probably, I should do a deep dive in them, because people from Britain like to criticize America on our history. We should look at some of the how they treated a lot of the people in their colonies, and it's not true that when the United States became a sovereign state, that our other Western nations are that they got rid of slavery before us. Britain and France and Portugal and everything, they controlled the entire globe, and they had slave colonies all over the fucking planet decades after the United States completely got rid of slavery. So we should definitely look into that.
Tolerating Hamas, if not actively encouraging it, until the apprentice turned on the sorcerer, so to speak.
In 1989, Arafat spoke from exile in Tunisia with the late Jim Lehrer.
You can't imagine how bad our life are as refugees, as homeless, stateless.
Do you feel that you are close to achieving your state?
Yes.
How close? How much time will it take?
Not more than a distance of stone throw.
A distance to purge the land from all these people that are worshiping the wrong religion.
That's right.
Well, here, real quick, I want to look at this. So, well, Bermuda, that's still a dependency. Where can you area?
You're an area.
Oh, this is an Antarctic territory. It's the South Atlantic. Okay, the Falkland Islands is 12,000 kilometers, and then
Taylor, what's your opinion? What do you think about this?
Yeah. So Israel has it has 22,000, or it's got 8,000 square miles, and then the Falkland Islands have so it has like half the territory, or half the land. But still, I think it would be a better alternative. They should just cede all these islands they have all over the place and just give them to the Jewish people. And then it can all be one state, and their country is just a bunch of islands scattered all over the globe. That's what they should have done. Britain, France, and I know the Dutch control Aruba. Just give all these islands to the Jewish population, and there's their Jewish state.
That for Palestinians proved too far. The Intifada lasted another 4 years. In all, almost 2,000 were killed, with Palestinian deaths outnumbering Israeli deaths 3-1. Hope for peace came in 1993 when the PLO and Israel signed the first Oslo Accords, the product of secret talks overseen by the Norwegian government. Both sides committed to negotiating an end to the conflict and charting a path to Palestinian self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza. It triggered a violent backlash from religious extremists among both Israelis and Palestinians, including Hamas.
I like how this is supposed to give the synopsis of everything, and then Shab gets up and leaves.
And in
I'm proud of you,
1995,
though,
a
Gene.
right-wing Jewish extremist
have to yell at
assassinated
him when he
Israeli
gets
Prime
back.
Minister Yitzhak Rabin.
Yeah, that's the third time.
The next year, Benjamin Netanyahu, an outspoken critic of the Accords and leader of the right-wing Likud party, was elected prime minister.
Netanyahu basically said Oslo is a mistake. This was the position of the settlers, the position of the right wing. Netanyahu very much rode to power, presenting himself as the expert on terrorism.
By 1999, Likud had been defeated and Netanyahu had been replaced as party leader by Ariel Sharon, a former military commander. A year later, Sharon led a march on the Temple Mount to assert Israeli claims to the bitterly contested site. The streets of East Jerusalem and Ramallah in the West Bank erupted in violence. The Second Intifada was underway. 5 years of Palestinian suicide bombers detonating themselves in Israeli buses and cafes. Sharon, by then Prime Minister, ordered Israeli troops into the West Bank and Gaza. The Second Intifada...
Oh, jeez.
Palestinian suicide bombers detonating themselves in Israeli buses and cafes. Sharon, by then Prime Minister, ordered Israeli troops into the West Bank and Gaza. The Second Intifada's death toll surpassed 4,300 people. Again, more Palestinians than Israelis.
Rather than immediately clamp down in order to preserve a peace process, Arafat cynically thought that the violence would act as leverage. This is a total misreading of dynamics on the Israeli.
Shab, I started playing this video where it would give a synopsis of all the history and stuff going on, and I like how you just get up and leave in the middle of it. Didn't I talk about how maybe you should wait until the video ends to get up and leave? And then when you get up and leave, to actually tell me that you're leaving so I don't look away and, oh, the person running OBS is gone. Yeah.
I was just getting my bunt cake real quick, Gene. Nothing bunt cake.
It's a total strategic mistake.
The Second Intifada killed any residual readiness on the part of the Israeli public to back the Oslo process and to continue turning over territories.
Israel began building a security wall between the West Bank and Israel and renewed
Yeah!
expansion of West Bank Jewish settlements.
Build
In
the
late
wall!
2003, Prime Minister Sharon proposed unilaterally pulling all Israeli troops in Gaza and dismantling the settlements.
It pains me a lot, but I've reached a decision and I am going to carry it out.
Yeah, this guy's kind of fat.
In August 2005, some 8,000 Israeli settlers abandoned 21 settlements. Israel gave up all governing authority inside Gaza, but continued to control its borders. The next year, Hamas won Gaza's first legislative elections in a decade. Fatah, the party affiliated with the PLO, placed second. Tensions among Palestinian factions would go from bad to worse. The Hamas leaders in Gaza pressed their hard line toward Israel.
Israel is our enemy who occupied our land and killed our leaders and demolished our homes and jailed our sons and uprooted our trees. We will never be its ally.
Hamas routed Fatah from Gaza in early 2007.
You know what? They need to just take all of the leaders of Israel and all of the leaders of Palestine, and they need to just lock them in a building and do a lock-in and have them just do a pizza party. Yeah, have them force them to spend the night with one another for a few days, and that way they can resolve all their differences.
Like that episode of South Park?
Yeah.
The Crips and Bloods.
Governed by the Palestinian
And just Khabib. He's like, you don't understand, Gene. Shep had to leave work to eat cake.
Yeah.
Continued Hamas
I just needed to grab my cake from the fridge. Okay. It's cake.
With more than 2 million Palestinians living there.
You can imagine socially, politically, personally, ethically what that meant.
You keep this up, Gene. When you get to Vegas, I'm not going to give you no cock. Okay?
I don't want any cock.
Simmered between Palestinians and
He's
Israelis,
lying. Don't listen to him, guys. He's gay as fuck.
Israel has led to a series of major Israeli air and ground assaults on Gaza. More recently, there's been friction over Israeli restrictions barring young Muslim men from visiting the Al-Aqsa Mosque on Temple Mount, and earlier this month, over Israeli settlers gathering at the mosque for Jewish prayers. And now the newest, most violent chapter is being written in the blood of both peoples.
Okay, so let's get into the current events.
Thousands.
That was a quick run through of the history.
Of rockets launched from Gaza into Israel sent millions of Israelis running to shelters off and on throughout the day. Adele Reamer, a resident of Kibbutz Nirim near the Gaza border, describes what happened.
After at least 7 hours of being locked down in our safe rooms, the IDF finally arrived and started going through the kibbutz.
house by house, bush by bush. They have to clear everything out.
At a party in the forest near Gaza, Hamas gunmen on motorcycles opened fire in all directions. Several dozen
So I mentioned this before. They apparently have a pretty sophisticated like intelligence agency, and they did not pick this up at all. It completely went undetected, and that is something like, how did they miss this? How did they not see that this is happening? And I'm kind of putting on my conspiracy theory cap, and I kind of think maybe they allowed this to happen and they didn't act on it because maybe they're like, hey, if they conduct this attack, it will give us an excuse to just go all out and to just turn the strip into a parking lot.
Israelis were taken hostage and brought to Gaza, including women and young children. A spokesman for the Islamist Hamas movement said the Israelis are being hidden in underground tunnels inside Gaza. A Hamas spokesman said the attack was in response to what it called the desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and an increase in Jewish settler attacks on Palestinians. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned Hamas that it will pay a price.
Since the morning, Israel...
So they did mention in the last video that he prevented a coup from overthrowing him. So it's kind of like Erdogan, how he pretty much made himself a dictator after the coup. So I don't know if it's safe to say he's a dictator yet, but it seems like he's been controlling the country for quite a long time.
has been at war. Our first goal is to clean the area from those who have infiltrated it and to return security and quiet to the areas that were attacked. The second goal, at the same time, is to exact a huge price from the enemy.
Israel launched a series of airstrikes on Hamas targets in Gaza.
And who's the enemy? It's just Hamas. You think they're going to differentiate between the people in Gaza and the terrorist organization Hamas?
They're all the same, Gene.
My God, Shab, you're just generalizing. Okay, here. List of prime ministers. Israel.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there he is. Netanyahu. And, who's that? Here, I'm just going to put my glasses on.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
So that's 96. And then 2001, 2006. Okay, so then he's back 2009 to 2020. So he was in office for 11 years. And then prior to that, he how long was he? 96 to 99, so for around 3 years. So 14 so far. And then there are two people in between him that only ran from 2021 to 2022. And now he's back again. And yeah, so 16, like he served probably like 16 years as their prime minister since his original run. And there's been pretty like short gaps in between them and stuff, but seems like maybe he should give other people a chance.
Me.
Yeah.
Let me be that. Let me do whatever.
And cut electricity to the densely populated.
Chab's first degree is to just everyone needs to work on growing as much weed as possible. not just Israelis, but all the Palestinians living in the West Bank and in Gaza.
I'm going to make it illegal to use the internet without being subscribed to me. You have to be subscribed to me.
More than 700 Israelis are now feared dead after unprecedented attacks by Hamas.
Yeah, they have to be a member, yes.
The biggest loss of life in a single day in Israeli history. Hamas, which is designated as a terrorist organization by many Western governments.
So all the videos, again, are in descending order in terms of their upload date from least recent to most recent. And this is 6 days ago.
Governments, including the United Kingdom, is still holding out in parts of southern Israel where they're coming under attack by Israeli forces. And Israeli warplanes are now bombing the Gaza Strip, where more than 400 Palestinians are said to have been killed and more than 2,000 injured. And worry is also deepening over the shocking hostage.
What's that?
I said, what's new? Aren't they always fucking killing each other over there and shit? Like, when has it ever been peaceful in the Middle East? Like, you don't want to live in a fucking war zone. Don't live in the Middle East. And battling it
Well,
out
that's
for thousands of years.
sort of a broad thing to say about the entire Middle East. But the thing is, it's been like that in Europe through pretty much all of human history up until the end of World War II, where Europeans were just constantly fighting each other. You had the War of the Roses, like you had the 100-Year War, the War of the Roses. You kind of had the Crusades that brought Europe together, but then after that, you had the War of Austrian Succession, the 7 Years' War, the Napoleonic Wars. So it was just Europeans all battling each other. And World War I, World War II are like two of the most deadly wars in human. And World War II is the most deadly war in human history, and you can blame mostly all the European states for that. So it isn't until very recently where there's been any notable level of stability and peace between most of Europe. But Africa, it's like that in Africa, where there's constant infighting and stuff. And then it was like that in pretty much all of like Asia throughout most of human history. And China, today we think of China as being one like country. Throughout most of human history, it was made up of like dozens of dynasties. China has a greater surface area than Europe. And I believe Europe overall has like 700, 800 million people living in it. So China has like 1.3 billion people. So you think about like most of human history, China was divided into dozens of like independent states. So that would be like if, let's say, the Roman Empire never collapsed and Europe was just Rome with maybe a couple Nordic states and stuff. That's kind of what China is, where you have Indochina, which is like Vietnam, Cambodia and stuff. But China, throughout most of its history, was just a bunch of dynasties warring with each other and killing each other, just like in Europe. You had all the kingdoms in Europe fighting each other. And the Middle East is no different. But the fighting's continued because there's instability, and the same reason why there's a lot of fighting in Africa, where there's a lot of stability. And ironically, South America is probably the most peaceful continental region in terms of like having wars with your neighbors and so forth. However, they deal with a lot of internal instability, all the drug wars and gang wars and all the political corruption. So humans suck. Humans just love fighting each other and killing each other.
Taking of more than 100 Israelis who are now said to have been taken to Gaza. Our first report tonight is from our defense correspondent, Jonathan Beale, who brings us all the latest. And I should warn you that in his report, there are images that you may find distressing.
Don't play it,
Israeli
Gene.
troops are still hunting down armed
Don't play it.
Palestinians.
I don't want to be distressed.
After their biggest and
you're talking over something that's very
I'm getting distressed.
bloodiest breakout from Gaza into Israel itself. One of the world's most advanced militaries, taken by surprise.
Can't handle this, Gene.
A militant group.
Now,
This is
Israel, Israel, I do think they're like ranked number 10, number 11 when it comes to their military strength. Here, I'm gonna pull up another list.
Thank God he stopped the video. That was making me so distressed.
I know, I couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Oh no! No, the tractor!
As brutal as it was brazen.
No, bullet cap
Israel executed
things.
scores of unarmed civilians
No!
as well as soldiers. Already the largest loss of life in decades. Here, the bodies of an Israeli family shot dead, waiting to be identified and buried.
Dude,
Hamas has taken
shotting
dozens of
people
hostages too,
dead
like this 85-year-old.
shotting people dead is bad social skills, Gene. Yeah. You shouldn't do that.
Okay, here we go. This is the current.
We need to make that into a short, like Shabisky gives his 2 cents. Shooting people is bad.
Almost like that's a joke that I was making, and now Shab just does it all the time.
I'm not trying to claim
all my material.
It's funny when he does it though.
Yeah, Gene. It's funnier when I do it, bitch. Just like everything.
So, Israel is currently ranked 18 based on the military strength index, and
strongest military. 18.
Yeah, I ran in Australia or about Ukraine. Well, it makes sense. Ukraine's probably surpassed them because now with the Ukraine credit, they've been investing heavily in their military, and Egypt, Indonesia. Indonesia surpassed them because of all this shit with China and so forth. So there was like a recent military alliance or agreement that they signed off with like the Philippines and Japan and stuff. So they've been increasing their military budget. And then Brazil, Turkey. So this is where we get Italy, France, which are NATO countries. Turkey's a NATO country. Then you have Japan, Pakistan, and Pakistan's got nuclear weapons. UK and France have nuclear weapons. India and China, Russia, United States.
And who's number one? America! America! Fuck yeah! We're the greatest! Yeah.
But here, Russia's number 2, and they're getting their ass kicked by the Ukraine. Or Ukraine, not the Ukraine, sorry.
Huh, that's
weird. Grandmother, Yafa Adar, whisked away by militants in a golf cart. Families too, among them Yoni's wife and their 5- and 2-year-old daughters. He's left anxiously.
I love it how they yell.
And pleaded for their safe return.
I want to ask.
It's wild, dude.
Don't hurt them. Don't hurt little children. Don't hurt women. If you want me instead, I'm willing to come.
Israel's Prime Minister meeting security chiefs this morning.
Pretty selfless person. So Shab, if you were ever one of your loved ones was ever captured, would you offer to give yourself up?
I will. I'll find someone to offer up for them. Like maybe I'll trade you or something. I can
all
find
seriousness,
someone.
this is a serious question, Shab. If your mother was captured, and you could offer yourself up in exchange for your mother's release, would you do it?
Well, yeah. I'm big and tough. I can handle it.
What if they just... That's stupid. That's stupid to give yourself up.
But I'm big and tough.
Now we got you and your mom, dumbass.
But I'm big and tough. I'll save both of us then.
You really think we were going to let you go?
I mean, there might be a way to do the exchange where it's secure.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of countries that do negotiate with like terrorists when they hold people captive and they do exchange, like in exchange for prisoners, like they usually do it in a secure location where both sides have personnel there.
Has warned his nation of a long and difficult war ahead. Both sides have already suffered significant losses.
Hamas murdered hundreds of Israelis, men, women, and children, and took dozens hostage into Gaza. This horrific terror act demands a forceful, determined, and sustained response.
Do you think they'll rescue the people in a Hamas, Shab?
Yes.
Well, they already did.
Oh, see? That's how
Israel's
smart I am,
response has been
Gene.
swift and harsh. Despite the massive
Whoa!
intelligence, its missiles filmed by our BBC team in Gaza.
Was that
Jets have been
supposed to
hitting what they
happen?
say are Hamas positions, but many civilians have also been killed in this densely populated Palestinian.
You're supposed to make sure no one's in the building before you demolish it.
It was an accident.
And nowhere else to flee.
Tonight, this is as close as we can get to Gaza itself, about 5 kilometers in that direction. There is a lot of military activity, jets overhead. Israel has told its citizens living nearby to leave. It's not clear whether that could signal a land incursion by Israel into Gaza itself. But inevitably, this will end up being more bloody still.
There's also the risk of escalation. Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel from neighboring Lebanon.
Do you think that car is totaled?
Did they just say
a show of
Hezbollah's
solidarity
been
with
doing
Palestine.
that?
What's that?
Did they say Hezbollah's been doing that? Is that little guy?
No. Yeah, it's Hezbollah. He's been doing all this shit.
Palestinians. This region has long
That
been a
little
tinderbox.
fucker.
And once again, the flames are being fanned. Jonathan Beale, BBC News, Southern Israel.
Yeah, where's the chat?
JLV's right there.
Abu Dhaka weeps as she looks at a photo of her daughter, who died during an Israeli airstrike on Gaza on Sunday, the Gaza Strip's deadliest day in 15
JLV
years.
loves you.
Abu Dhaka lost 3 children that day, another 2 were wounded, and the fate of her 6th child was unclear on Sunday. I was at home and suddenly we heard a sound and everything fell over our heads, she says. Abu Dhaka learned
Well, they're all responsible to some extent.
Okay.
They allowed it to happen by not overthrowing Hamas.
It was an
her children's
accident.
fate while in the hospital. She said she was pulled out from under the rubble of her home in Khan Yunis, Gaza, and called for her children's names, but heard no response. It took civil defense workers 3 hours to remove her from the rubble, she adds. Abu Dhaka and residents of 3 other homes destroyed in airstrikes said they received no forewarning from Israel, adding that this strike was different from previous rounds when Israeli security forces had called residents to evacuate in advance of an attack. Israel's retaliation came after Palestinian Islamist group Hamas
rampaged. They just told everyone, now it's probably been a little over a day, but they just told people like 24 hours ago that, yeah, we're giving you a day to leave. And then it was only like 12 hours ago where they're like, yeah, well, we'll actually give the okay that you can travel through Israel to get to Egypt if you're a refugee. So what we're watching is earlier in the week. So they've been shelling them constantly throughout the week, and they've given no warnings whatsoever.
Through Israeli towns on Saturday, killing hundreds of Israelis and escaping with dozens of hostages. The Israeli military,
but hey, they attacked us first,
which regularly accuses Hamas of deliberately operating in residential and other civilian buildings, declined to comment.
It's weird how the little baby's dead body wasn't blurred.
Yeah. I need some kittens.
Was allowed into a morgue in Khan Yunis, a city in the southern Gaza Strip.
I thought my day was bad.
Yeah. Are they twins? Under the rubble, and there's imagine just waking up and your entire like apartment complex that you're living in is shelled, and 13 people who are your neighbors or relatives are dead.
It would suck.
But hey, Hamas attacked them without warning, so it's okay for them to shell this really densely populated area without warning. And you'll talk this is still an ideology that a lot of people hold when it comes to war, mostly older people. But I've had discussions with boomers who are conservative back in I think it was 2012 where they attacked the embassy in Syria, or it's probably 2011. People are like, killing an ambassador, that's an act of war. It's just, I don't think we need to go to war. It sucks that the person died, but it's what? A bunch of people are going to die in the long run when you can't fix it at all? It's okay, there was poor security. They didn't have the best option for escape when it was raided. Maybe you should focus on that, improving the security at those embassies instead of engaging in full-on ground war. And then it's 9/11. Hey, this terrorist group that attacked us, which it was a organization, not a country, they got so scattered with throughout all these different countries. So we're gonna have to go to war and conduct airstrikes and stuff, and it's going to result in a lot of wasted time and money, a lot of civilian casualties. It's going to destabilize these regions. Why? Because we can't just let them off the hook. And it's just it's something like that is bound to happen eventually. It's poor airline security. Improve the airline security to prevent it from happening again. Going to war isn't going to stop the risk of somebody hijacking a plane, crashing into a building. And World War II, people tried to justify hey, they attacked us. They attacked Pearl Harbor. Therefore, it justified us conducting countless air raids on their towns and cities. And it gave us the right to drop 2 nukes on 2 of their most significant cities. And it's people make that argument, well, they attacked us first. And that's something when they attacked Pearl Harbor, their war settlements, like there were hospitals and stuff. And the Japanese military ordered the planes not to bomb any of the civilian areas or the hospitals, only bomb the military bases and the military facilities. And then when we sent, once we start to fight on the Pacific front, we had bombers that would fly over towns. Hitler, Germany was doing that to the UK because they didn't have a good navy. They would just have air raids where they would fly over cities and just bomb them. The United States was doing that in Japan, where we had fleets of bombers that would just fly overhead and start shelling towns. And remember the movie Grave of the Fireflies? Thanks for the 5 seconds balls.
I don't remember. I don't know.
It was
Grave
the
of the
anime where the big brother, they're orphaned because their mother dies during an airstrike, and they are left homeless because their home was destroyed in the airstrike. So he's taking care of his little sister, who's 4, and he's 14. And they live in a cave. And so it's about that. But still, it's just it's that logic of hey, it's principle. They're all one entity. They're all a Borg. Because their military attacked our military base. It's okay because they're all one hive mind to go in and conduct airstrikes and to near civilian areas. It's okay to bomb entire cities because they attacked one of our military facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Already been killed on both sides amid raised fears of a broader conflict. So this is 6 days ago. So last stream we did last week was only hours after this escalated. So we were covering it only 12 hours after it happened. So this is the videos we're watching are probably recorded hours after we did our last stream. And it's just as we're covering it, where at that point, we were covering Hamas went in and captured them. That's what most of the coverage was. It was talking about the fatalities on the side of Israel. And then we also saw coverage of them conducting some initial strikes and building up troops near the border. So this is right after we ended the stream, and it's already the casualties are in the hundreds.
Gene.
What's that?
I'm going to get a water, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Don't dawdle. Chain graphic, violent imagery. I understand and
Good
wish
evening.
to
The
proceed.
horror of the unprecedented attack on Israel Saturday morning when armed Palestinian militants surged into that country is coming into sharper focus today. We just learned several Americans are among the dead. And of the more than 600 Israelis who died, 260 of the bodies were found at the site of a music festival inside Israel near the border with Gaza. And it appears some attending the festival may have been taken hostage. Fighting raged on today with pockets of Palestinians still in.
Yeah, there have been Americans that have been abducted that were visiting Israel. And imagine going to a concert and then out of nowhere, somebody's holding a gun to your head and they handcuff you and put you in the back of a Jeep.
Yeah,
Did you miss that, Shab?
dude.
Israel near the border with Gaza.
That's
And it
happened
appears
to
some
me a
attending the
couple of
festival may have been
times.
taken hostage. Fighting raged on today with pockets of Palestinians still inside Israeli borders and Israel retaliating again with military strikes against Gaza. The number of Palestinian deaths now
You
over
beat 'em up, though,
320.
didn't you?
And the U.S. military is now sending an aircraft carrier strike group to the region in support of Israel, also potentially to help evacuate Americans from there.
See, all other countries, they only have 2 aircraft carriers. We're the only country that has 18 aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
have a lot to cover tonight.
Carriers for our aircraft carriers. We need to create a carrier for them.
Yeah.
Like one big carrier that carries all 18 of them.
Yeah, a mega super carrier.
Yes.
Raf Sanchez in Israel.
No, we need to make it. God, what's it? What's the one anime with the robots that assemble? Or is that just Power Rangers?
There's a good bit of Transformers.
What's it called? People in the chat. The not Transformers. It's where the robots come together to form a larger robot.
Zoids?
No. People in the chat, tell me what it is. Gundam. Yeah. What if it's like that, where all the aircraft carriers come together to form an even larger aircraft carrier?
Dude, that'd be so cool.
Tonight, Israel taking the war to Gaza. Hundreds of airstrikes bringing buildings crashing down. Targeting what the Israeli military says are Hamas tunnels and command centers.
Israel is preparing for every instance, including a ground invasion, air invasion.
America, we're equally involved. So, and a lot of people might not know how significant that is. It's just, it's not as significant as having a nuke, but just there's only like 10 countries that have aircraft carriers, and most countries only have like 1 or 2. It is a huge fucking asset when it comes to war. So like China has more ships, but our Navy has more airplanes than our Air Force does. Because being able to control the air and being able to shell your enemies from the skylines and conduct drop payloads on the enemy ships, that's how you control the seas. You control the seas, and then the planes can go back and reload and go back and start bombing the settlements, bombing their troops on the land. And if you are able to control the sky, then their ships are going to be disoriented, and then the artillery on your ships can just start taking them out from a distance. Then once you control the shorelines, it's just repeat it. You control the skies, you can keep bombing all their ground defenses, which allows all your naval vessels to land on the coastlines and allows your ground units to just invade. And the United States just sent a huge naval fleet there with an aircraft carrier, and that's probably what they're going to do. Is they're going to blockade the coastline that they have.
Everything. This is our 9/11.
But inside Israel's own territory, fierce gun battles underway, with Palestinian militants still at large. More than 24 hours after launching their surprise attack. People cowering in their cars as fighting rages on this highway. More than 600 Israelis killed, according to the government, a staggering toll that's rising by the hour. The White House National Security Council confirming several Americans are among the dead.
See, they're resourceful. They don't have any military vehicles, but yeah, you get a bunch of guys with rifles.
Several Americans are among the dead. New video showing how, under the cover of rockets,
get a Toyota pickup truck and a bunch of rifles.
Hamas fighters infiltrated Israel by paraglider. This music festival, one of their first targets. Israeli emergency services.
Well, hey, they attacked them by air, so it's wrong with us helping them and attacking them by air.
260 people were killed here.
They were just all
I heard that guy with the paraglider. I heard that the reason why that they couldn't take him down was because of how slow it is, and usually like anti-air things are to take out things moving at high speeds.
That might be. It could just be that he did a border hop, and because it was just a guy in a hang glider. They probably just didn't.
I heard he was shooting at people from up there.
Maybe. Here, Shep, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a sec. Talk to the chat.
Yeah, it's okay. Me and Jack, stop. Me and Jack will host a show in Negan's foot. Me, Jack, and Negan's foot.
I'm sorry. I'm playing GTA.
What do you guys? I'll hop on your dad. I said it.
He's such a good kitty.
Yeah.
I like that he doesn't make noise, constantly.
Yeah, he's only talkative. He'll be talkative if I talk to him sometimes, and he's in a happy mood and stuff. He'll talk back and stuff. But yeah, he's not annoying about it. He'll just be annoying if he wants my attention and stuff, or he'll be super annoying if I didn't realize that his bowl is empty and I need to refill it with food or whatever. He'll do the same thing he'd normally do for attention, but way worse. And at first I'll get mad and shit, and then after like 5 or 10 minutes I'll realize, oh, he's probably doing this because I need to feed him. You know. Oh, where did Skabibi go?
I don't know. I was just looking at the chat.
It's like he doesn't even love us anymore.
I know.
It's like we're nothing to him. Can you believe this, JLV? JLV, the meetup is in 2 days now. 2 days. 2 days.
So what do you got planned to do?
Well, Gene doesn't know it, but we're all gonna jump him. It's gonna be awesome. And then, the rest of the... Huh?
I said, I really wish I was coming.
Right? I told you should have came. Shut up, Skabibi. I'm not boring. This fucker keeps playing whatever Middle Eastern death stuff.
Yeah, I said we should move on to kittens.
I do like kittens.
Oh, the views went up again.
Yeah, it's because I started speaking, Gene.
And so many people
you left.
People were dying all
Dude,
around.
Gene, you gonna let Negan diss on you like that, dog? No cap?
No.
Yo.
I'm ban crazy, so I'm gonna ban him from all the discords.
Here, a festival goer screams for help as she's dragged into Gaza. Her boyfriend's hands behind his back, helpless to save her. Her name is Noah Argamani, a 25-year-old student. And the only child of her father, Yaakov. Noah seen inside Gaza here, apparently unharmed.
If you could speak to the people who are holding Noah, what would you tell them?
At least looks like they're treating the prisoners okay, hopefully. That might just be the footage they're showing to make it look like they're treating them humanely.
Please don't hurt her, please. This is a cry from a father. Don't harm her. Send her back in one piece. I beg
Man.
you, please.
Gene, what? Can we move on to kittens, man? I don't like... This shit's fucked up.
This is the biggest thing going on in the news.
We reached the southern city of Sderot.
Somebody
where
said
bullet
this is
casings
gonna
crunch
start World War
underfoot.
III.
It could. Well, people are saying that about the Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
I mean, things could escalate. I mean, China could be like, hey, all this shit's going on with Israel and Gaza. What if all the Middle Eastern countries start fighting each other and you have this great central Middle Eastern war? ISIS, ISIL and stuff, they're going into Africa. And you got the ECOWAS kind of debacle going on there, where Nigeria, which is the most heavily populated country in Africa, is deciding that they might have to intervene and send in troops to like Niger and Basso and stuff to quell the coups there. And France is getting involved because they have all their like neo-colonialism. And then China, let's say they're like, hey, all this chaos is going on. We're going to go and ally with North Korea and try to take back Taiwan, South Korea.
That'd be wild, dude.
I
could
want
see
it to
that.
happen because I need stuff to cover on my stream.
I could see that happening because of like how weak North Korea is, and they need a country to like just fully support them and give them food and shit.
Evidence of the thousands of rounds fired here.
This is all that's left of an Israeli police station that was overrun by Hamas militants. There was a 20-hour gun battle here.
20 hours.
With rockets streaking overhead, our team running for the nearest bomb shelter. But in Gaza, where 2 million civilians live under Hamas rule, there are no bomb shelters to run to. And the death toll among ordinary Palestinians, including children, expected to climb. Tonight, rockets fired from Lebanon by Hezbollah militants aligned with Hamas. The latest sign that a war which started in the Holy Lands may not end here.
Ref Sanchez joins us now. Ref, it is almost too much to process. What is...
Yes.
Tonight, the crossroads of the world becoming a deep dividing point, with Palestinian supporters on one side of the street.
What brought you out here today?
To stand against the oppression that's been occurring in Palestine for over the past 5 decades.
Palestinian people have had enough. While yards away, a tense face-off with dozens standing up for Israel.
They have a right to exist. We're not doing anything wrong.
I have friends who live in Israel. I have family who live in Israel. I've seen violence there before. We've all seen that, but this is
Now look at all these proxy wars happening.
really on another level completely.
As you can see, emotions are running high. This rally is now on the move. We're told they're headed straight to the Israeli consulate.
Gaza will be free from the river to the sea.
Now, Hamas declared that there should be like a Arab Day of Rage, encouraging all Arab states to stand up and to like riot in the name of like a free Gaza.
Scenes playing out across the country.
Bless you.
Thank you, me lord.
The growing movement on both sides heightening
And it
security.
seems like it's causing a lot of outrage and a lot of the like Arab nations that surround them. So they might drag in much of the Middle East and into this prayer. And Iran, like we saw, their military strength apparently is higher than Israel's. And they're also selling kamikaze drones to Russia, their nuclear power and everything. So Iran might get involved.
From coast to coast.
Why is this the first time I've ever heard
Iran
of
doesn't have
that?
nuclear. I'm thinking of Pakistan.
This is my first time hearing of a kamikaze drone.
We've covered it on the stream numerous times.
No.
Oh my God, Shab. I'm not coming in the meetup now.
Shut up! I'll beat you up.
I've watched the videos of the kamikaze drones, and like this one Russian soldier basically pleading for his life, and the drone tells him what direction it'll go in.
But Shab, when we were discussing the Russian Ukraine war, we went over the kamikaze drones. That was like a big story where Iran was selling the weapons to Russia, and we were watching coverage of them shelling the towns in Ukraine. See, Shab does not pay attention at all.
I was just paying attention. That's why I learned about the kamikaze drones.
Jesus Christ, Shab.
And in the air, launching drones to monitor today's events. While in Salt Lake City, police increased patrols following unspecified threats targeting Jewish institutions. Synagogues in Miami Beach and Beverly Hills ramping up their presence too. Tonight, the crisis in the Middle East fueling demonstrations thousands of miles away. But despite the conflict, some hope for peace.
People around the world need to be hopeful, here in America and around the world, because whatever divisions we have, our humanity supersedes them.
And Kathy's with us here in New York. So New York City's taking some extra measures now.
Bloodshed, horror, and utter grief left behind in Israel after a surprise attack by Hamas militants leaves more than 1,000.
Ooh, so it was in the hundreds. Now it's in the thousands.
Dead and thousands more injured.
Thousands more injured. So 6 days. See, it's in descending order. The last few we watched were also 6 days. So this is a little bit later. And this is just after our last stream. So this is literally hours after our last stream, where it was there's been over 100 people dead. It's hundreds, thousands. And this is in the span of a day or two.
This is Israel's 9/11, and Israel will do everything to bring our sons and daughters back home.
Israeli Defense Forces say it is evacuating more than 24 towns along the Israel-Gaza border, fighting still ongoing in 6 of those locations.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's that insulting. It was a terrorist attack that killed over 100-something people, close to 200. So
it wasn't 2,000.
It was 3,000, but still, I mean, any terrorist attack where more than 100 people or even several dozen people die is pretty significant. There was that truck attack in France in Nice where the guy took a truck. Yeah, and he ran over he killed 300-something people. So I could understand them being that this is our 9/11. I mean, it's still pretty fucked up.
What was a surprise attack has tonight turned into an all-out war. The time now in Israel just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and it has been some 40 hours since Hamas unleashed a deadly and devastating surprise attack on Israel. The streets right now at the Western Wall seemingly silent, save for the occasional blare of an air raid siren, but elsewhere the fighting continues. And good evening, I'm David Navarro. Joe and Sandra are off tonight, and the coordinated attacks came by air, land, and sea. President Biden monitoring the latest development and pledging support to Israel. Meanwhile, Hamas claims it is holding at least 100 Israelis hostage at this time. Israel's government press office has confirmed that civilians and soldiers
to be
are
fair,
among them.
Donald Trump. One thing I kinda would give him credit for is that when he was campaigning, he did say originally that he wasn't really interested in getting involved when it came to like the military whatsoever. He just wanted to stay out of stuff. And he probably, compared to Biden and Obama and Bush and a lot of the other presidents, was the least kind of military centric. And it seemed like even though he's crass and he's not the kind of man you really want being the representative of the country who's shaking the hands with the other representatives, he probably isn't good with the execution there. But at least it seemed like, hey, if there's like a dispute with North Korea, there's a dispute with these other countries, I'd like to talk to this person. So that is the one thing I could give Trump credit for, where I wonder how he would go about this. I mean, who knows? Maybe they would tell him, look, Israel, there's a lot of oil in the Middle East. They're a big ally. Just do it. And he very well, high chances are he'd be supporting them as well. But I could see him being like, you know what, I don't want to get involved. So Biden's just like, hey, like we're giving them our full support. I don't know. At least that's one thing you could give Trump credit for, even though like I can't think of anything else outside of that.
Eyewitness reporter Lucy Yang in the newsroom with the very latest as world leaders gather at the UN to condemn the violence. Lucy.
Well, David, it is day 2 of this war, and the Associated Press is now listing the death toll in Israel at 700.
She is white as hell.
Thousands more injured. At least 100 soldiers and innocent civilians believed held hostage. With no signs of a ceasefire, we expect these numbers to continue to decline.
That?
I said she is white as hell.
This is the face.
Shabisky always adds those constructive
of war.
She was like a ghost.
This is the sound of war.
The sound of
and
war.
This is the human cost of war.
Like
Israeli soldiers
doll.
and civilians taken captive. Yanni Asher believes his wife and 2 children, seen in this video, were among the innocents kidnapped by Hamas.
It was a nightmare came true. We didn't expect that it will be in such power. You know, we never thought that so many terrorists can pass the border, so many terrorists can do such damage.
Indeed, how did this Palestinian militant group launch such a large-scale attack this weekend without warning?
Yeah, that's the thing. How did their intelligence agency not pick up on it?
Striking
They
by
got a
air,
Facebook
land,
group.
and sea.
See, now that guy needs to do like they do on the movies, and he just needs to like run up in there and shoot everybody and save his it was his wife and kid, right? He just needs to do like they do on the movies. It's not that hard.
Terrible fucking joke, Shab.
100 rockets were fired at them.
My jokes are awesome, Gene.
That one fell flat. You need to play the ironic trumpet music.
And
then the cliche of the person coughing in the background, so everyone stares awkwardly. The cricket chirps.
That's it.
You should go in there like it's a movie.
I don't like Gene anymore. I don't like Gene anymore.
He should
What's
call
the deal with airline food?
He should be like, I have acquired a set of skills, and I will hunt you down, and I will find you. That's what the dad should be like.
Yeah, see, my joke was funny, Gene. You just don't get it. See, you could have added to it like Negan.
No, I did add it to it.
No, you're like,
how terrible your joke was.
No,
it's funnier, way funnier than the joke. See?
No,
JLV.
JLV
who was funnier there?
Me, JLV, me.
Laughing my ass off. What do you think, JLV?
1,000 from high tech to low. Hamas video shows their fighters crossing this border on foot and motorbikes.
I'm gonna ban JLV if he says the wrong
1
thing.
for Gene, 2 for Shab.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded by declaring war and launching a counteroffensive. Missiles flying in the other direction into the Gaza Strip.
Yes, see?
Okay, never mind. I'm going to have to ban JLV.
You lost your right.
The U.S. now moving warships, including the USS Gerald Ford, and aircraft closer to the conflict zone, with promises for immediate shipments of equipment and munitions. With so many casualties on both sides of the border, hospitals are now being overrun. This one bombed. Medical supplies gone. Doctors Without Borders.
See, they're all just being contrarian in the chat.
Crying, even ambulances.
They're geniuses.
Nothing is sacred. Israel has now called up tens of thousands of reservists to beef up its northern border.
Gene, that's what you should call your fans.
Lebanon and
so, Skeppy and JLV, you honestly thought that was funny? Just, hey, Or like he should just go in there like in the movies with guns, and I'm here to rescue you. You thought that was a knee slapper?
And then Negan added to it and was like, yeah.
I just quoted Taken.
Yeah.
Syria. Right now, the focus
It was
has to be
mildly funny.
on the
Yeah,
efforts
see?
to
I'm
recover
hilarious,
possession by the Hamas
Gene.
terrorists, to push them back and to put
need to find a new audience.
Israel in a position where this doesn't happen again.
And a new co-host.
We've struck quite a lot of
Find
Hamas's
your
military
mom
targets in
and
Gaza
kiss her.
already, and we are preparing to expand that military activity and strike further targets.
The UN Security Council held an emergency.
Then what were you saying? Laughing my fucking ass off. If it's mildly funny, then you were laughing your ass off.
Yeah, mildly.
I don't know.
Meeting today. Meanwhile, rockets and artillery fire have been exchanged across the Israeli-Lebanon border. Hamas.
Just past 1 o'clock in the morning on that Monday, as we continue to follow the ongoing events in Israel and that surprise attack by Hamas on Saturday evening. Of course, we want to give you a little bit of a roundup, as we now know over 1,000 people have died. That on both sides during this attack. I do want to put up some video that we're getting there out of that region in Gaza City. Of course, this was taking place just a little bit ago, but I do want to put up the video and certainly just bring up some of the sound as well so you can hear what's going on there in the east.
Fireworks.
Yeah, I was pointing out the See, Gene, yeah, you don't understand. Scooby gets it. He said pointing out the American main character syndrome. It's genius. If you only paid attention to me more, Gene.
The Eastern Mediterranean to be ready to assist Israel as a surprise attack that left more than 1,000 dead.
I think Skeppy's an enabler.
And thousands more wounded on both sides. Of course, about 5,000 sailors on deck of the warplanes will be accompanied by cruisers and destroyers in a show of force that is meant to be ready to respond to anything from possible eradicating additional weapons to reaching Hamas and conducting.
So little time until the meetup, Gene.
Of course, we do want to give you an update from our trade.
What do you mean?
He says the Hamas.
Well, I just mean like it's past midnight now, so it's the 15th.
There's a direct hit there as medics are responding.
So tomorrow, you and Scooby are gonna fly in,
Been on the ground
and then the next day we're gonna do meth. All of
Monday
us.
that I'm gonna fly in.
Team covering
Tomorrow.
Okay, son. Yeah. I guess.
Today.
Let's go out to Trey Ying's one more time as he gives us
It's
an update
Sunday, yeah.
on the ongoing
You're being
situation in
pedantic.
Israel officially at war. The declaration coming after Hamas launched a surprise attack on Israel, firing thousands of rockets and sending hundreds of fighters from the Gaza
Yeah, they're
Strip.
officially at war now.
Hamas terrorists target Israeli civilians.
Tubby
Israel
has
will
been-
target
has-
Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists wherever they will be in
Has
Gaza.
what?
He said he's gonna come, but then he
Is he?
still hasn't even left. And then he told us earlier, he was like, "Yeah, I figured out it's a 72-hour ride there."
Is he joking?
No, he's being serious, and
He's
it's
gonna
like
be on a train for 3 days.
I don't know, but it's like even if he gets on it now, he'll be here on the 17th or the 18th or whatever. So you got to get on it now if it takes that long to get here.
Like a train, like
What if he's
the
on
North-
the train now? What if
I
he's
don't
just
know.
he's already riding it?
He
you
should,
have Amtrak,
hopefully.
And the Northeast has a decent kind of transit system when it comes to trains, but most of the U.S., like in the Midwest, the Far West, and the South, you can't really rely on trains that much. So I don't really know of or maybe we should look that up.
Yeah, the only train in the South I think you can really rely on is the Underground Railroad.
That's not an actual train.
It's a train, Gene.
There was no train in the Underground Railroad.
You're lying.
Okay.
He said it has to bypass the Rockies, and that's why it's so far.
Yeah, so looks like there's only there's 1, 2, yeah, and they all start at he's in Toronto, so it looks like you can't. Here, let me show you this Amtrak.
Yeah, I want Timmy to be there, and he's making it seem like he's not gonna be there. But I don't know. Is this his trains right here?
Well, yeah. So
Wow.
here it's pretty, I guess, congested and stuff when it comes to the railway system. But then it gets really, really sparse once you go out on the west. And Toronto, Yeah, it's right here. So that means, yeah, so it's not even connected. So maybe you would have to drive out here or something, and then it would have to go through Michigan, and yeah, until it gets down to where's Nevada's right here. Oh, so we'd have to do this railway system.
And then he'd have to take an Uber to Vegas, because that looks way above where Vegas actually is, I think, in the state. So yeah, he'd probably have to Uber for an hour or something to get to Vegas from there.
That's only
Traveling
like,
by train
it's only like
isn't
40 to 50 bucks.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy, but he needs
I
to
remember
get going.
telling Shab that this is where.
Oh, there he is. There's Tubby in the chat. Busta Vancouver, Seattle, he said.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
How
the
many
one
days
where
is
just
it going to be?
get on, hurry up and then to Vegas. Yeah, hurry up and get on that, Tubby.
It'd be funny if there is like a meetup and you make Gene and Skeppy like pay for a hotel, but then Tubby shows up like 2 days later and you're like, yeah, you could come over to my house.
Well, yeah, it's Tubby. Hurry up, Tubby. Get on that bus or train or whatever the fuck. Hurry.
Also joining the attacks, shelling along the northern border. The Israeli military firing back. Israeli officials say they are working to recover hostages who have been taken into Gaza, including children and families.
The assault isn't over. There continue to be very active fighting around Gaza. At the same time, we've seen more quiet in other parts of Israel, but there is intense fighting going on.
Children and
Agency of
families
Palestinian refugees
instead of
reporting that more than
women and
20,000
children. Sexist to say women and
People
children.
are crowding into schools for shelter. The violence upending the lives of thousands of civilians, and the death tolls of Israelis and Palestinians are in the hundreds. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations condemning the bloodshed by Hamas.
I have seen shocking footage, graphic images that will forever be seared in my brain. What we are witnessing are war crimes, blatant, barbaric war crimes.
The Pentagon has directed
Israel has committed plenty of war crimes, and the U.S. and pretty much any notable military power has committed a huge plethora of war crimes. So two wrongs don't make a right. The civilians on both sides don't deserve to suffer.
ships and aircraft closer to Israel as a sign of support. In southern Israel, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. A live picture there in Gaza City, of course. Kind of quiet right now, but every so often you will see those flares, those rockets taking place over the...
This is when was it the Herzog group or Wagner when they attacked Moscow? They did this like aerial live footage to show the invasion. That's something they've been doing a lot now, where you can go on YouTube and you can see the skyline footage, this live footage as the battle's going on. And every once in a while, you'll just see something blow up. So,
yeah, it's kind of like
creepy.
how the people. It's kind of like how people in the old wars, they used to sit like off the sidelines and watch the battles happen. But now it's like we have the internet and we can just like live stream that shit.
That I think that's another thing that's kind of exaggerated in history.
No, people used to have dinner parties to battles.
Like if you look at earlier wars, they like wars during that era where they said it was a gentleman's war. Things did get pretty chaotic in the battlefields. So
yeah, but
like
they were like far away.
Maybe you got to look into it.
Again,
Go to,
past one.
there's a lot of them in
update
PA.
as we're following this here on potentially what led up to this initial terrorist attack. And I want to put up a tweet right now from Jackie Heinrich. According to the Wall Street Journal, Iranian security officials helped plan Hamas's Saturday surprise attack on Israel and gave the green light for the assault at a meeting in Beirut last Monday, according to senior members of Hamas and Hezbollah, another Iran-backed militant group. So that is something we're following here, as more than 1,000 now dead after the surprise attack, a terrorist attack in Israel. Again, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out to another live picture closer to home this time in New York City, a live picture at this rally for Israel. You can see 10, 15, a dozen people, over 100 people as they continue to gather. We see a fluctuation of the amount of people there, but you can see them in New York City, and of course there are kind of dueling protests.
What was up with
going on,
his number bullshit there?
What number?
He's like, you could see 10, 12, a dozen, 100, hundreds of people. God, I don't know. He just worked
out. Brain fart.
Yeah, it was a weird little.
Oh, he's to proceed.
كل العالم تشوف باي اهدافهم اطفال صغيره اهدافهم اطفال صغيره
All those kids, they're all responsible for not overthrowing Hamas.
Yeah, they should have quit playing those video games.
Damn,
Yeah,
Fortnite.
They can't get people in or out of Gaza because of how barricaded it is, and yeah, they only have so many hospitals in this very small space. And imagine hospitals are going to get bombed in the process, then where are they going to go?
For that reason, 2,000 beds with more than 2,000 injured, it means that we are about to collapse. The other thing is that with shortage of medication, we are consuming today in one day what in the ordinary days we consume in 1 month. The problem of electricity now was coincident with this crisis, so we have no electricity now in hospitals, and we are relying on standby generators, consuming a lot of fuels.
Yeah, and Israel cut off power to Gaza. So they cut off power to the entire region. And now the United States is coming in with its Navy. They're going to blockade it. And they're probably Iran, I think, is trying to get supplies through. But because of this, it's already really hard for them to get supplies in and out of the country. It's very difficult for them to engage in any sort of international trade. But now it's they're fucked. They run out of medication. How are they going to get it in there? They're pretty much isolated from any sort of foreign trade.
Well, that's what happens.
Oh,
when
there
you
you
can't
go. They cut off fuel, electricity, and water. A move that the UN considers a collective punishment. Good thing America's there to help out Israel. And don't you think Israel needs a lot of support? They definitely don't have the munitions and stuff to really deal with all the people in Gaza. They're so unruly. Just starve them out. Is on its fourth day, and the death toll has already passed 1,700, with 900 killed in Israel and 830 in Gaza.
The surprise terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas militants was pre-planned and well-coordinated, shaking those inside the country to the core.
We have the most advanced and sophisticated military in the world. This is the most amount of Jews that have been murdered in a
U.S. border security, yeah, because a lot of Islamic terrorists are trying to attack us from the Mexican border.
single day since the Holocaust.
The failure of both Israeli and American intelligence to detect the attack ahead of time, unleashing warnings here at home.
We need an immediate assessment of our own areas of weakness and a glaring weakness in our own southern border.
We border two fucking countries. And I mean, seriously, they think that a group of 300 Islamic militants are gonna fly to Brazil or fly, because that's what most of them do. They fly to countries that are in South America, and then they trek across the Darien Gap until they can get to Mexico, and then they trek across the desert to get to our border. I don't know. It probably would be easier for them to just have dozens of different Islamic militants fly to the United States via just just come here legally, overstay their visas, and then they come together and with a group of 30 or 40 people to conduct an attack. It probably would be a bit excessive for them to try it. Yeah. They're going to do the same thing to us in Mexico. They're going to hang glide over the border and start. See, it shows that even offense isn't enough. to keep them from attacking us.
Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy pointing to the official numbers released by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, with the rest of those on the terror watch list so far at 154, a sharp increase from 98 the year before, 16 the year before that, and just 3 in 2019 and 2020.
Why are they coming to America? What do they have planned? And who are they communicating with?
Those questions should have been asked far more in the months leading up to 9/11, according to the 9/11 Commission, which laid out countless examples of missed threats and vulnerabilities, including at our border.
The restrictions that the 9/11 Commission recommended and that were actually implemented following the terrorist attacks with respect to immigrants have almost all been abandoned. For U.S. citizens, we still live in a post 9/11 world. At the border, we don't.
Critics of the Biden administration's border policies say those policies don't appear to consider external threats from terrorists around the world. The White House pushing back.
We continue to remain vigilant about terrorist threats to the homeland from anywhere.
These concerns are now being raised as part of the immigration debate here in Washington and on the campaign trail. Some candidates even calling for the U.S. military to be immediately used to secure our border. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
She's lying. She's not really reporting. She's a liar.
Seems like they don't have enough beds for everyone. Do you think she's going to have any nerve sensory damage? Do you think maybe she's going to be partially blind or probably going to be deaf in one of her ears? See, it's like they're a Borg. It's their fault for not overthrowing Hamas. Kid really played a big role there. Oh God, that dude. Yeah, this 3-4 month-year-old. I mean, yeah.
They should have overthrown Hamas.
They're all partially accountable as a people. Gaza, again, its surface area is one-fifth, 1/6 of Rhode Island, and Rhode Island's really tiny. So I'm wondering, how many hospitals do they have in Gaza?
Vegan.
What's that?
Vegan said WTF.
You don't hear me?
It says Gaza has about 30 hospitals.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it seems a bit chaotic there.
Israel continues its aerial assault on targets in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of Israeli troops have been called up, preparing to launch a ground invasion against Hamas militants. ABC's Inez de la Cutera is in Tel Aviv with what we know right now.
Thick smoke rising over Gaza City as Israel's military.
So why don't they use sophisticated kind of reconnaissance drones to map out the area? And then why don't they just send in a large amount of armored ground vehicles to locations where they believe Hamas is? And why don't they try to do that where, I mean, more of their troops are likely to die? It would take longer, but there would also be far less civilian casualties. But why are they just shelling the hell out of the region with artillery and airstrikes? Do you think, I think I know what the reason is. I think that is Shab.
They don't like them.
Because when you shell them from the air, then you put none of your own troops at risk.
Lies.
So it's a way for them to, take care of the enemy. But there's also a lot of civilians that are going to die and in the process. But much more of their civilians dying is worth it for a much smaller percentage of our troops dying as if we conducted a different type of operation.
Military continues its retaliatory strikes following last weekend's horrific attack by hundreds of Hamas terrorists who infiltrated Israel.
Don't you know, like, 10 Israeli lives is like one troop life? Like, when you change it.
That's the math.
The troops are from Israel. You mean like 10 Palestinian lives?
Yeah, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
See, you're not paying attention.
I know I'm not.
You're going to fail the quiz.
You're going to
The brutality of
fail
those
the
attacks coming
fifth
to light.
grade.
The Israel Defense Force saying it's discovered the bodies of murdered women and small children.
The more we learn about these sickening atrocities, the worse it gets. Hamas deliberately
There's our head of defense, Secretary of Defense.
targeted civilians and massacre them just because they are Jews.
Yoshi Schneider says this chilling footage posted online shows his cousin, Shiri Bibas, and her 9-month-old and 3-year-old children being taken prisoner.
They're not warriors, they're not soldiers. They're young women, young babies and Holocaust survivors and handicaps.
Israel's military says they struck more than 200 targets in Gaza overnight. Gaza's power authority now says it has run out of fuel and electricity. Hospitals there filled to capacity with Palestinians who've been injured. One American citizen in Gaza trying to evacuate with her 3 children, telling ABC she feels abandoned.
Chad, real quick.
Yeah, Grandma?
What is, like, the Secretary of Defense? What is their rank in terms of being in line for president?
The 3.
No, that's the Speaker of the House. Gone over this before.
No, it's 3. We just went over this. It's 3.
No.
It's 3.
Nope. You want to guess again?
Foe.
Nope. That would be Secretary of State.
And you just asked Secretary of Defense?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. 6 or 7? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. 8? 12?
No. The Secretary of State is 4th. Then it's the Secretary of Treasury. Then it's Secretary of Defense. So they're the 6th.
They need to make me president.
By the U.S. Embassy.
They say we're gonna get you, but we don't hear anything from them. We all wanna get out of here.
Meanwhile, the attacks from Hamas militants continue. A barrage of rockets fired into southern Israel early Wednesday morning. ABC's Matt Gutman on the ground in Ashkelon.
Those are interceptors taking out
Shabs.
the Hamas rockets, we think. This is all day long. Explosion after
No,
explosion.
you're not old
So
enough.
many people in this town that just left.
U.S. military aid has already arrived in Israel. President Biden speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu again today.
There's no justification for terrorism. My commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and opposition leader Benny Gantz now
Where's my oatmeal?
agreeing to form an emergency unity government in the wake of these attacks. Inez Delicatera, ABC News, Tel Aviv, Israel.
We need to hold Russia accountable for attacking Hamas. Hamas attacking Israel president. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The U.S. has.
I used to go bowling with them.
They're a vital ally, so we need to, support them in their war against Afghanistan.
Sent its newest and most advanced aircraft carrier, which includes a strike force of fighter jets towards Israel. President Biden is threatening other.
bunch of babies. That is pretty fucked up, where it's like, if you're, I don't know, they're trying to capture as many people as they could, and it's just like, yeah, let's grab some babies from some strollers.
Yeah.
We begin this morning once again with the horror.
Imagine being like a 4 or 6-year-old kid, and they just run up, grab you, put you in a truck. Yeah. Imagine being the parent and seeing that.
Violence there, and Israel's retaliation for the terror attacks by Hamas on Saturday. Air and missile strikes flattening more buildings and taking still more lives. Officials inside Gaza say they are running out of everything at this hour. And so far, efforts by Egypt and Jordan to send more supplies have brought very little relief.
Adding to the tension, hundreds of thousands of Israeli troops and many armored vehicles are massing around Gaza's border, waiting for the go-ahead to invade. As of this morning, the death toll in Israel stands at 1,200, with more than 1,300 dead in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv this morning to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
Skeptical Jesus, what do you think of all the Western propaganda that we're spewing?
Netanyahu. We begin this coverage with Imtiaz Tayeb in Metula, Israel. Imtiaz, good morning.
Nick, good morning to you. Well, Israel is warning of a, quote, prolonged war in Gaza as it prepares to launch a ground invasion on the Palestinian territory. It's first in almost a decade, but its attacks by air have been relentless for 6 days now, and we're seeing and hearing what it's like for the 2 million people trapped there. A warning, some of these images you're about to see are hard to watch.
In Gaza, it's the youngest who are paying the ultimate price. Tiny bodies covered in blood as exhausted doctors try to save their lives. Israel says it's targeting Hamas's leaders. But at what cost?
These kids are going to be fucked up mentally for the rest of their lives. And they probably have... And see, imagine being a kid and going through... Like, so this is where it's like, hey, why do these terrorist cells and stuff, why do they keep getting new recruits? It seems like they never... No matter how many cells or units that we flesh out and stuff, they just seem to acquire new followers and members. It's imagine being a 4 or 5-year-old kid like this, and you watch your siblings bleed out in front of you, and like your one parent died in an airstrike and stuff, and being fucked up mentally for the rest of your life, like dealing with this kind of PTSD at the age of 4 or 5. Maybe you're going to grow up with a lot of hatred and animosity towards these Western nations that conducted an airstrike in your town. And maybe when the place that you live is this hellhole that has no stability and there isn't any work because they're not able to develop any stability because it's a war zone, maybe out of spite and animosity, you're likely to join some group that is anti-US, anti- the faction that's shelling your home. Maybe you're more prone to support those organizations once you're like 15, 16.
How do you know, Gene? You can't even imagine it.
What's that? I don't know.
You can't even visualize it, Gene. How do you know? You fucking weird.
The death toll in the besieged Palestinian territory has surged past 1,000 in just 5 days, and on nearly every street, scenes of anguish. As rescue workers gather,
Gene, guess what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining. I'm visualizing things in my brain.
There's going to be people, I'm sharing this out, and they're going to come in to watch like news of like Gaza and so forth, and this conflict. And it's just like,
yeah, they're going to love it. They're going to be like, wow, this is better than I thought it was.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also ordered a complete blockade of Gaza, meaning Israel won't allow food, fuel, or water in until Israeli abductees are returned home, only amplifying the misery of the more than 2 million people who live there. Over half are under the age of 18, just children who had no say in Hamas's brutal assault on southern Israel. But we're losing everything, says university student.
Probably has like traumatic brain injury. And you're that young, it's like a blow to the head could like just really significantly impact your life long term. Even if it doesn't like impair your cognition, you can develop learning disabilities. You can develop things like OCD. I mean, yeah, a lot of them are probably not just gonna suffer like all the physical ailments and stuff or physical disabilities, not just like the mental toll when it comes to the emotional impact and so forth and dealing with the traumatic events, but also like the traumatic brain injury. A lot of them might develop neuropsychiatric disorders because of that.
Says university student Aphantasia.
They're wiping us out. This is genocide. It's not even an attack anymore. And they keep saying, leave the Gaza Strip. Where to? They bombed everything.
Israel has repeatedly told residents to evacuate their homes, but Rafah, the only functioning crossing with Egypt and only way out of Gaza, has been repeatedly hit by the Israeli military, leaving the vast majority trapped with no idea what's to come.
We have memories. We have dreams.
How are they supposed to evacuate their homes? They don't have homes anymore. Blew them up.
I don't know what to do.
Now, as the Israeli military's war on Gaza only intensifies, the situation here in Israel's north is only getting worse. We're just yards from the border with Lebanon, where for the past 5 consecutive days, Israel has been trading fire with the powerful Lebanese Hezbollah group, causing deaths on both sides. And Israel is taking no chances. Our CBS News team witnessed a mass mobilization of tanks and soldiers along this frontier with Lebanon, as fears of a second front will open up here, one that could potentially...
I mean, Lebanon was one of the countries that attacked Israel, and one of the wars we discussed earlier from like the 60s.
Bracing for chaos. The NYPD is ordering all personnel to report for duty Friday after a Hamas terrorist leader called for a day of anger and sacrifice,
telling Muslims to take to the streets across the world and protest against Israel.
Security in New York is already ramping up. There are heavily armed officers stationed at New York's Grand Central Station and the Port Authority bus terminal. Tomorrow, the streets will be teeming with uniformed officers. All uniformed members of the service in every rank have been called up.
We gotta have armed like military personnel in just New York. And imagine the unrest in all of the like Islamic countries surrounding Israel. So already Iran is hinting that they might get involved, and there's like protests, riots, stuff going on all over the Middle East currently over this.
Tomorrow, the streets will be teeming with uniformed officers. All uniformed members of the service in every rank have been called up. According to an NYPD memo, be prepared for deployment.
There's been a lot of internet traffic that is giving concern to law enforcement authorities.
The war in Israel.
Now, the U.S. is going to send troops there to help. Is Finland sending troops out there to help them? No.
Yeah.
Israel has become a flashpoint on the nation's college campuses. The students here at Brooklyn College say they're protesting the siege of the Gaza Strip, but they're saying nothing about the barbarity of what Hamas did in Israel that has shocked the world to its core. Students at the University of Wisconsin appear to be in full support of the carnage inflicted by Hamas.
We will liberate the land!
At the University of North Carolina, it got ugly when pro-Israel students crashed a pro-Palestinian rally.
How students can have so little empathy and recognition of the vile terrorism that resulted in the atrocities.
Perhaps the most outrageous statement comes from Students for Justice in Palestine at Tufts University in Massachusetts. They actually praised the creativity of Hamas for sending in a fleet of paragliders to attack Israel. Donald Trump...
Yeah, that I don't agree with. Hamas is also a terrible group of people. Like, we saw them abduct all those innocent children and stuff, so two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, Hamas doesn't taste good either.
Yeah, but that was something that what was it? What was the guy's name? He was like a neural surgeon who was running during Trump's first election cycle. And
Ben Carson.
Yeah, and he was talking about Hamas, the city, but he kept pronouncing it hummus.
Yeah.
Trump is under fire today for calling Hezbollah, the Lebanese-based terrorist group attacking Israel from the north, very smart.
And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north, because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart.
Ron DeSantis blasted Trump on X. It is absurd that anyone, much less someone running for president, would choose now to attack our friend and ally Israel, much less praise Hezbollah.
He's doing it to be... Well, here's the thing. It's the left that is is usually anti-war. So if you see people criticizing the military-industrial complex and how there's that revolving door at the U.S. and Israel there, and us supporting their war crimes and stuff instead of de-escalating things, it's usually more of the left-wing media and the people who are Democrats, but it's usually the right that are like, yeah, go to war with them. They attack them. They're our allies. It's like PragerU that's going to go out of their way to defend Israel and so forth. So Trump is doing this just, I think, to be kind of contrarian, because Biden is doing, and it kind of shows that our more left-leaning party is still fairly right-leaning, because Obama, Bush, all of them would be doing the same thing, send out the troops. And I think Trump's just doing it to kind of be contrarian, to go against Biden. But a lot of Trumpsters are going to engage in cognitive dissonance, where just because Trump is like going against it and not advocating for Israel, they're going to be like, yeah, Trump, Biden sucks, and they're only going to do it because of Trump saying that. But to be fair, I don't know. Like, if he was president, I kind of get the hunch that they'd be sending the aircraft carriers out there.
Yeah, they did that.
Regardless of who's president.
They sent aircraft carriers to South Korea.
Well, yeah, because they were launching nukes and stuff. But to be fair, they didn't actually engage in any sort of military confrontation.
They still
showed terrorists as very smart.
Yeah, but they're sending a fleet in to support Israel. So it seems like they're sending them there to actually engage in combat.
Information coming in.
Maybe they're just going to be cheerleaders.
Today, Israel
maybe
released images of the youngest victims of the Hamas attack. One CNN anchor struggled to maintain composure as she described them.
The 3 photos that are being released show 2 babies whose bodies have been burned. I know Hamas has denied beheading children, but they certainly cannot deny what is on video, what is in photos, and what people have seen with their own eyes.
I want to bring in Dr. Barbara Zinn. She's an American pediatrician who has been stuck in Gaza since Friday after arriving for what was supposed to be a week-long mission organized by the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Doctor, thank you. For what was supposed to be a week-long mission organized. She's an American pediatrician who has been stuck in Gaza since Friday after arriving for what was supposed to
So, Shab, this is important. Here's an American who's stuck here, Shab.
Now it matters.
By the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Doctor, thank you for being with us.
We must save them.
UN shelter there inside Gaza, but you're still there. What have the last few days been like for you?
I do know a handful of the captives were Americans that were visiting Israel.
I'd like to say my heart goes out to Pedantic and her family. We've just been staying in place in safe places, not doing any of our mission work or anything, obviously, and just kind of staying inside, hearing a lot of noises, not seeing a lot, but lots of explosions, sirens, just lots of explosions, drones, things like that.
Have you been in contact?
You live in one of the parts of the world, like in Burma, Gaza, Ukraine, and you just periodically hear explosions going off, sirens going off, bullet fire, and you just get desensitized to it. It's just happening so often. You got to go about your day. If you get struck by some bomb or some grenade, it happens, and that's oh god, Shap's got to deal with Jack.
Contact with anybody, and how are
Fuck Shab. Shab's a terrible co-host.
you working to try to get out? I know right now it's a very difficult and imagining dynamic situation given the lack of power and just the lack of access to so many necessities.
Right. Well, I'm fortunate, unlike the Gazans, but that I've had electricity. I was at a hotel, and now I'm in a UN building. And Palestinian Children's Relief Fund has been working and to try to get us out. I'm here with another volunteer. We've contacted both embassies. We are working with the Cairo embassy to get Egyptian visas. And actually, we were supposed to leave today, except that was the original plan on Monday. But then, since the crossing was bombed, there's really no way to get out at this point.
Doctor, and we're showing live pictures of Gaza City as it's about 5:30.
I mean, she's supposed to leave because they told her to leave.
6 in the afternoon, and the bombings have certainly increased just in the last 30 minutes that we've been on the air. Take a look at this, and if you're listening to us on radio, what we're seeing is just the skyline of Gaza, and right in the middle part of it, one after the other, black plumes of smoke emanating from different buildings. Doctor, you've been working closely with doctors in Gaza. Help us understand what it's like there in Gaza when it's not under siege, and what are the people there experiencing now?
Right. So first of all, it's always under siege. It's not as severe of a siege, but it's always under siege. So when I came last year, I went to some of the hospitals and looked at the pediatric units. And then I work with kids with chronic diseases to try to get them medications, funding for some medications that they need. So there's always
her virtue signaling.
medical short supply. The hospitals are always overrun with too many patients and not enough space, not enough medications and supplies. And so they really are running on the brink of disaster on a regular day. People in Gaza have been living with power outages just on a cyclic basis planned for years, really. Right before this started, they were getting 8 hours on, 8 hours off, but I've been here when it's 4 hours on, 8 hours off. And so they really don't ever get 24-hour electricity. Their water system is bad, so they have to use bottled water. And so they're always just barely on the cusp of survival, really.
Jeez. It reminds me of like Snowpiercer, like the tailies. You paying any attention, Shab?
Eating the people that eat bugs?
Well, yeah, where they just cram. It's like something like it's a 10% of the train's population, and they're all crammed in like one cart at the tail of the train.
Yeah,
and they just live in squalor and so forth. That's what it's like. Where there's a giant wall built around Gaza. There's pretty much no way in, no way out. They're not allowed to enter Israel, but the Israelis can just come in and do whatever the fuck they want. They're cut off from trade from the outside world. So it's pretty much just one giant prison.
Doctor, you seem so calm in this moment, and I think if I were in your shoes, I would be in a panic right now. How do you maintain that sense of control and composure, not knowing, really what the future holds in the near future?
Well, I'm fortunate to be an American, right? So I feel like I, have the country on my side to get out, and I really am in a safe place. Before this, we were in a hotel that was very safe. There were a lot of explosions.
Well, they did send an aircraft carrier over, so I mean, they're probably going to get her out.
It's pretty close by, but I would just kind of stay in a safe place and stay away from windows and follow directions that I had.
Yeah, she better cure cancer.
What Jose was.
What's that?
She better cure cancer.
Okay.
Talking about the idea.
Yeah, she better be worth saving, Gene.
This moment.
Okay. Bitch.
It's a terrible joke. I'm sorry.
Me and Negan make great jokes. You just don't get it.
There was an inconsistency in power, how they were already short on food and potable water and having the medical supplies that you rely on in order to do the work, in order to save people who are going through horrific health crises. And so now we're, in a position in which Gaza is pretty much isolated more than ever. We know that humanitarian aid is not flowing in, at least that's our latest reporting. The power is even more limited, if power at all, because of fuel not arriving. So what does that mean for the 2 million people who reside in Gaza, all of these innocent civilians?
Well, yeah, I mean, one thing that we know is that half of those 2 million are children. So, and children are more susceptible to dysentery, problems that you get with bad sanitation. Their water purification or whatever there is, that's never working well. And I understand that might have been hit also. So all of those things affect even a healthy child's health versus even any of these other sick children. So everybody's got a generator, but they now are not getting fuel. So that's not going to last too long. And it's ugly. It's scary. And those people are frightened. They don't have any place to go for safety. They'll go to the UN schools, but sometimes those are not safe places to be. So they really have
There's UN schools.
No safe place to go, and they're going to be running out of food.
See, I need to look into that, where how much of their facilities and institutions are like humanitarian institutions that are some like Red Cross or UN sort of, I guess, third party, like sort of service.
Food and everything they need in a short time.
Yeah, and there are agencies there on the ground reporting that the schools are full at this point as people are trying to seek a safe place to be. Dr. Barbara Zinn, thank you so much for taking the time and shining some light for all of us. And
Dude, Crow popped in, didn't say anything, and then left.
Blocking your efforts too.
Shab, this is like the 4th, 5th time you've gotten
I said I was going to blow my nose. Negan, I said I was going to blow my nose, right?
Gaza safely. We will be thinking of you. Please keep in touch.
I said it.
Okay, thank you.
I see a girl with her teddy bear. This is obviously another child.
Another like international aid organization, Doctors Without Borders.
so stupid. They're just fighting over ground, dude.
Is that Drunken Crow?
Yeah.
I don't know. Israel probably could do better with like Hamas. The problem is they held them under siege for such a long amount of time, where pretty much the entire it's an entire prison. So this prison gang Hamas took over the region, and that was the reason they decided that they weren't going to like reunite the West Bank with Gaza and make Palestine whole again. And I mean, they could carve out the problem is there's all these issues with those two territories being separated from one another, where you can't access the two without going through Israel. So they should probably engage in some diplomatic strategy to connect the two territories so they can engage in trade and stuff, or they don't have to cross Israel in order to do so. And that would probably make things a lot easier. And it would definitely decrease a lot of the tension and friction between the two states. And if they had the ability to, I don't know, engage in a basic level of international trade that all other fucking states are able to engage in, then it wouldn't be a desolate hellhole. So 80% of children in Gaza suffer from depression and concentrating. I like how when we're going, Jesus, Shab.
Jack's being a bad kitty.
They just said, we found Emily. She's dead. And I went, yes! I went, yes! And smiled. Because that is the best news of the possibilities that I knew. That was the best possibility that I was hoping for. She was either dead or in Gaza. And if you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. That is worse than death. The way they treat you. They'd have no food, they'd have no water. She'd be in a dark room filled with Christ knows how many people, and terrified every minute, hour, day, and possible years to come. So death was a blessing, an absolute blessing.
Whatever
helps
helped
go
us
to heaven.
Yeah.
That seems kind of fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, they got an afterlife to look forward to.
I figured your best possible outcome would be she would return to wherever you're at.
Yeah, good thing we all have an afterlife.
Yeah, that way dying's not a big deal.
Yeah, good thing. Glad we have that.
So they don't just lack medical supplies. Imagine just you're sick, but you don't have like heating or air conditioning. You're sick and you don't have water to drink to hydrate yourself. Just all these amenities that contribute to your well-being overall. You don't have to help you like endure or recover from your disorder. Plus, you also have the injury that you're facing.
ندور على عمها مش عارفين انها وين.
$13.54. Well, here's the thing, Shab. I guess I understand why they've been relying on airstrikes, because how long would it take them to like achieve all this if they're just using killdozers? They're using their tank bulldozers and stuff. It would take a really long time. They did all of this. And,
not if they had that big bulldozer that you wanted, Gene.
Well, even that. I mean, here, they got all this done in like a day.
Yeah. They got all that time and work put into making those buildings too, just thrown away.
And,
it was made for nothing.
You look at how not a lot of space in this area, so if they do try to recover and stuff, imagine how long and how expensive it's going to be to clean all of this stuff up. And then on top of all that, you have all the dust and the debris that gets in people's lungs. So just being in an area like this is hazardous to your health, just breathing in like all the debris due to the collateral.
Nah, they're going to be fine. They have an afterlife.
Yeah.
There's an afterlife to always look forward to.
אנחנו התחלנו לפני 4 ימים. אירוע מאוד בפיגוע מאוד אכזרי, לא אנושי, חייתי, כבר כמה ימים. תוקפים בעזה, קשה מאוד. כל מקום שאנחנו יודעים שיש פעילי חמאס, מנהיגי חמאס, גם אם יש מגבלות.
Even if there are restrictions, we strike.
The Israeli military released this video from the very first day of the conflict showing Israeli troops recapturing a post taken over by Hamas. It gives a glimpse of what may be to come.
It's heart-stopping video of a raid by Israeli special forces on a military post overrun by terrorists. Helmet cam video shows members of Israel's Navy SEALs recapturing a base on the Gaza border. The raid took place just hours after the attack by Hamas on Saturday, but details are just emerging. Israeli authorities claim 250 hostages were released and 60 terrorists killed. The video gives a glimpse of the intense close-quarter battles likely when the Israeli Defense Force enters Gaza. Cameron Hamilton is a former U.S. Navy SEAL.
It's an incredibly challenging assignment to undertake something like this in such a densely populated region. We know that likely the Hamas militants will move from different location to different locations.
To move around, the terrorists will use the so-called Gaza Metro. The honeycomb.
Plus, they also they are like accustomed to this particular setting, their hideout, the layout, the infrastructure, and everything. So they had that advantage. Where imagine being a soldier, you're raiding these areas, you don't know what the layout is, the corridors, and everything. So, they know all the crawl spaces, where to hop out, and start gunning you down from a distance.
Of narrow tunnels beneath the city. That's also where some of the hostages are believed to be held. Advanced Israeli undercover units are reported to be in Gaza already searching for the hostages. A blizzard of leaflets filled the skies over Gaza today as the Israelis warned residents to move south, out of the path of invading troops.
Now, before World War, or before the internet and like World War II and stuff, that was a method they used. They would fly pamphlets over like towns and islands and stuff to try to tell everyone that, hey, the war is over. And in World War II, there was this one commander where he didn't surrender for 27 years. He held out on this island and he forced his platoon to stand their ground because he thought the flyers and stuff were a trick. And they lost radio contact with their commanders. So, Japan's code of honor and never surrender, he continued to hold down the island and to fight until 27 years later, where they finally convinced him that the war is over. And that's the thing.
It was late 1960s or early 70s.
Yeah, I think it was 1974 or whatever. But yeah, he was there. Imagine that. The war only lasted 5 years. And he spent 27 years after the war just protecting this island where there was only one small village of people. And they were living on the land and stuff because the island was cut off from any sort of foreign communication.
Exodus of biblical proportions is underway, with hundreds of thousands traveling however they can, on carts pulled by donkeys, on foot, and packed into cars. Hamas continues to launch rockets into Israel. I spoke with Fox News reporter Mike Tobin.
Just about every night around
they're launching rockets at Israel, so it's not like, there you go. Why is it okay for them to do it, but it's not okay for Israel to do it? Bleeding heart liberals.
Time the rockets start coming liberals. Out, and one of the things I guess I could show you here, crew in the background. That's one of the boxes that we'll go to. That's simply a concrete box behind me there. And if the rockets come out, you're going to see all the soldiers and us pile in there as fast as we can.
Before the tanks roll, Israeli troops will tour the grim aftermath of the massacre at the music festival for extra motivation.
They're going to pass through here. They're going to see the massacre. They will know what they're fighting for.
I spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo. What do you think we will see go down in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Bad things. I think that as soon as Israel decides to roll hard into Gaza, there's going to be a lot of suffering because Hamas uses the Palestinians to protect them and to hide. And they knew this was going to happen when they decided to commit the atrocities that they did.
And look at this. As Israeli tanks move into position for the invasion, all right, CNN's Aaron Burnett is engulfed in a cloud of desert dust.
Times the Shad got up. I swear, he gets up like 4 or 5 times, like every hour.
Palestinian officials say hundreds of children are among the victims of the Israeli airstrikes at Gaza. Membershare has the story, and again, I do need to warn you, there are graphic and disturbing pictures and content in this report that...
Shad needs to be here to mock this guy's like teeth and everything, his underbite,
Looks
his
like you.
awkward speech. Thank you.
No, we just seen this bitch.
Yeah, Shab, why'd you get up again for the dozenth time?
Jack grabbed one of my charger wires and he ran off with it.
And he had to blow your
I
nose.
I had to blow my nose. So.
Desperate to rescue loved ones from beneath what once were their homes.
Saad begins to list the names of the children killed in this latest strike. Among them, his niece.
Oh.
She was just a few months old. Now, she is one of more than 440 children Gaza's health ministry says has been killed by Israeli airstrikes so far. Israel said
Oh, it didn't look like they were holding her very well and supporting her head when picking her up.
She's already dead.
No.
But authorities here say medical facilities, schools, and residential areas have been impacted. Our neighbors said that the Israelis had called and told them to evacuate the area around our home. So we came to stay with relatives here in Al-Shata, Nabil says.
And everyone's just covered in like dust and debris.
But the next morning, when we woke up,
Yeah, why don't they take a bath?
Blood.
There was no warning. The densely populated Gaza Strip, which has been under an Israeli land, sea, and
Well, why don't they take a bath? Well, Israel cut off water.
Well, they should have paid
Gaza.
they should have paid their water bill.
Well, it's not that they weren't paying their water bill.
since 2007 is home to more than 2 million people. Around 47% of them are children. So far, at least 340,000 people have been displaced within Gaza. Many are now forced to take shelter in UN-run schools like this one.
I'm just
But civilians
confused.
here are also now facing what
So you're saying Israel is our homies,
Yeah.
but they cut off the power and shit to these people.
Yes.
And then there's a faction inside of these people that are attacking these people as well.
No, they're attacking Israel. Hamas attacked Israel. Hamas is a terrorist group that has a large amount of control in Gaza. So they're shelling the hell out of the region as a way to attack Gaza, but they don't care about all the civilians. See, Negan's worse than Shab when it comes to paying attention.
No, we're paying more attention than you. We know we get this better than you.
the Israeli government has described as a complete siege on Gaza.
Shab.
Yeah, babe.
Gaza is the one territory that makes up Palestine. What's the other territory?
Gaza is makes up Palestine. It's in.
We've mentioned it numerous times.
I can't remember what it's called, but they're not connected.
Rohan.
They're not connected. So I've said that countless times this stream.
Syria or whatever, or not. I mean Israel. It's Israel, and then Gaza's in Israel, and Palestine's in Israel.
So you got Israel, and then you got the two territories that make up Palestine that aren't connected. You got Gaza and
Egypt,
the West Bank.
Oh, I was going
to West Bank.
Oh my God, Shab!
They should just use They should just use Huntington or PNC.
I discussed that like 20 fucking times this stream. Bad Shab.
You're a bad. Negan didn't know either. Spank Negan.
Well, I just mentioned that.
Spank Negan.
You need to start taking some Adderall.
They've bombed our schools. Many people have been killed. It's not fair for children like us. Why is this happening to us? Life under a blockade is all that the children of Gaza have ever known.
It was an accident.
Like 13-year-old Nadine, it is hard to imagine a future beyond this relentless conflict.
The last couple of nights have been the worst couple of nights I've ever lived in my life. This is not living. This is existing. We're not planning our futures anymore. We're just trying to survive.
It's really good English.
But survival in Gaza is becoming more and more difficult.
That's Greta Thunberg,
the
bro.
humanitarian situation is rapidly deteriorating. And while the UN has condemned what it has described...
What's that?
That was Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, that was Greta.
Described as Israel's unlawful blockade on Gaza and the indiscriminate nature of Israel's airstrikes, there is little hope that the bloodshed will end here.
I'm happy to report that James Longman is back with us. Those sirens are no longer blaring. James, what's the update there?
Yeah, we had the sirens for an alert on incoming Hamas rockets, presumably, but when that happens, you have to go into shelters every.
So, if you look back the last time we covered them, they launched rockets at Israel, and this was like several months ago. And the broken, or what's it called? The Iron Dome, which was their missile defense. It's known as the most sophisticated missile defense system on the planet. There's like a 90-something% success rate. They're able to shoot down, I think, all the missiles. And then they did what they're doing here, but not to the same extreme, where they just like, hey, they fired these makeshift rockets. And if you look at them, you could tell that they're not professionally made at all. So it's like, we're just going to go in and start demolishing the region, really shelling them, teach them a lesson, keep them in line. So now Iran has supplied them with a lot of more sophisticated and more, I guess, formal military like tech, so artillery. And they've been shelling that. They've been launching that at Israel. So again, Iran, you also need to like wag your finger at them. They're pieces of shit because, well, they're giving them all this artillery and they're shelling at Israel. And now look at all these civilians that are going to die in the conflict.
Wait, so
floor
John,
in this building has a shelter.
Let's get this straight. Israel is a Jewish state, and Palestine is Arab, right?
Muslim. They're Muslims. Their religion. Arabs would be their race.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody has to make their way.
I don't know if it's the Levant. So Syria, they're not. It's the Levant Peninsula, and that's like Turkey and it's Turkey, Syria. I gotta look it up.
You're in a room which is reinforced.
I don't know if they are Arab.
Metal door, and you have to wait.
Because I know Iran, they're Persian, and then the Arab states are, of course, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen. The United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and then
okay, they're Muslim. Okay, they're Muslim.
Well, that's not a race.
I wish I was
and
Muslim.
They're
so.
I think it's something like 11% of people in Palestine are Christian.
Shabs, did you just say you wish you was Muslim?
I wish I was.
You can't drink beer or eat bacon.
Fuck that. Never mind, I take it all back. I don't want to ever do that. That'd be so dumb if I did that.
Right.
If you did that, I'd
talk to the chat.
Booty.
So this is their Levant. So it's Syria, Jordan, part of Turkey, and then So that's what their race would be.
You're a race.
The more you know.
The announcement goes that you are allowed out again. This happens quite regularly, sadly, much more regularly in the south, much closer to the Gaza Strip. We've had alerts like this intermittently here in Tel Aviv, but it shows you that the security situation is still very, very tense, despite ongoing bombardment over Gaza. Hamas is still able to fire. And of course, there are other...
High, late night. Oh, and we just went down. See, the algorithm knows whenever I mention that our views have gone up. It's like, nope, 4.
The fronts in this war. There are issues from the north. We know that there's a possibility of further skirmishes with Hezbollah from Lebanon. So from all angles, Israel feels very much in the spotlight and under attack. So we're not sure what exactly the alert was, where the threat came from. But when we hear those sirens, we have to go into the shelters.
Yeah, understandably. So a reminder of the risk that all of our teams there are putting themselves under to bring us this story. James, we so much appreciate that. So glad that you are safe.
Yeah, 420.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News.
His name sounds like some Dr. Seuss character. I understand. God, a lot of these videos have this like disclaimer for some reason.
This is my local hospital. Inside are my friends, my neighbors. This is my community. Today has been one of the most difficult days in my career. I have seen things I can't never unsee. This young girl's home was destroyed. Her relatives have been killed and she needs help.
Her relatives? Like, you think her parents were killed? Imagine
My
being
daughter
orphaned.
is the same age. I want to give her a hug. The corridors
Oh my
of the
God.
That was
Her
fucked.
legs.
Yeah.
So imagine being in this condition. You know, there's been kids that they deal with some traumatic brain injury, they lose their legs, and then at the same time, your parents are dead. And then your next, I guess, of whatever legal guardian is
Sibling.
Well, it could be your sibling, whatever that has to take on the role as caregiver. They're nowhere to be found, and you can't locate them because all the phone lines are dead. They're probably in some other part of the strip. They could be dead, maybe they're not.
Yeah, within an instant, their life went from probably nice and happy to like now they're this disabled kid trying
to find their only known living adult relative, their uncle, who no one's heard of him or whatever, and they don't have the resources to go looking for him. So you just have this kid that's lying in a stretcher somewhere. Maybe they patch them up, but what are they going to do? It's like,
yeah, who's going to pay for this?
The corridors of Shifa Hospital are filled with bodies. The morgue can no longer cope. The bodies of the dead have to be laid on the floor outside the hospital entrance. You never want to become the story, yet in my city, I feel helpless, as the dead were given no dignity and the injured are left in pain. Adnan El-Bursh, BBC News, Gaza.
Hamas
That's
players
just
launched their deadly attack. They conducted a training exercise and posted a video. So I kind of think that, you know what, I don't know. I kind of feel that Israel, their like higher ups knew that something like this was bound to happen, was imminent, and they just kind of looked the other way so they'd have an excuse.
The thought of 2,000 Hamas terrorists getting control of towns in southern Israel and overcoming a multi-billion-dollar security system, I don't think was on anybody's radar screen in terms of possibilities.
This is the start of World War III, or is this just another conflict?
I don't know. It might just be another conflict. People are saying Russia invading Ukraine is going to be the start of World War III.
مما كانت عليه عام 2014. نحن حضرنا لهذه المعركة جيدا ونستعد لكل السيناريوهات بما فيها سيناريو المعركة طويلة الأمد.
I mean, it could be not the start of World War III, but like you had the Great African War, or the Second Congo War, which was also known as Africa's World War, and that was a conflict where all the Central African countries were all fighting each other, and that had a larger number of casualties than World War One. So
this is in the Holy Land, though.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, Iran's been selling them weapons. All these other states in the Middle East said that they're going to get involved, and currently there's a lot of tension brewing in the Central East over water because Russia or the Soviet Union, they drained the Aral Sea, and that's causing a lot of fucking problems with water shortages with like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and so forth. So tensions are rising there where those states might fight each other, but then you also have the other Middle Eastern states that are like, if 4, 5, 6 other countries in the Middle East decide, hey, we're gonna invade Israel to give support to Gaza, and then the United States gets involved, like it probably won't be World War III, but in the same way you had like the Great African War, you had Africa's World War. This probably will be the Great like Middle Eastern War.
Fence, no matter how many sensors, no matter how many ground sensors there are before it, no matter how deep the underground obstacles go, at the end of the day, it's effectively a metal fence, right? And
to be fair, like when we talk about World War III, one of the things that people usually mention is that, well, one thing that people usually fail to consider is when World War I and World War II happened, the world map only consisted of like 30 countries, and you had several European powers that had colonized the entire globe. So when they would fight, all their colonies would fight each other, and they brought the whole world into the dispute with them. Now, if a dispute happens, it's more regional, where, hey, these African states start attacking each other, surrounding African states get involved, and it's a really serious conflict, but other countries, for the most part, and the Far East and South America have no incentive at all to really get involved much. Same thing where it's like, hey, it could be World War III if Russia attacks the Ukraine and other states get involved, and it's like, well, it would just be kind of a European war, because it's not like, oh, Africa, all these countries in South America are going to be fighting each other. So same thing if China attacks Taiwan, the U.S. gets involved, it's probably just going to be this like East Pacific war. It will probably be Indonesia, the Philippines, all those nations will get involved because they're fighting over the South China Sea. So like Indonesia is investing in its military. So it'd probably be this great East Pacific war. Maybe the United States might get involved, but it's not going to be this global conflict. So in order for a third world war to break out, it would have to be like 3, 4 of these things happen all at once. So like, hey, all these Middle Eastern countries are fighting each other over this. Russia and Ukraine, things get really fucked up, and then all of Europe starts attacking and fighting Russia, and then China decides that they're going to take the opportunity to attack like Taiwan, and it's like all that stuff would have to be going on at the same time, which I don't know, could happen, but the odds of a World War III happening where there's battles taking place in every single like major continental region, I think's not very likely.
Explosives.
Well, eventually there's going to be a conflict where someone's just like, fuck it, I'm going to send a nuke.
Whoever does that's fucked.
Well, to be fair, we've had, I was talking to Young Minded about it, and he was asking me questions, and then he told Shab, like, John Morgan's really scaring me with this, like, nuclear weapons. And I told him how, like, the US and Russia, they had their broken arrows. Between the two of them, they've lost, like, 60, 70 different nukes. There's a plane that had, like, engine troubles, and they had to drop the payload. And there's this one nuke that landed in a field somewhere in Nebraska, and they were never able to find it. And the government bought out the land surrounding like where they believe the nuke dropped. There's another one, I think it was Russia, where the nuke fell out of the plane and it crammed in between an iceberg, and they haven't been able to like reclaim the nuke, and it's still in that particular iceberg. And then there's been close calls. In the United States, there was a flock of seagulls that flew over, like a radar picked it up as a bunch of like Russian bombers, and they were considering like launching retaliating with nukes there. And then there was in Norway, they launched this small rocket that was supposed to gather data on the Northern Lights, and they woke up the president of Russia at the time, and they brought out the infamous black briefcase because they interpreted the rocket as being a nuclear projectile. And there was one base that controlled like a nuclear silo, and the code was just set to 00000.
Wow.
So it's just human negligence. There chances are, you know what, there might be a case where somebody's just an idiot. Yet that one scenario in Hawaii where they had like some alarm system, and it was just some bureaucrat, low-level person who just put in the wrong thing, and it set up all these warnings that Hawaii was under threat of a nuke, and people were screaming, putting their kids in manholes and stuff. And you think, okay, some low-level bureaucrat could make a mistake like that, and then some other person might look at it and think, oh, they're being nuked because all of these alarms that are going off and everything. I'm going to push this button to retaliate. I mean, and the thing is, you got people like Putin and Kim Jong-un that are the heads of state of these countries that have nuclear arsenals. And imagine like you have some dictator, the war's not going very well. They got nothing to lose. They could be overthrown in a coup any second, and they know it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to lose my power anyway. Might as well just go out in a bang, and they push the button. So, like when people are like, oh God, a nuclear war will never happen. It's usually sure destruction. It's like, well, I mean, it only takes a few people that have access to these nuclear weapons to just make a few stupid decisions, and we're fucked.
Those can eventually get through it. The one factor that would have been different compared to 2014 that was seen in the latest operation was the use of quadcopters mounted with explosives that they would then drop on communication systems.
Previously exhibited by Hamas. And yeah, there's been other states in the Middle East that have gone in and given them training. I think Syria and Lebanon, they're accusing them of giving supplies and training to them. But the big culprit is Iran.
This is a significant development from previous operations. And that's possibly been aided by regional actors in terms of advisory, in terms of organization, and thinking about how to organize an assault.
Next vid. I don't think she lived a very long life.
يا اخوان بنخلص يا اخوان نتوكل على الله ماشي بس هذا الكلام كله والله كده وجه من برا عشان هو نازل
Make another one.
ايش اللي صار عندكم بالضبط وايش الطفل اللي بايدك؟
Now, how many more babies and young kids and stuff do you think are going to be dead within a couple weeks?
All of them.
Like they're lining their tanks up at the border. These are the initial airstrikes. It's a full-on war. They got 24 hours to evacuate. We've just gotten to that 24-hour mark. It's gonna... things are gonna get really fucked up.
They're gonna start with the children, and then they go up to the women, and then
they're just starting with everyone. Who the fuck cares? They don't care.
Well, they're starting with the children because they're the threat. You have to take them out first.
They're according to their president, they're all just one people responsible.
قدرنا مسافات خصوص يعني صار في عندنا 4 شهداء كلهم نساء.
Find subtitles. Next vid. It's not buffering.
It's really a new Nakba, and even it's more worse than the first one. No one can imagine what is going on in the ground. It's a very horrible thing. For the evacuation of Shifa, it's something impossible. No one can evacuate Shifa hospital. Actually, all the other hospitals, although they expand their capacity and the bed capacity, and after the expansion, all of them are full occupied by victims and by injured patients. So no one can evacuate Shifa hospital because there's no extra beds in that hospitals. And the other thing, most of the cases are unstable. And if we want to even transfer them, if there is extra beds in the other hospitals, which is not true, they will die because they are unstable to be transported. And again, they want to evacuate all of the north hospitals. So it's not all the shift.
Well, yeah, we're giving everyone a warning to leave 24 hours. So all these sick, and they gave them that warning after they've already conducted artillery strikes of their own. So it's just, yeah, all these crippled and wounded people in these hospitals and stuff. Yeah, you just gotta like move them all out of the country.
We were talking about the pediatric hospital, the eye hospital, the Indonesian hospital, Al Durra hospital, Al Auda hospital, Kamal Adwan hospital. So all of the north
That
hospitals.
was like 5 hospitals in like
Yeah.
one.
It's like he was having a stroke there.
And the hemodialysis and the others will be.
He was naming different hospitals, I think.
Yeah.
Shifted to the south. Actually, how come? What about the hemodialysis? What about the neonatal services? What
tonight with this warning from Israel and what might be coming next. ABC Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Powell on the scene with pictures inside Gaza and the troops amassing in Israel.
They've been under relentless bombardment for 7 long days and nights. And tonight, as many as 1 million Palestinians are on the move, told to leave their homes immediately and run for their lives. The message came from the sky. Israeli leaflets raining down, warning Gazans they have just 24 hours to move away from the border. A few hours to pack an entire lifetime. With all the borders closed, the only place they can head is south. Some by car, others on foot. And even while they did as they were told, Israel continued to bomb. Today, a rocket striking a convoy of civilians fleeing, killing.
Let's go back to that one guy who's like on his cell phone.
On foot.
Crossing the street.
I don't know if he's covering his phone, but imagine like you're just talking to somebody on the phone and then bam, explosion.
And even while they did as they were told, Israel continued to bomb. Today, a rocket striking a convoy of civilians fleeing, killing 70 people, according to Palestinian officials. Israel retaliating for last Saturday's massacre of more than 1,300 people by Hamas. More than 1,800 Palestinians have died since then, too.
They got to make up for their losses. They need even the score.
President Biden, while standing squarely behind Israel, today calling the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Gaza an urgent priority.
We can't lose sight of the fact that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians had nothing to do with Hamas and Hamas's appalling attacks, and they're suffering as a result as well.
The question now, where are all these people?
Good job, Biden.
Supposed to go. The entire Gaza Strip is about the size of Philadelphia. It's one of the most densely populated places on the planet, and Israel has bombed the last remaining border crossing into Egypt. 21-year-old college student Aphantasia documenting her family's journey.
Salam, everybody. Today morning we woke up to the news that we had to evacuate.
She describes the drive south as horrifying, and even when
Gaza, how many universities do they have?
So, okay, if we turn this into like something that most people could or like are understanding, so the American Revolution would be the Americans revolting against Britain in the colonies, right?
Yeah.
Would that be a comparison? So
wait, say it again. I was reading about how many. Yeah.
Okay. So if the colonies, 13 colonies, and then we revolted against Britain in that case, would that be comparable or comparable in this situation? If most of like, because like Britain had Canada and everything.
That probably wouldn't be the best analogy. A better analogy would be the Native Americans rebelling against the Americans and us pushing them more to the west. And then once it would be like you had the Oregon Territory, so the American Indian War. You had the Oregon Territory, which was Montana, Idaho, and Oregon. And at that point, it was this contested land that Britain, France, Spain, all these other countries had claims to it. So essentially, nobody occupied it, and it was the last territory that wasn't completely seized by like white Americans. And then when the U.S. and Britain drew up the borders on the 49th parallel, Britain tried to establish that the Oregon Territory as a sovereign state for the indigenous people of America, similar to how, Israel's a sovereign state for like people who are Jewish. And then what happened was the Americans decided, yeah, fuck this. We're just going to go in and take over the Oregon Territory. So it was kind of its own country before we went in and annexed it. And we engaged in plenty of massacres. So it's like, I'd say, look at it like the U.S. in its history of how we treated the Native Americans and all their territories, the territories, the genocides that we conducted. It's kind of similar to the apartheid in Africa. I mean, that's kind of what it's like. They're just like, they're not really part of Israel. They were always their own state, and Israel's just kind of been bullying them. It's like they've been it's just like one region that was conquered, and then they pretty much just treat them like they're just like they're nothing. They're not even a colony. They're just some kind of like trash can.
When she got to the end of the journey, it wasn't the sanctuary she was expecting.
The moment we arrived to Khan Yunis, we realized that airstrikes were happening in Khan Yunis as well. Very heavy ones. Just a couple of minutes ago, there was one that shook the entire house.
For its part, Hamas is urging Gazans to stand firm and not heed the evacuation orders. The White House accusing them of using innocent civilians as human shields. And while civilians flee, the militants dig in, releasing this video showing the sophisticated warren of underground tunnels they've built in Gaza, where they hide and launch their rockets. Across the border in Israel, the military buildup nearly complete.
It feels we're now on the eve of a significant military movement by the Israelis.
That tunnel is full of like torpedoes or fucking missiles.
Yeah, they said, huh? Yeah.
But if they got fucking bombarded, and then to that level, those missiles would blow up underground.
Well, the thing is, the artillery wouldn't be able to affect them because they're so far underground. Plus, the reason they have the torpedoes is because they need somewhere to store it, and they only have so much room. So they're doing this as a.
Yeah, they said this is where they launch them. So
yeah,
they just store them in this kind of. Maybe weird fashion. I don't know. Maybe it'd be safer to keep them more in one area. Maybe it makes more sense to do this. I'm not sure.
Well, they have the sophisticated warren of handlebars, like
yeah, like rails.
Grandma's coming down the rail.
Underground tunnels they've built in Gaza, where they hide and launch their rockets. Across the border in Israel, the military buildup nearly complete.
It feels we're now on the eve of a significant military movement by the Israelis into Gaza. The men, the munitions, the tanks are all into place. And now they're just waiting for the order, if it comes, to move across that border.
And we spotted this giant military bulldozer. It often leads the charge, ploughing through booby traps and landmines, destroying everything in its path. And the Israeli military releasing this video, which they say shows strikes on Hamas targets, including anti-tank missile launchers firing rockets into Israel. Each day, the fighting and the suffering only grows.
Just extraordinary pictures from inside Gaza tonight. Ian Pannell joined us from Tel Aviv again this evening. Ian, you and I both saw this on the ground there in Israel, this massive Israeli troop buildup. In addition to what...
Yeah, so it's kind of like Russia, where they were building up their presence on the border before they attacked Ukraine. So now they're building up, like all the tanks are starting to pile up. They've gone through all the airstrikes, artillery strikes. So what's next?
Poop and pee, pee and poo, pee and poo and the poo.
Really?
Well, there was no noise, and I wanted to make some sort of noise.
What do you think? Like they click on this link because it's tagged like Palestine, like Israeli-Palestine conflict, and they just come in and it's like poopy pee pee.
Yeah, they have like family over there, and they're like worried if they want to see if their family's like on the news or something like that. And then
My grandma's dead.
Well, it's probably more of, hey, I want to see what people's opinions are. That's why I came to this podcast. And they come in, poopy pee pee. It's like, okay, I'm out. Yeah.
They're out of testicles. Okay.
Such a hilarious joke, Shab.
Yeah, I said it.
Well, there's got to be some kittens to this carnage.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. From
You got a ferret video for us, Gene?
I forgot to add them.
That an ominous deadline for over 1
I wanna
million
watch
residents of northern
ferrets.
Gaza to evacuate the territory has expired. Against the objections
The
of the UN,
ferrets
which
were
warned the
in
evacuation.
Palestine. They also died.
Aww.
Can we stop making like really stupid, like off-color comic?
Shut up, Jane.
If so many people at one time would risk a humanitarian disaster, Israel telling Gazans they had just 24 hours to evacuate the northern portion of the Gaza Strip, a move that is widely seen as an opening step in a massive ground operation against dug-in Hamas militants. Israel dropping leaflets into Gaza, warning residents of the deadline. Hamas urging people to stay. At least 70 Palestinian civilians reportedly killed, however, by Israeli...
So yeah, Hamas is like, yeah, we're urging people to stay. That's probably because they want this propaganda of like, yeah, so they are kind of using the civilians as shields. They want that press of them, like all the videos we're showing of them getting shelled and killed, and then they're advocating for like an Arab day of outrage over this issue. And now you see much of the Middle East is outraged and are speaking out, and they're hoping that other countries decide to get involved. And it showed that Lebanon near the border is already engaging military skirmishes with Israel.
Airstrikes as they fled in convoys. While inside Israel, mourners forced to hug the ground when air raid sirens sounded during a funeral. In a few moments, you'll meet a group of Americans who have staged their own evacuation from the danger zone inside southern Israel, sharing with me the harrowing video of what caused them to flee the line of fire. Richard Engel is in Israel, close to the Gaza border, and starts us off tonight. Richard, what are you seeing?
What's that?
I'm not trying to like be like a badass or anything like that, but if I was in an area where like it was like an imminent death, like I'm getting told that I'm going to be nuked or there's like bombs going to be dropped in my area, I wouldn't hide on the ground like that. I would just look up in the sky and just like wait for it, because there's nothing else you can do to like hiding, putting your hands on your head. There's nothing you could do. And say if like a building falls, like you could run and jump out of the way, but if you're laying on the ground with your face like in the ground, you don't know what's going on around you.
I would pull the pin on a hand grenade and shove it in my ass and wait for
I'd probably freak out and like be running around.
That's what they recommend people to do, because if there's debris like flying everywhere, if you're laying flat on the ground, you're less likely to get hit by the debris.
Yeah, probably. Or you can dodge, dip, dive, and dodge.
Yeah.
A lot of military activity, Lester. There are drones overhead right now. The airstrikes are continuing. And the people of Gaza City, which is completely blacked out behind me, are bracing for a ground assault that could come at any moment.
Bombs are raining down on Gaza tonight. The Israeli military saying some forces have already entered Gaza to gather intelligence to recover hostages. Ahead of an anticipated full-scale ground invasion, one that will be a challenge for Israeli troops as Hamas fighters use an underground network of tunnels to their advantage. Israel gave 1.1 million Palestinians in northern Gaza 24 hours to head south to save their lives. Some heeded the order, fleeing in vehicles, on foot, and horse-drawn carts. But most have not left, according to our contacts inside Gaza. Many Gazans are already refugees from previous wars, and they're determined not to be made refugees again, and they have nowhere to go. Salma Sharab, a 22-year-old dental student, is keeping a video journal.
Every time I close my eye, I either hear a bomb or see a light or hear a noise or hear a scream or hear a neighbor evacuating. So I'm like, should I evacuate now or should I just wait for my death in my own house? It's really confusing. This is my bed. I've moved it several times this night, trying to find the safest room to be with my family.
Medical workers say they
I don't
leaving.
want her
They can't
working on
abandon the
this.
wounded.
Why not?
Well, PTSD. Just
Alias the
remove that
tremors.
half- Yeah.
Already flooding in. Our local camera crew visited the Shifa hospital in Gaza City and found it in a state of collapse. With all the beds full, patients are treated on the floor. Sheets used for stretchers. Israel says it's only targeting Hamas. But there were wounded children everywhere. In some cases, even those trying to flee or attacked. Medical officials told us most of these victims, 200 of them, were injured by Israeli airstrikes as they were trying to escape Gaza City in a convoy, and that 70 were killed. We were heading to the south, and they bombed us. God will punish them for this, says Noor Shaladan. The Gaza Strip is 139 square miles, bordered by Israel, the Mediterranean Sea, and Egypt. Israel told Gazans to move south of the Wadi Gaza Valley. All of Gaza's borders are shut. Aid workers say a humanitarian corridor must be open to at least allow in food, water, and medicine to southern Gaza.
Everybody from Gaza is moving towards where we are. 1 million people, no food, no water. Where are we going to put them? But my thought is, all these people in the hospital cannot be evacuated. Where's humanity? Where's people's hearts in the world?
Oh,
The
you
US
gotta
is
feel
working to
sorry
contain-
now because she's white.
Okay.
Yeah, Gene.
Well, yeah,
Crick
like
ass.
what she
Huh?
was mentioning, where it's like, hey, every time you wake up, you hear an alarm going off, you hear someone screaming, you hear an explosion, gunshot. Like a lot of people that live in these areas, imagine just like it gets to the point where it becomes white noise, something you're so accustomed to, where it's like, hey, you're walking down the store, you just know that there's nothing you can do. So you try to go about your life as best you can, but any moment you're just gonna probably run into the line of fire, and you're just imagine going to the store and it's just a daily occurrence where you just see a dead body in the corner. It was hit by some kind of explosive or artillery, and it's just the bystander effect. It's like it's just part of your daily routine. I came across another. I'm driving to work and I saw some minefield or some mines on the side of the road. I'm walking in the store. I see a dead person with a sheet over them. It just becomes a daily occurrence.
In this war, but it's already spreading. To the West Bank, where more than 40 Palestinians have been killed in violent clashes. And in Lebanon, where the deputy chief of Hezbollah, a militant group
It's quite
that supports
amazing
Hamas,
what
said
people
it
can
would
get
act when
accustomed to.
the time is right. An Israeli strike in Lebanon, near the border with Israel today, hit a group of foreign journalists, killing a Reuters videographer and injuring 6 others. As the
Those journalists putting themselves in line of fire. Get the footage.
Israel's fucking with Lebanon now? Is that what
Well,
they said?
You need to take Adderall, like with Shab and Negan, because
I pay
we've
attention. I'm
been
just
discussing that they've been having numerous skirmishes with Lebanon, and Lebanon's already engaged in.
You're
So-
lying.
Wait, is Lebanon Muslim?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any countries where 100% of the people are Muslim, but
What, majority Muslim.
they're a majority Muslim.
Okay, so and Israel is majority Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So why aren't they fucking ganging up and just like spanking the shit out of Israel?
Well, that has happened in the past. Like, there's been wars where Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, they all attacked Israel, and Israel was able to fight them off, and they were able to annex a bunch of territory of their own. And that's kind of what put Palestine in this current situation. But that's probably going to happen again. So there's been multiple times where a bunch of other like Islamic states have allied and engaged in this like unified attack. So now Iran's giving them weapons and everything, and it seems like Egypt is taking on more of like a role of a mediator. But you could see Syria, Lebanon, like Jordan, Iran, they could all get involved, and if that happens, then yeah, shit's gonna hit the fan.
situation in Gaza deteriorates.
So it could turn into not just a war between Israel and Gaza or Israel and Hamas. It very well could spark into just a huge regional Middle Eastern like war.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appeared before cameras today to say this is only the beginning. that Israel is striking at its enemies with unprecedented might and will eradicate Hamas.
Richard, the scenes out of Gaza are absolutely harrowing, but one of the most notable things is what we are not seeing. Tell me about that.
So people in Gaza City have told me that they are not seeing any Hamas fighters on the streets. They have all gone underground to their positions, getting ready for a fight.
Thanks for watching.
Twin boys less than a year old were found unharmed after Hamas killed both of their parents over the weekend. Nora O'Donnell has their story.
What happened to your family on Saturday?
We woke up to literally hell.
Devere Rosenfeld lived in Kfar Aza, the kibbutz where one of the deadliest scenes in this conflict unfolded. Devere hid with his wife and child, but his sister, Hadal, was murdered trying to feed her twin boys.
Do you think that your sister was killed when she left that shelter?
I know for sure that this is what happened. She went out to bring the bottles because he said that there were bottles on the floor, and when she did, they just got into her apartment.
Her body found in the kitchen. Her husband, Itai, found between the beds of their 10-month-old babies who survived.
I know that Itai died trying to protect them, and I can't imagine what he'd been through knowing that his wife just got murdered and his two sons are next to him and he's...
I mean, at least babies are too young to comprehend what happened.
Yeah.
The only thing between the terrorists and the babies.
Yeah.
14 hours, the twins were alone.
Yeah. And
does he have the twins
We
now?
got like messages from the neighbors. They heard the twins crying for 14 hours, crying because...
Oh no, it attack that killed their parents.
They basically stayed alone. No food, no water, no nothing.
No one could leave the shelter to go get the babies.
No. Their neighbor tried a couple of times, but every time he did, the terrorists just got into his house and tried to kill him as well. I met him outside and he cried and asked me for forgiveness because he couldn't help. I wanted to leave the shelter and go there, like, if not my wife. And she told me, like, with all due respect, I understand it hurts, but if you do it, they'll live with no uncle and he'll live with no father.
The hardest choices.
Yeah.
Israeli secret agents finally rescued the babies.
They were all wet because of the sweating and the crying, and so they changed them the diapers. They took clothes from the neighbors because they didn't know where the clothes are. So from the photo, you see them in pink. We didn't know where the pink came from.
Devere took us to meet the twins, their parents not yet buried. A private family we agreed not to show video of Roy and Guy's faces. The Rosenfelds always believed there would be twins in this generation.
And why did you think someone would have twins?
Because it skips generation and it comes from the mother. And my grandfather, he had
They didn't want us
two
to.
sisters.
They didn't want to show the babies' faces.
Well, usually they blur out the faces of minors and stuff. There's a lot of legality.
Twins.
And what happened to his sisters that were twins?
All of them died in the Holocaust.
Which makes the survival of these twins an even bigger miracle. Donations tonight pouring in. These strollers, car seats, toys.
He looks exactly like that.
But most importantly, the twin boys are surrounded by a large and loving family.
They'll be raised with a lot of love and a lot of stories about their parents. I think what's important is to tell them that their parents were heroes.
They are alive because of their parents' love for them.
Yeah, exactly.
May I remember to be a blessing.
Just like Harry Potter.
Amen.
That?
Just like Harry Potter.
Okay.
Let's bring in Nora O'Donnell.
Good.
Nora, those details, the 12 hours those twins spent alone, that sense of fear, is that what stayed with
See,
you?
there's tragedies on both sides.
There was a new round of explosions in Gaza tonight with the possibility of Israel's ground invasion beginning any minute. Some Israeli officials have said that invasion is imminent. Palestinians spent the day fleeing northern Gaza. Israel gave people there a 24-hour warning to leave, but for many it's just simply not that easy. Fox 4's Blake Hansen is following the latest developments. Blake.
Yeah, Heather, despite calls to do so, Israel has not backed down from its order for Palestinians to evacuate. Israeli officials said today that what we've seen so far is just the beginning. New explosions in Gaza this evening. The barrage coming not long after Israeli troops and tanks entered Gaza for the first time since war broke out. Troops conducting house-to-house
Now the tanks are in there.
Searches for weapons and hostages. Israeli officials say troops left after, apparently not the beginning of the broader ground invasion it is threatened. Friday, Palestinians who were able were seen fleeing northern Gaza. They must battle traffic, shelling, food, water, and fuel shortages to escape. This after Israel warned the 1.1 million people who live there must evacuate to the south to avoid being caught up in its ground invasion. Meanwhile, Hamas has told residents to stay put.
They threw down leaflets saying everyone has to leave. They threw us these leaflets or else they will annihilate the area with anyone in it. What did the women do to be terrorized like this?
Israel says
they're just going to demolish the entire region. Like, it's just going to become like a parking lot. What are they? Oh, are you tearing up, Shab?
It will try to avoid further civilian casualties.
We don't want to harm them. The camouflage
of the terrorists is the civil population. Therefore, we need to separate them.
The United Nations warned that the rapid and mass evacuation could have devastating humanitarian
If
consequences.
if religion didn't exist, this kind of shit wouldn't fucking happen.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Kind of agree. Like, to this extent, I don't think it would. Because a lot of the tension is just, hey, like, these people are Jewish, we're Islamic, and that's where most of the tension comes from.
Civilian casualties.
We don't want to harm them. The camouflage of the terrorist is the civil population. Therefore,
Is the civil population.
we need to separate them.
Yeah, it's just like you said.
Yeah, but I think he's also claiming we need to separate them, so people who aren't with the terrorists are going to go south. So it's a way to determine who's with the terrorists, who's not. So the civilized ones will evacuate. So hey, all the ones still there, they're with the terrorists. We're going to have to do some pruning.
Warned that the rapid and mass evacuation could have devastating humanitarian consequences. President Biden addressed the concerns while speaking in Philadelphia.
We can't lose sight of the fact that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians had nothing to do with Hamas and Hamas's appalling attacks, and they're suffering as a result as well.
Meanwhile, new video is emerging from Hamas's massacre at a music festival that left more than 260 dead. Body-worn camera footage shows militants firing indiscriminately into porta potties. It says more stories emerge from loved ones of those held hostage.
I never use porta potties. They're fucking disgusting.
Because they're innocent and laughing and they didn't do anything, just innocent.
There are local media reports that some of those Israeli raids today uncovered remains and belongings of some
You
of
just gotta
those
hold your
who have been
breath,
missing.
Gene.
A massive ground invasion
What's
of
that? You just gotta hold your breath, Gene.
Gaza looks more likely by the minute. And tonight, a new piece of information here. A source telling Scripps News, an American intelligence report last month warned of a Hamas offensive of some sort growing more likely, but it did not expect that for another 6 months or so. Israel is determined to decimate Hamas.
Still one day ago, so we haven't gotten to all the videos I have that are just from the last several hours.
Last weekend's deadly ambush. The Israeli military says this video shows airstrikes in the north part of the Gaza Strip targeting terrorist cells and infrastructure. From a cup, as one of his captors has him repeat the phrase, evidence is really important here, help you understand the reality of the Hamas attack. But we've blurred the faces of the children. Hamas blurred their own faces. The youngest is a baby, still in diapers. The baby is seen being pushed in a swing. The older child is still young. He's seen drinking from a cup, as one of his captors has him repeat the phrase, Bismillah. That is a traditional Muslim blessing before eating or consuming food. We do not know where the parents of these children are or if they are still alive tonight.
It's like, do you think they're treating the kids well? It's like they're doing it,
Probably
they're-
not. You'd probably smack them around and treat them like shit. I mean,
Maybe.
I'd imagine if they're that kind of people where they're killing kids and stuff, like if I was that kind of person, I'd be
But
smacking
look
around
at
kids.
the
like,
images that they shared with the public.
yeah.
Yeah, you
if
don't
they
think
if
they're
they do all that
smart?
other stuff that's way more horrible, it wouldn't surprise me that they smack around a kid and treat
I
him
think
like shit.
There's some selective presentation there.
Yeah.
With 14 Americans still unaccounted for and 27 confirmed killed, President Biden again condemned the terror group.
These guys make they make all kinds.
Because there's 21 Americans that have been killed. Oh, and 14 missing. Yeah, we definitely need to get involved.
They look pure. They're pure evil.
Now, as Israel preps a full offensive against Hamas, it's telling more than 1 million people in northern Gaza, including the densely packed Gaza City, leave now, head south.
We don't want to harm them. The camouflage of the terrorist is the civil population. Therefore, we need to separate them.
But the UN contends it's simply impossible for so many people.
Gene, we just
move and
seen
find-
that.
Well, this video, I know that this video there is titled like, "Hey, they show a video of the children, the child hostages, and now they're showing a bunch of
We've been going
Tonight, fury on full display.
6 hours.
The Islamist militant group Hamas calling for a day of rage across the Arab
too
world
much
and
for
beyond.
you."
In the wake of relentless
Well,
bombing of the Gaza Strip by Israel after Hamas's
I
gruesome
gotta.
attack. Tens of thousands taking to the streets across the region.
Yeah, I got stuff. I gotta make a thumbnail. I gotta do stuff tomorrow, and then get ready for that
Rick and
all
Morty
that stuff and the things.
Well, here, let's try to get through. Just let's do 30 more minutes, and then we can clock out. Call it a night.
In Kabul, Afghanistan, protesters desecrating the Israeli flag. Their signs read, Israel is the biggest terrorist. But the anger not directed at Israel alone. In Iran, Israeli and American flags burned. In Amman, Jordan, riot police clashing with the protesters using tear gas.
I agree with that. Israel is the biggest terrorist. I agree.
A massive crowd stretching for blocks through the capital city. The protests come as fears grow that the skirmishes on Israel's northern border with Hezbollah could explode into a second front to this war.
We'll see.
Behind
A
me is Israel's
second front. So here we go. I said, like the entire Islamic world, or the world in the Middle East is completely outraged.
Most town of Metula, and just the past couple of hours, we've heard from the Israeli Defense Forces that they've evacuated the town completely, and we've watched as IDF soldiers have raced around trying to enforce that order. It's easy to see and hear why. All along this ridge, we've been watching artillery firing all day. We were on the ground today as mostly Hezbollah supporters of the Palestinians rallied in southern Lebanon. They're chanting, "Death to Israel, death to America." We spoke with a Hezbollah member of Lebanon's parliament who laughed openly at the warnings from President Biden and the American Navy's show of force in the region.
What are you doing, Shad?
أمريكا قبل 40 سنة أتت
This is
بنيوجيرسي إلى
Scott
لبنان. بماذا خرجت؟ حملت جنودها جثثا قبل 40 سنة ليس اليوم. اليوم نحن في وضع أقوى بكثير.
So he's talking about how 40 years ago Lebanon wasn't as strong, and when the troops came into like Lebanon from the U.S., like one guy was able to take out 40 troops, and we're stronger now than we were then. And look at what we did.
That threat, a reference to the 1983 bombing of U.S. Marine Corps barracks in Lebanon that left 241 Americans dead. The U.S. blamed Hezbollah for that attack. But when I asked him if Hezbollah had made a decision yet,
هذا هو الأمر المخفي الذي لا يعلن عنه وتعرفه قيادة مقاومة المحور.
a threat of violence that could upend a region already swelling with rage. And Tom, if Hezbollah does enter the war, it could bring force against the Israeli government that would dwarf that of Hamas. It has a more powerful military. It has been bloodied in its fight against Islamist insurgents in Syria for the better part of the past decade. And its leaders and soldiers enjoy freedom of movement within Lebanon. And it has a real political base. It controls ports and airports to bring in weapons and other supplies. So actually, it is much stronger than Hamas and could put up much more of a fight against Israel than even Hamas has done in the past week.
Thanks for watching.
Should we just like step out and just let things go? Because I don't think we should get involved in this kind of shit anymore.
I think, yeah, we shouldn't get involved. We don't need to send a fleet of ships, including an aircraft carrier there.
Tonight, the deadline is running out for the people of northern Gaza to evacuate. Israel gave people
But
24
that
hours to get
doctor,
out. But the
though,
question
that
now, what
doctor's
will happen
there.
next? Good
You
evening,
gotta
11
save the
o'clock.
doctor.
Yeah.
Tonight, thousands of U.S. citizens in Israel are rushing to leave the region as the war takes a toll on both sides. However, finding a way out is proving difficult. CBS 8's Rocio Dlive joins us in studio with the latest on the conflict as Americans hope to get home. Rocio.
And that conflict is only escalating. Americans and others stuck in Israel are desperately looking for a way out. Now the government is stepping in as dozens of airlines have canceled commercial flights. The U.S. State Department says at least 20,000
Never mind.
U.S.
We have to
citizens
send our naval fleet there because we got to get the Americans out.
asked for help leaving Israel.
The
since
only
war
reason why
began.
Americans are there is like, oh, I'm part Jewish. I need to go back to the motherland.
Well, I think a lot of them are in Gaza. So it's not just Americans that have relatives and stuff in Israel. It's also, and you're like, they need to go to the motherland. A lot of people have citizenship or dual citizenship.
We're having to kind of facilitate calling the embassy, calling whomever we can to get any information, and usually that's none.
Jessica Nagarzandani is one of the many trying to return to California with her 3 children. U.S. officials say they're working to evacuate thousands of Americans and their immediate family members still stuck in Israel. The government began chartering flights today and is looking at alternative forms of transportation as well.
I would add that
Were they there on vacation or something? Like, Mom, I don't want to go to fucking Israel.
Did you not see the dog? The dog was definitely Jewish.
I'm always shocked when we're looking into these stories and it's just getting American citizens out of this country, and you always hear thousands of people, and it's always incredible, regardless of what country it is, unless it's something like Somalia or North Korea, there's always a lot of Americans there.
Capacity of
I guess, what is it? We make up 4.4% of the world's population.
exploring whether it's possible to help Americans leave by land and by sea.
The U.S. State Department says it's also processing American travel requests out of Israel through forms that gauge how great the need is. Meanwhile, on the other side, Palestinians caught in the middle of the fighting are struggling to stay alive. More than 300,000 people are displaced and many are sheltering in schools. Currently, Israel has cut off food, water, medicine, and fuel to Gaza's more than 2.
Yeah, I don't think dogs can identify with a particular religion. Yeah, Young Mind's calling you out, Crow.
Million people.
he
And
doesn't
tonight, the
know
White House
shit.
confirmed that the first charter flight taking Americans out of Israel has departed. It's heading to Europe. However, the specific location isn't being released. The State Department will organize charter flights for as long as there is a demand.
Like Hotel Rwanda, where they were trying to evacuate people who were in the middle of like the Rwandan like genocide, and they went in just to help evacuate like American and European citizens that were stuck there, and they left all the Rwandan like refugees behind.
From U.S. citizens.
Thank you, Rocio.
Reaction to the war in Israel and Gaza spread to the streets around the world yesterday. Both rhetoric and tensions were high as some tried to explain the bloody, brutal conflict that's left more than 3,000 people dead in just 7 days. Michael George is here with more. Michael, good morning.
Dana, good morning. New York City saw the largest U.S. gatherings of pro-Israel and of pro-Palestinian supporters. Now, these demonstrations were largely peaceful, but security remains heightened in cities and outside some religious institutions. Cries of Free Palestine rang out in New York City Friday as thousands of protesters denounced Israeli bombings of the Gaza Strip.
It's not a Jewish thing, it's not a Muslim thing, it's a human rights thing, and we're sick of it.
But demonstrators who marched to Times Square were met with pro-Israel demonstrators. Even some were clear they were not against the Palestinian people, but against the militant Hamas group that controlled them in the Gaza Strip where more than 1 million Palestinians live.
Israel has nothing to do with the Palestinian people. And this is something that people need to understand. The one who controls the Palestinian is the Hamas.
Police in the two most populous U.S. cities.
Well, again, it's just like the issue we have is with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. People that control those in the region are those terrorist groups. It's just, well, all the people stuck in the middle of it. What are we going to accomplish? Like, I mean, at least with Israel, it makes a little bit more sense because they're right there at the border and they do have like artillery and stuff. So it makes sense that they'd want to address it to some extent. But with the United States, when we got involved in the Middle East, it's just they're not going to attack us from all the way over there. They can have a bunch of terrorists and rebels and so forth, but it's just something like 9/11 happening. There's a very specific set of conditions that were in place, including people having easy access to the cockpit of a commercial airliner.
John,
and what's that?
Can I point something out? They have a Bubba Gump restaurant. They have a Forrest Gump Bubba Gump restaurant on the left there. I just wanted to point that out.
I believe I've been there.
New York and Los Angeles said they were stepping up patrols after a former Hamas chief called for a global day of rage. Still, no credible threats have been reported. One New York rabbi says congregants are scared to go to their synagogue.
We have families that have reached out to us asking, we're supposed to have an event at bar mitzvah. Can you please help us find private security that can be at the synagogue? Otherwise, we're not going to do it.
While staff at a Palestinian American community center in New Jersey say they're stepping up security.
Bulletproof vests, armed security guards will be present at each mosque.
Throughout the world, demonstrations yesterday and since the fighting started. There's widespread concern for civilians caught in the brutal attacks by Israel's security forces and Hamas militants. Ron Hassner is a Berkeley professor who studies religion and terrorism.
It is fair and reasonable for the international community to call on the safeguarding of civilians. It is reasonable for the international community to hold Israel accountable for civilians who are harmed in the fighting, while at the same time understanding that this is not a symmetrical conflict. Hamas is using civilians as shields and is hiding behind them.
Now, here in New York, there were about 50 protesters arrested for blocking traffic. That's disorderly conduct. Also on Friday,
going against their freedom of speech. Do you think people should be arrested for blocking traffic?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the 21 hours? Let's get to some of the more recent stuff. I mean to do that.
אנחנו הולמים באויבינו בעוצמה חסרת תקדים.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel was, quote, striking at our enemies with unprecedented might on Friday, and emphasized that, quote, this is just the beginning. Israeli infantry made their first raids into the Gaza Strip Friday and vowed to annihilate Hamas after its fighters stormed through towns and villages in southern Israel last week, killing 1,300 Israelis, mainly civilians, and making off with...
I think she accidentally said Australians.
Yeah.
Instead of Israelis.
Scores of hostages. Netanyahu added, our enemies have only begun paying the price, and I won't detail what is yet to come.
Yeah,
So
that
far,
sounds
tweets backed
like
by
a dictator thing to say. That's like a Putin-esque thing to say. They can't even imagine what's to come.
have mounted raids to attack Palestinian rocket crews and sought information about the location of hostages, according to an Israeli military spokesperson. This follows airstrikes that Gaza authorities say killed nearly 2,000 people. On Friday, Israel gave more than 1 million residents of the northern half of Gaza 24 hours to flee to the south to avoid an onslaught. Hamas vowed to fight to the last drop of blood and told residents to stay.
The situation in Gaza has reached a dangerous new low.
Meanwhile, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned of a disaster if so many people were forced to flee, and said the siege of the enclave should be lifted to let in aid.
We need immediate humanitarian access throughout Gaza so that we can get fuel, food and water to everyone in need. Even wars have rules.
Earlier, a UN spokesperson said it would be impossible for Gazans to obey Israel's relocation order without devastating humanitarian.
Well, if wars have rules, then what about all the rules like Russia has broken, the United States has broken, or the rules that every fucking country has broken in every fucking war? It's like what's the point of having rules if they're not enforced at all?
Consequences. Israel responded that the UN should condemn Hamas and support Israel's right to self-defense. Tens of thousands are estimated to have fled south in Gaza after the notice to evacuate, the UN said Friday. Gaza authorities said 70 people were killed and 200 were wounded when Israel struck cars and trucks carrying people fleeing. Reuters could not independently verify the reported incident.
Here comes the tanks. Do you think they're just doing training exercises
around the Gaza Strip, as have been?
That's what they always do when they go to the border.
In formation.
Yeah, and civilians are just target practice
for the next stage of operations. They are all around the Gaza Strip.
To be fair, like Russia, that's what they told their soldiers to say when they were captured. We were just doing training exercises.
In the south, in the center, and in the north, and they are preparing themselves for whatever target they will get, whatever task. As I've said before, our aim is very clear. The end state of this war is that we will dismantle Hamas and its military capabilities and fundamentally change the situation so that Hamas never again has the ability to inflict any damage on Israeli civilians or soldiers.
No, this is completely religious based. And Israel is trying to take back their land, quote unquote, their land. And
well, there's that component. I think they just want that entire region that historically was considered like the Israeli land. They want that, but I think a lot of it's just, hey, they're tired of dealing with Gaza and stuff, so they're just going to turn into a parking lot. Yeah, we've seen this.
Time may be running out for Palestinians to flee Gaza City, one day after about 1 million people were told to evacuate to the southern part of the territory.
Already seen this.
Now, let me tell you about the latest in terms of on the ground there in Gaza, because the UN Regional Relief Agency, UNRWA, says that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have displaced in the last 12 hours, nearly 1 million, almost half the territory's population in the last week. Let me tell you more from that statement, because there is more detail coming in.
Okay,
they're talking about
a lot of videos. So
you're out of videos.
Yep.
Wow, Gene.
Yeah.
So unprofessional.
Do you have anything you want to say to the people? And tonight we're doing the Rick and Morty, or when are we doing the countdown?
Sunday night.
Well, it is Sunday. So that's when we're starting it, and then it will end
Sunday night.
Well, how long do you do the countdowns? Don't you usually do them for like 12 hours or something?
Depends, but that it airs at 11 p.m. either EST or
my time.
EST. Is it EST?
Yeah, EST my time.
Yeah.
And it's 5 a.m. my time.
Oh, as far as the Rick and Morty thing,
yeah.
Oh, someone's censoring him.
But yeah, that's not for
Are you gonna do it at like 11 p.m. my time?
It's 18 hours away.
What's that?
So that's 18 hours away right now.
Yeah. Well, how long do you usually do the countdowns for?
I don't know. The Chucky ones I'll do for like 6 hours and stuff. It's random.
For what?
Like the Chucky ones I'll do like 6 hours or 4 or something.
Okay. Whatever. We'll talk when we both wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then after that, I'm gonna fly out for the meetup.
Yeah.
And if Shab annoys me on the meetup, always do he can be the Bart Simpson and I can be the Homer Simpson. And yeah.
You're gonna eat donuts?
He's gonna strangle you.
While I skateboard? You're gonna drink some Duff beer? That what's gonna happen?
Anything you want to say for the stream and Shab?
I'm the greatest. Is there
Yeah.
something else I'm supposed to say? Other than that, obviously, I need to make sure to get that message
But
across.
yeah, like, share, comment, subscribe, join all our stuff, and I think we provided them with a decent amount. We got like 6 hours of content for them, so over 6 hours, so we did good. I'm crashing, but yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go to sleep with each and every one of your mothers.
Have I, Humenta?
Peace out.